Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
But this is our space.
You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
I don't think I'm ever going to be able to top that intro video. Like, I mean, that's part of my recalcitrance in like making a new one. Obviously, you know, the ADHD and, you know, other related things, but part of it is I set the bar so high. That's such a fun intro video. It's dated though, and it's like, you know, it's been around for a little too long. All right. Did I put the notification on the Discord? I did. It's an hour earlier than I normally usually start. Usually start 7 or like sometimes 8. So it might take a little while for people to get in here, especially since some people, if you're catching this video late, some of you are catching this video late because you trust YouTube to send you, I'm here, that's all that matters. I appreciate it. You trust YouTube to send you notifications, and it doesn't work like that. Hey, Rudy, welcome to the stream chat. Thank you so much. I trust no one. Yeah, well, I mean, like if you're in Discord, you'll get the go lives for sure. Dude, Rudy, some of your donations, and like the anonymous guy that wanted me to react to oh god, what was it? That post-punk song we reacted to that like started off lyrically atrocious, but actually turned out to be fairly good musically. I've been good, Crud. I just been, I moved back into the city. My son's been doing really good. For those of you that don't know, my son's nonverbal autistic, but he's starting to speak and he's almost fully potty trained. And so by the time first grade rolls around, he might be fully potty trained and verbal. And that's a huge deal if you have a young kid with autism, because, well, the ability to educate an autistic child, like he's smart, he can think in complex ways, but they start to fall behind educationally, especially when they get into special ed programs, because those programs, they just suck. And they'll be like, oh, they're underfunded. There's no such thing as underfunded, right? Because like you could always have more funding. And the funds could still be mismanaged. But compared to a regular classroom, kids that are verbal and, capable of communicating and behaving and sitting in class, normative kids, they can be in a classroom of 30 people with a teacher, but with special ed, they need one-on-one care. There's just not enough special ed teachers to go around. And so you end up with a kid that like sits around doing a lot of nothing and has to deal with other kids that are even more challenged and problematic, that take up more of the teacher's time, but also just distract them from getting any type of education. So what is designed to be like something that helps them catch up to other kids is really not. They never really, like, I don't want to say they never catch up. That's not true, but it becomes a more of an uphill battle than the current fight. So knowing that he's starting to speak and starting to say complex sentences, and that he's almost fully potty trained, there's a lot of hope that we can get him into like regular classes. So I'm really excited about that. That's like, because you have no idea what a burden that is as a parent, wondering if your kid's ever going to speak. Right, because like a verbal kid at this age, yeah, he might be kind of weird. It might be kind of, oh my God, oh, there's something in my eye. Oh, my contact. Oh my God. He might be kind of weird. He might be kind of off or whatever. But like he can function in society. But like a kid that never learns to speak, it's probably a kid you're going to have to take care of yourself for the rest of your life. And, you want what's best for your kid. So, I'm really excited about that. Dude, fuck YouTube. I know just saying that right now is going to get this video demonetized or, put in limited ad suitability, which like 90% of my videos are anyway, so whatever. But like, dude, YouTube was such a pain in the ass to me today. First of all, like the stream that I made the most money on got a copyright strike, so all of that money is held in escrow. But like it was just enough money for me to go over the payout for the past 30 months, because I just came back, not a ton of money coming into YouTube yet. So it's like right at the money that I need to like get a payout. So I get nothing for fucking December, because that video got copyright strike. And the thing that copyright striked it was 11 seconds of the song Shockwave by Black Tide. That song is like 12 years old. That song, I didn't play the song other than to find like a portion of the song to play for like 4 or 5 seconds, because I was listening to another song and was like, it reminds me of this and this. I don't remember what the other song was, but that was one of the songs that I use as a reference of like newer music with modern themes that's kind of bringing back like an 80s metal or punk aesthetic. Well, actually, the aesthetic was more metal, with the music being more like hair metal, 80s inspired. And then, of course, like, so now I have to wait 30 days, and they're not going to respond, right? They very rarely do when they copyright strike something, and it's like obviously clear that like they would lose in court if they took it that far. So they're probably not going to respond, which means I have to now wait 30 days for that money to come out of escrow from the super chats and the memberships too. Like, I thought it would just be the ad money, but like all of the YouTube money, super thanks, super chats, memberships that happened during the live stream, gifted memberships during the live stream, and ad revenue all get put into fucking escrow for 30 days. Yeah, and that video made like $60, like, because I had like I had like a couple of super chats, and then gifted memberships. So Rudy, your YouTube's holding on to your money as an investment until fucking the multimedia company that manages the copyright for Black Tide will fucking, you know, basically not respond for 30 days because it's all automated by bots, and they're just hoping that you won't respond, because if you don't, then they can, you know, put in revenue sharing or claim the revenue from your videos. So they just have, it's just Chinese bots that claim everything. And then the moment you claim it's yours, it gets held up for 30 days for them to respond. Like, YouTube seriously needs to fix that. That's really fucking dumb. Like, the idea that I can't make any money for 30 days off of that video. And then, of course, like, it's not that big of a deal to me because almost all of my videos get like demonetized and put into like ad suitability. So like they're like deranked on the algorithm. So like if you search for something, my video is not going to come up unless you like put my name in and you're specifically searching. Like, this channel really only shows up to people that they already know are problematic, right? Like, that's how we ended up talking about Nick Fuentes once, and we got like 3 or 4 groypers in here. It's like, because the groypers probably say wild shit and are probably already in like on like the naughty list, and because they're on the naughty list, YouTube will show them my videos. So it's like, you know, so I get like weird people that pop in, and that's part of reason. So it's not that big of a deal, but it is like, bitch, like, you're holding on to my $60 for at least 30 days. Worse if they do respond towards the end of that 30 days and then wait another 30 days to respond the second time. Technically, it can be held up for up to like 60 days. Like, what? You're going to derank people's videos and hold them up 6 days because a Chinese bot farm said copyrighted your shit? Fuck, I like weird people. Yeah, I know. Fair enough. And then I tried to make this stream today. Dude, it took me 4 tries to get this stream to go out, because YouTube does this thing where they ban words, but they won't tell you what the banned words are. Right? So they'll have words, and it's a giant list, okay? It's not a small list. It's like thousands of words that if that is in your video title or video description or one of your tags that you would attempt to make, instead of being like, hey, don't use this word, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool, I'll get rid of that. Instead of doing that, what it does is it'll be like, something went wrong, error. And then you have to start the whole fucking process again of like picking the thumbnail from the file on your folder, writing the description to the video, writing the title, like putting in the tags that apply to this video specifically, setting up your ads. Like, I always have my ads set to conservative, you know, like setting up the time of the live stream, you know, all of that shit has to be set. And I have default settings for a bunch of it. So, I mean, like, it's not that much, but it took me multiple tries for me to figure out that the thing that was banned was Johnny S0mali. Because that's one of the debate topics tonight. It's like debating this nuisance influencer that, like, you know, is stuck in Korea and facing prison time. And it's like, you can't put in his name. That's why the video description for this has Johnny S0mali, but the O is replaced with a 0. I figured out that was what the naughty word was, but they won't even fucking tell you. All right, I'm done bitching. But YouTube had me pissed off before this stream. I was on some other. I was like, what the fuck is happening, man? But once people get in here, like I said, around 7 o'clock, I expect more people will come back in just because that's when I normally start anyways. I just started a little bit earlier because, I have a debate panel at 8:30, and then I'm going to talk to Quibbles here in a little bit. Not like right this second, but, somewhere around 7, maybe closer to 6:45, depending on when he's ready and whatnot. But yeah, consider liking, sharing, subscribing, doing all the things. If you put super chats, I will respond to them, even if I'm in the middle of a debate. I'll pause for a second when I get a chance and respond to you. Just gotta have 2 more weeks of peak season with Amazon. I'm hearing from the dumb coworkers that keep saying capitalist oppression is slavery working with Amazon. Then quit. You know what I mean? Like, quit, get a better job, develop skills. It's so annoying. It's like, imagine slavery, but like you can just like put down the cotton whenever you want and then just go do whatever you want. What? What? In what way is that slavery? Like I understand when people get mad at me. Leftists get mad at me when I say things like, taxation is a form of slavery, right? That like, government regulation is a form of slavery. And, it keeps me from being able to do what it is that I want to do, and uses the power of, state violence to maintain control over my ability to move freely without aggressing upon people. But they'll get mad at me for that. But then those same people will be like, it's slavery working a voluntary job. It's like, bro, your axioms are all over the place, you fucking retard. Slavery is when I have to do the dishes. Leftists get mad a lot. A lot of it's performative. I mean, like, more often than not, when the left is mad at you, they're not really mad at you. Like when you get dogpiled on by angry leftists online, right? It's like it's a mob psychology thing, right? Where like look at January 6th, for example, right? How many people were like violently breaching buildings and areas? It was an incredibly small amount of people that were there on January 6th. There were people doing that, right? So I don't know where the right wingers are like, every January 6th guy did nothing wrong. It's like, I mean, I kind of believe that, but that's because I'm an anarchist. Not by your fucking logic. You only think they did nothing wrong because they're on your team. But nevertheless, there's a very small amount of people that were like breaking windows and doing crazy shit. Everybody else is just kind of in the madness of a crowd, has no idea what's going on. Then they get swept up by the emotions. They get pushed and pulled in different directions. And before you know it, they're like in some like weird fight with the cops that are like shooting gas canisters at them on one side of the building. And they're like, what the fuck is happening? I'm just here for a protest. And then they're getting angry. And then you have other people on another side that are just kind of following around lackadaisically being like, oh, isn't it cool? I'm in the building. This is a cool building. I went on tour here 3 times. No, this is fun. We're in here for a protest, right? Like, in like both of those things are happening simultaneously, and there's no substantive difference between people on one end of the building and people on the other end of the building, right? The difference between those people is not the individuals themselves, but about how people's emotions get swept up in situations and pressures and the madness of crowds. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of what happens a lot with lefties in online spaces, is like you have 1 or 2 people that are performatively offended by something you say or do or a system, and then they kind of all like engage together and start feeding off of each other and supporting each other, right? And it builds and builds and builds. It's like fucking Viking berserkers taking mushrooms before going into battle, It's just like they gaslight themselves and each other into being mad about shit that they're not even really mad about if you just talk to them one-on-one. I mean, obviously some of them, are. And this is especially true for like content creators, right? Because content creators are also, they're performing to an audience. So like, the performative nature of the experience is kind of, a necessary component to what they do. How's the Twitter coming? Dude, I bitched on Twitter. For one day, showing all the metrics of how, like, every single day for the last 6 months, I lose followers at 5 to 8 o'clock in the morning. And then I would get, like, close to or over 1,000. And then I would go back down to, like, 998, 998, 996, 997. Sometimes I go all the way down to, like, in the 980s. And then, like, I'd slowly build up, and then I'd get right to 1,000, and then I would lose between 5 and 8 o'clock in the morning. And I showed all my metrics. Like, I was at, when I posted it, I was at 999 followers when I made the post. And I had checked Twitter, and I had gained 905 new followers that year. And I started the year with over 800 followers, right? So I had lost over 80% of my followers whilst gaining followers. Like, it just makes no statistical sense. The day that I post that, it stops happening. I've literally, for 6 months, I have been stuck at exactly 1,000, give or take the few that I gained or the few that I lost in the morning, and would wake up every morning under 1,000. Like, I never, for 6 months straight, sitting in the 990s, I never went to bed with 1,000 followers and woke up with 1,000 followers. Every single time between 5 and 8 a.m. Eastern, I would lose enough followers to be under 1,000. And then today I'm at 1,047 because it just magically stopped happening. It's like, dog, Elon, you have some more people to fire. Trust. You think you've cleaned up Twitter. You have not. You've cleaned it up for the big people. You've cleaned up, some of it, but you got a lot of rogue employees out there. Trust. It's just, like, not statistically, like, it was already statistically very unlikely and essentially statistically impossible for that to happen. And then the day I put that out and I'm like, y'all need to pay attention to this, it just, no email, no we're sorry, no nothing, it just stops happening. The problem goes away the moment I call out the problem and show data to prove it. Whoever was on Twitter, you're probably not watching me. You're probably doing this to a bunch of people, but fuck off. Commies are wild. I just saw something in the Discord. Let me check. All right. Didn't Vladimir Lenin advocate for mandatory labor? So basically, Marxist labor industries focus. Yeah. So Vladimir Lenin, in a speech, literally quoted the Bible and saying, "Those who do not work shall not eat." Like, he mandated manual labor. But that wasn't real communism, guys. Come on. That's just the transitory state, and it was a lot better for, reasons that we can't actually back up with empirics unless we cherry pick the data. And, certainly can't back up logically. I don't know. I mean, like, did they tell you, Crod, that you'd be getting some mandatory overtime type shit? I mean, because if they did, I mean, that's kind of on you. Because, I mean, the holiday season is crazy busy. Also, just to let you know, you are correct that peak season is over the next 2 weeks. But, like, the holiday season craziness doesn't stop till, like, mid-January. Because, like, a whole bunch of people get money and a whole bunch of people get, like, gift cards. And, like, then they end up buying those things, like, after New Year's and then having them shipped. Yo, they already told me in advance because I get updates on my Amazon A to Z app. That sounds so lame. Like the corporate name for your app, for your job. It just sounds so lame. Like when people are in those, oh God, what are those? What's that corporate, like, I can't think of the name of it. I think you guys will know once I describe it. There's like a corporate app that like a lot of people, a lot of businesses use. Slack or something, I think it was. Yeah, Slack. Where like people are engaging like they're in social media with the people that they work with. And it's just like, dog. Why would you do that? I just cannot imagine the stupidity of like having your job monitor and HR monitor. That makes it easier to schedule. Yeah, I'm sure. But I'm just saying, like the concept of like I was just saying the name sounded silly. Just like the idea of like corporate apps to me is just kind of weird, especially just because I don't trust the app to like not find ways to mine my personal data. You know what I mean? Like I don't want my employer aware of all of the information that is available on my phone. I'm not saying that they would do anything. And when it comes to Amazon, they probably already have it, regardless of that app. But in other circumstances, yeah. The corporate Pulse app? Yeah. Because we keep a pulse on our employees. So it's the Pulse app. Did I save something? There was something I was looking for. Slack is fine. It's based on IRC. The thing is that it integrates with GitHub, and you can send it alerts like if the website is down. All right, sure. I mean, Slack's not the one I'm thinking of, right? I know a lot of IT people use Slack, but it was just like an example of what I'm talking about, where like you end up with like a social media that's like separate from your regular social media with your other employees and stuff. It's just like, I don't know. It just seems super lame. Dude, hold on. I saw this post. Hey, motherfucker, I'm trying to go to the actual post. Oh, there we go. Okay. I saw this post and I just kind of want to share this with you guys because like I forgot how hilariously racist Indians are. And then I'm like, oh yeah, when you're on Twitter, you're there with the whole world, except for a few countries, obviously. And this shit just had me fucking dying. Let me go back into the corner. Trump is caste-pilled. Ramaswamy versus Patel. Vivek is the smooth talker, the safe pair of hands, technical round to manage engineers, business savvy enough to raise around, but refined, not a brawler. Cash is the Gunda, a thuggy. He will disappear deep state traders. And I was just like, this is so fucking... I was just like, it's so racist from a perspective that you just would never expect. You know what I mean? Like the pro-Trump Indians being like, yeah, Trump gets it. Why caste systems exist. That dark Indian ain't one of us, but he is one of us. He's going to disappear some people because he's a savage. It's like like when people are like, black people can play basketball really well and everyone gets all uncomfortable because like you kind of said something we all knew. But some people are mildly offended that it's, the positive stereotype is racist. It's like the extreme version of that. And I just saw it and I was like, dude, Indians are wild, man. Like you think white people in America are racist. You have no fucking clue. Oh my God, people are starting to use acronyms in my chat. I've summoned the IT autistic coder people. Out of nowhere, all of a sudden, there's just all these abbreviations. Wow, I didn't realize that I had either of these up. I visited your Discord and oh boy, is it totally bot boomer occupied territory. I don't think there's any boomers in our... I don't know any boomers that are regular there. Oh my God, this music is kind of annoying me. Next. Yeah, I don't think there's any bots in like boomers in our Discord. I mean, I'm sure there's some. There's like 600 people in there, and most of them are not active. If it's 40 plus, it's boomers. Oh, okay. Well, then you're just like using boomer to mean to just mean Gen X and boomers. I mean, I understand that Gen Z uses boomer to just mean old. But, you know, I don't know who I'm talking to. Yeah, okay, Ghost Recon, you're like barely a fucking millennial at 42. Like, I'm a millennial and I'm 34. You're 8 years older than me, and like we're in the same generation. And people that are people that are 28 are also millennials, right? Like, so like, yeah, you're a millennial, but like, you're a zennial for sure. Like, you're more Gen X than you are millennial. Baby boomers being born in the 80s, yeah, right. I'm a boomer. I mean, dude, if you want to call me a boomer, it's fine. I don't really care. It's like when you call a white person a cracker, and you're like, that's a racial slur, but like, I don't really care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not really deeply offended. You know what I mean? You know, they try and come up with names for white people all the time, and they're like, white people have a position of power. That's why slurs don't hurt them. It's like, no, not really. I think it's just because like we just don't care. 35 up is boomer territory. I become a boomer next year, guys. I'm a millennial. I'm gonna skip Gen Z, and I'm gonna become at the end of next year. I will enter boomer territory. Oh God, that's so funny. Yeah, but the problem is that Gen Z will get a year older too in that time, right? So then like 36 and up will be boomer. Like what? Because this definition of boomer is no longer, it's just old relative to Gen Z. So like I'll always be 1 year away from boomer. Was I an ANCAP while I was in graduate school? No, I was a libertarian when I was I like a small L minarchist kind of libertarian, by the time I was in grad school. Like I entered the army, right, as like a transitioning out of being a communist into like a left libertarian. And then throughout the army, I got more and more conservative. Just from age, personal experience. And then I also got more libertarian because I saw how horrible the government functions at basically everything. And then I had some personal experiences in the army that were like, showed me just how evil the army is straight to my eyes, much less in the grand scheme of things. So by the time I got out of the army and I went into undergrad, I was already kind of like a centrist libertarian that became more conservative. So like the whole time I was taking sociology courses and things like that. I was like a centrist libertarian leaning right. And academia certainly didn't do anything to help me to like, bring me to the left, because I'd already seen past all their bullshit. And I already knew kind of like where most of the, that shit was coming from. And like, so I'm like seeing it and I'm like, oh dude, you're like, drop the N in ANCAP, it means anarchist. If you find any anarchist with the balls, if you find any post-left anarchist, post-anarchist, anarcho, sometimes I can get anarcho-mutualists on, but you find any like ANSOC, ANCOM, any classical anarchists, any of those leftist anarchists, you find any of them with the balls to debate me, send them my way. I'll debate them all. That is like one open challenge I have to any anarchist to debate me on that, whether or not ANCAPs are anarchists. And they are all fucking terrified of that debate. All of them. Every single anarchist content creator is terrified of, me or Zulu or, any anarcho-capitalist that actually knows the philosophy and the history, because they know that we will utterly trounce them and potentially even convert their own audience. If you want any laws, you're not an anarchist. That's that's just not true. It's a silly statement. Unless you mean laws dictated by a nation state, then yeah. I don't know anybody that does. Can I elaborate any more on the army being evil? Yeah, so I can tell you what happened, right? So I was working in an SRC clinic, soldier readiness processing. And so I did a lot of jobs there, right? I did insurance briefings for soldiers that were coming in, and for them and their families. We did vaccine drives. I was in charge of, I was not in charge, but I did a lot of blood draws, HIV draws, pulling things for titers for vaccines, giving shots, doing medical inventory, keeping employees up to date on training, scheduling things with units that were out for deployment. And some of those things that we would schedule are, oh God, now I can't think of the acronym. It's, oh my God, what is it called? Post-deployment health assessment, so PDHA. And then 90 days out, we would do what's known as a PDHRA. So a post-deployment health assessment, post-deployment health reassessment. E4 Mafia made him clean the BBC. You're such an idiot. The fun kind, though. So post-deployment health assessment. So basically, you get back from doing, whatever deployment you did. It doesn't have to be a combat zone, but it can be just regular deployments like Kuwait or whatever, right? But a unit comes back from, let's say Afghanistan or something, right? And then what we do is we give them blood draws. We want to make sure that they didn't pick up any weird diseases, right? And then we get them to sit in front of either a doctor, a nurse practitioner, or a physician's assistant. They go through a questionnaire being like, hey, man, do you have any medical issues? Something happened over there that wasn't taken care of. We want to get it documented. We want to work on it early, right? Did you mess up your knee, whatever. And then you go to a psychologist, and then they kind of do the same thing, but for a psyche valve situation. Hey, man, you doing good? You transitioning well, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody has to go through this when they get back from the deployment to make sure that we can attempt to catch stuff. Well, what the Army found, right, is that people lie when they first get back for a whole host of reasons. Part of it is they just want to get home. They just want to get through this process. They don't want anything to fuck up their ability to go home, go on leave or something, right? So if they're having a medical issue, they don't want to tell anybody. The other thing is euphoria, right? They're excited to come home, be with their family, be with their friends, be back into the civilian world. So they just don't notice things or realize that things are important until they get back into the normal state of doing stuff. So, sometimes people will injure their knee or something on deployment. And then 90 days later, when they come for a post-deployment health reassessment, they'll be like, hey man, actually my knee's kind of fucked up. And it's been that way ever since, I didn't really notice it until I got back. And I was getting in the run of things and I go for my morning run. And every day my morning run, my knee is killing me. Can somebody check this out for me? Or, especially with the psyche valve stuff, I thought I was happy. Turns out I'm not adjusting well to civilian life. Turns out I'm snapping on people. Turns out my wife was fucking Jody and cheated on me, and I'm going through divorce. And every time somebody says something, I get some type of anxiety. I think I might be having issues with PTSD. I didn't notice it when I was over there, but I notice it now that I'm trying to be back in the normal fucking world here in America. So we do those things. Now, we had a unit come through in our for a post-deployment health reassessment after they got back from Afghanistan. And when they came back for their reassessment, a nurse practitioner And you know, I had heard some rumblings. A lot of people did, but specifically the nurse practitioner, when they were alone in an office talking to people, she documented dozens of cases of soldiers who had serious medical conditions. But the doctor that was in charge, they were out on another place. And in order to go from that place to the hospital, they had to go through a doctor and a medic to go to med call. And then they had to get like essentially permission to not go to work that day, and then go to the hospital, right? And so this doctor was just accusing literally everyone of malingering, being like, "Oh, you're faking it. Drink water." Wasn't giving them any proper medical care, wasn't detailing any of the reports, and was just sending people back to go into training. And this was right when they got back from war. I mean, we had people with shin splints that looked like spider veins had reached, and they were like on the verge of snapping their leg. We had people with like severely elevated heart rates that was likely caused to you know, from a host of factors. We had people that had all different. We had one guy that had like a heart condition that he seemed to have developed over there, and yet the doctor was essentially ignoring everyone and refusing to let anybody go to the hospital and get proper medical treatment, because he just didn't feel like filling out paperwork or doing his job or whatever. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, this would have been in like 2013. Would have been like, or maybe 2014. Yeah, now this would have been like 2014. Where what I'm talking about, right? So the PDHA and PDHRA process wasn't around back then. This is like the newer Army stuff. And so basically we discovered this, and we're like, this is a serious problem, right? Like some of these people needed surgeries that they might have. Okay, yeah. So this would have been. I want to say it was in the winter. It might even have been early 2015. But regardless, so we go through the nurse practitioner and I are like, this is really serious. So we go to the person that's next in our chain of command and we report what's going on, right? Like this is a mandatory reporting issue. And I help her kind of through this process because I had seen some of these people. They had brought their concerns to me, and also because she was a civilian, right? And so she didn't quite she was just working a job, right? And because she's a nurse practitioner, as opposed to like a civilian nurse or something, she was just on like a temporary contract situation, right? She wasn't someone that had been like working for the government for 10 or 15 years. Do I watch Sam Hyde content? Not really, but like, I mean, I see the memes. Every now and then I see something funny that like goes shared around. So I go with her and like we go to Lieutenant Colonel. He's like, yeah, fill out the report. He basically tells us, yeah, this goes way above me. You need to report this to the full bird colonel, that is in charge of like the whole medical unit that is stationed at Fort Drum. So we give him all the details. We give him, all of the names. We give him, x-rays that we got from doctors. Like we had to compile all of these, all of the documents. We had to do follow-ups with their doctors, right? So that we could see like what the patient outcomes were. And then also we documented how, like, if these issues had been discovered earlier. So like one soldier, I don't remember the details, but like, I only remember one case. For whatever reason, it was the guy that had crazy shin splints. And I remember like other stuff, but I don't remember the details of the cases. But long story short, if he had gone to the hospital earlier for shin splints and just gotten a profile and been told to rest and repair, he'd have been fine. But he needed like surgery on his legs, and like, was going to lose some mobility and some use out of his legs. So like that guy almost certainly is on like Army disability because of this. And like his legs probably aren't as good as they could be because of this exacerbated condition. So we did all of that. And then over and over and over and over again, we keep following up and nothing's happening. So basically the colonel had completely just shelved it and refused to report this doctor or do anything about this doctor that was violating his Hippocratic oath and treating soldiers that just got back from Afghanistan like they were all malingerers and liars, and was not doing his job to give them medical care. So then I went with the nurse, and we reported the incident. Won't go too much into that, right? I want to be careful about that. But I will say that I learned from someone whom was a smoking buddy, because at the time I was vaping, but you still had to go outside to like the smoking section to vape. I was in the same building where you do the reporting. And this guy who saw my case basically told me that the post general and this doctor were friends, that this guy is very well connected, nothing's going to happen. And, if I was smart, I would just drop it and stop following up on it. And that I'm going to get fucked over, and that nothing bad is going to happen to this doctor no matter what happens, and that I should just drop it and let it go. At that point, I was kind of like out of power, right? Like I'm like this lowly peon in the army. I kind of also didn't really know a lot. If I'd have known then what I know now, I would have had to talk to Mark, because Mark could have talked to the general about it, maybe. But yeah, so, and so because of that situation, that guy is probably still a doctor, or maybe he retired since then, but he's probably still a doctor. And like they all kind of used nepotism and back channels to protect their own, and fucked over and, potentially permanently harmed dozens of soldiers. Right when they got back from Afghanistan, they have to deal with an inability to go to the doctor because another doctor is just doing horrible things. And so that was like one of my life experiences, but one that like kind of affected me while I was in the military. Was like, yeah, this is what government is like. Like this is what it's like when you think that like yeah, good luck getting JAG or IG to help as well. This was IG. That's where we went to after months of following up and the colonel doing nothing. We went to IG because at that point, like my chain of command is like my next in chain of command. I don't even know who that person would be above him. I mean, it would be the post general who was apparently friends with the guy, and then above that, like the fucking the president, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously there's a couple other people in the chain of command, but like these are people that like wouldn't even read my email. So the next thing to do would be to go to IG because nothing was getting done. And IG basically told me, off the record, someone at IG basically told me, this isn't getting resolved. The only thing that you're doing, if you keep making noise about this, is begging them to come and fuck with you. And so we dropped it. We just kind of let it happen. Because at that point, like, I mean, I still regret it to this day that I didn't fight it more. But if I had, nothing would have changed. I would have just felt, more righteous. And I probably would have been screwed over in so many different ways. Yeah. Soldiers come to have him help with bad situations, and he'd push him to have him chaptered. I mean, that's why so many people like don't talk about like drug or alcohol addiction. It's like because like they know that like their unit will just be like, oh, you're an alcoholic? Not in my army. Do a reaction. I'm not going to do a reaction right now just because I'm about to get the debate started. I just got to DM him, let him know like right now, because it's like technically scheduled for right at 7, but I'm just going to DM and make sure he's good to go. Slope is dope. No offense. I don't do that. But even if I did do that, I wouldn't do it for somebody like new to the channel. You know what I mean? Like new to the channel that hasn't even bought a membership. Like someone that has never given me any money, who's new to the channel, I'm going to cancel and like put a bad name for themselves. I'm not new. Dude, you've been here for like what? Like a week or two? Which debate are you doing? So the first one I'm doing is Quibbles over coffee and the existence of public property. So this is going to be your libertarian debate. And then I'm going on a panel at 8:30. No, I'm saying you cannot pay me enough money to can't. Okay, I'm not going to say you can't pay me enough, right? Like, I mean, there is a certain threshold. I'm not telling you what it is, but it's way more than you're willing to do. No, it's LettheWaterKai, but I mean, most of these panels are just kind of like that. We got a couple more minutes, though. What's his position on public property? Yeah, so my, I mean, I don't know Quibbles' exact position, obviously. We'll have to see, and because there's no moderator. We're just talking / debating. But I mean, he's I can't quite tell what his politics are. I know he's left leaning, but I don't know that he's like I think he might just be like a shit lib or something. I don't know. But I mean, like every statist has the same opinion. Public property is justified, right? Like unless you're an ANCAP or a voluntarist, like even the fucking supposed anarchists on the left think public property is justified, and it's like, oh, okay, got it. The anarchist that's pro-government, pro-taxation. Fucking idiots. Not even talking about bad shit that they done, like they were being mistreated, and he was like, then I guess you're a troublemaker. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of, especially like first sergeants and shit. Like old guard that are like, you keep your mouth shut and you deal with problems. And that's how the army runs. And like, I mean, the army has a lot of problems. Number one, it's a government that, there you go. There's its number one problem. But like, the thing is that like, NCOs aren't merit based. I mean, they're partially merit based in that you have to have enough points for promotion, right? But that just means you have to do well on, what is this?
Really?
The memes. Oh, fuck. The memes. I appreciate the link for the memes. Do you make a distinction between the state and government, or do you consider them the same? No, the state is different than a government, right? Like a corporation acts like a government, right? A government is just where there is some organizational control that has rules that others must follow, right? So, like, if I make a business, that is in effect a form of government because my employees must follow certain rules or face the consequences, right? They have to show up to work on time. They have to do their job appropriately. They have to conduct themselves in the workplace based upon the workplace rules, etc., right? That's a form of government. The distinction that ANCAPs or right-wing anarchists make between a government and the state is that the state has a monopoly on power, on violence, right? On the legitimate use of force, etc., right? So you can have private security, etc., but at the end of the day, the state maintains its control and power through that violence and says, we are the final arbiters of justice and you don't have a choice. They give you a pseudo choice with the concept of voting, but that's not actually choice, because if you lose, you didn't make that choice. It's not a voluntary choice. And then the other thing is, an institution becomes unjustified. It doesn't necessarily become a state, but it becomes unjustified when it has property that it gains via involuntary means, right? So when, a state could, even this isn't necessarily a state, but it is an unjustifiable government, for example, right? If I use taxation, and it's not some form of like voluntary donation, right? I force you to pay for me against your will. You didn't choose or sign a contract to pay me. I didn't render a good or service and then you paid for it voluntarily. I took it from you. And the same thing is true of all forms of property, not just currency, right? So, powers like eminent domain or, conquest, etc. All of these things make any type of government unjustifiable until such a time that they, pay restitution, right? So if a corporation was to go and steal somebody's land violently, it's an unjustified government. They have, their property is, they are in violation of the non-aggression principle. So, I mean, like, but if they paid, but if they went to court, paid money, gave the land back, paid restitution, right? Well, then they'd be fine again. If you break contract, I have the right to invade. I mean, it depends on the contract. You have a right to invade to get your property back. You know what I mean? But you don't have like a right to like nuke them or something because like, they, broke some contract and now they owe you $32. You have the right to be like, I want my $32. And then they go, no. And then they go, cool. I'm taking $32 worth of your shit. So at that point you have a right to invade, but you have a right to invade for the purposes of getting your property back and getting retribution for your property. So you get to go steal $64 worth of shit. It's not the best way to handle it, right? Like you probably should use an arbitrating firm, private security, and things like that if you're going to do business. But at a pure kind of at a pure like natural law perspective, you do have that right. You don't have the right to nuke them though. Yeah, nobody is against using force. Like, I mean, you might hear some libertarians say that they're against using force, but they don't mean like they're against you engaging in some form of violent act against an aggressor, right? Like we believe in self-defense and we believe in using force against those that have aggressed upon us or those that break contracts. Like that is what it means to be an ANCAP. Force is what the Jedi use. Oh, you're waiting in my Discord? Oh, okay, sure. Fuck it. I'll do that. Let me 1 second, boys. And we'll get this show on the road. Let me just change this to logic capture. Move this over here. Do this bad boy. Sorry. I'll do this bad boy.
You right? Hello.
Hey, give me just a second. Just setting stuff up.
But I'll give it to you if you need it.
All right, let me make sure the music is off. When I'm just chatting, chilling, I got music on. Just fixing everything. All right, yeah. All right, so everything good to go. So first debate / discussion of the night, however you want to frame it. There's no moderator, there's no like opening statement rules or anything. I just agreed to talk with me about it. God, man, your hair is getting wilder by the day. I missed the last time I saw you, you had a normal ass hair.
I don't know about normal. It was normaler than it is currently, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. You definitely look like a TV cast francophile boyfriend that in a rom-com where it's like where the guy
there have been
fucked
some
up.
Interesting comparisons. Yeah.
And then,
I was on Destiny last night, and there have been some interesting comparison on this Reddit, but yeah.
All right, so that being said, before I had to move and I got involved in a bunch of other stuff, and then like my grandpa died, like right we were supposed to chat, which is fun. Nevertheless, we got into a discussion. I don't think of hold on, you're live, just so you know.
Certainly fine.
I assume you know. I think you said something in you said something in my chat, so obviously you know. I don't know if I'm live. If you are, cool, awesome. So you'd said something about we had gotten some discussion, and I basically made the claim that public property is unjustified, that the existence of public property is evil. And you were like, you seemed like you were like flabbergasted. You're like, what? I haven't heard this claim before. This is out of the wild. Having an ANCAP moment. And I don't think the original context of the conversation matters, because I feel like the important thing is that thing. And so I was like, let's talk about it. So now that I'm back, I want to talk with you about it. But before any of that, introduce yourself and, just, say whatever and
Sure.
kind of just get to talking about it.
I'm Quibbles. Once upon a time, I had a podcast with my friend Houston that existed online. It's been like 3 years since that happened, but I was invited onto panels since then, and so I've gone on the panels since then, and I've continued to vaguely exist online, and that's who I am. Yeah.
Technically as a YouTube channel. All right?
Technically as a YouTube channel.
Yeah. In the video description, if you click his name, Quibbles, that'll link you to his YouTube channel because the link on his Twitter is broken.
I unbroke it. I think I unbroke it. Hopefully I unbroke it. But truly I have not been making much of an effort to be able to be discoverable necessarily. But yeah.
Dude,
that's who I am.
Internet letters trigger me. Someone put an F in chat, and for a second I thought like my stream was going down. And then I was just like, nope. Someone just randomly put an F in chat.
Just put an F. Yeah.
Yeah, so
that's who I am.
Yeah, fair enough. Famously bad haircut on the according to the Destiny subreddit. Former podcaster /
to be clear,
regular panel appearance. Yeah. I'm teasing you.
Yeah.
Well, I think the background, like the in the process.
Oh yeah, that was
painting,
popular.
Background is like part of it.
Yeah. Brian Tyler Cohen is not a fan. But that's okay. Yeah, but
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. He's a big lefty YouTuber, but yeah.
I don't follow too many lefties on YouTube, which shouldn't be that surprising because I'm a right winger. Like I follow David Pakman. I like David Pakman. That's who I suggest people listen to from the right. I don't suggest people on the left listen to him, but I think he's one of the better ones in terms of like very quick, straight to the point, and gives me a perspective of what the online left is currently thinking. Obviously not the far left, but I deal with them plenty, right? Like, so it's like it's a good source of like stepping out of the echo chamber of your own like right wing media. So that's usually who I watch.
Yeah, that's interesting. Huh.
It's not because I like his content. It's just because I like his content for the purpose of being like, what the fuck do the left think about this? Let me listen. You know what I mean? Like the neoliberal kind of like that space. Because I'm not listening to a 10-hour fucking Destiny stream or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. I'm not listening to Hassan like masturbate and say dumb low IQ shit. Like, I just need like quick arguments. That's where I go.
Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, so yeah. I don't know how exactly you want to get into the conversation, but the claim was that property theft is unjustified and evil.
Public property.
Public property. Do you want to like lay out why that is?
I can go all the way from the beginning, right? The problem with this type of conversation is I need to figure out how far at the beginning I go. So I'm going to ask you some questions because if you believe certain things to be axiomatically true, then I can skip starting at like existence exists and then being like, so for example, question number 1, do you believe that A equals A?
I do in fact believe that A equals A. Yeah.
All right. So you're not denying the law of identity in logic.
Correct.
All right. Question number 2, do you believe in performative contradiction by Habermas?
Maybe. I don't know.
So a performative contradiction would be it's kind of 2 types, right? So the easier Habermas wrote the performative contradiction as a means of like kind of proving that that postmodernists were full of shit, right? Because the postmodernist says there's no such thing as truth, and then he says this is a performative contradiction, and the reason is when you write this, it can only be one of 2 things: either A, you believe that it is true that there is no such thing as truth, and that is a contradiction because you believe there is a truth in this regard, and then you're saying that there is no such thing as truth. And so if truth is subjective, right, but you're saying you believe it's true and you want people to believe that what you're saying is true, then you've gone into a contradiction. Or you're just saying nonsense like a court jester. You're just being silly, right? You're making a joke that you don't actually believe in. So it must be one or the other.
Go ahead. It's a self-contradictory statement. You just mean a self-contradictory statement. Okay.
Well, so it's not necessarily a contradiction in it. It's a contradiction via performance, Because the question is, well, do you believe that statement you made to be true? Because if you believe that statement to be true, then obviously you don't believe.
Yeah,
that
so it's like an
I
do not exist. So it's like an I do not exist statement.
Right, exactly. Existence exists. You're saying I don't exist. It's like, well, how did you say that?
Yeah. So by saying it, I'm wrong by saying it. Yeah. Or this statement is false. Yeah.
Right. And so, like, you know, an easier example might be like someone saying, my highest value in life is that I don't want to smoke cigarettes, and there's no part of me that wishes or desires to smoke a cigarette. And then they're smoking a cigarette while telling you that. Right. So like,
my highest value in life is that I don't want to smoke a cigarette.
And that there's no part of me that desires to smoke a cigarette. And yet they're smoking a cigarette.
There's no part of me that wants to. That feels like it could be possible, right?
Well,
if you're smoking a cigarette.
All right. So
well, can I explain why?
We got to go back. Theory of human action.
Can I explain why? Can I explain why I think that makes sense?
Yeah.
So the claim is my highest value in life is that I don't want to smoke cigarettes, and there's no part of me that wants to, but I can be chemically addicted to it. So I don't want to be chemically addicted, but I am chemically addicted.
Okay. The thing here is that you want the cigarette, though.
No. I'm chemically addicted to the cigarette.
You could.
I don't want
there
to.
is a part of you that desires the cigarette. It might be the desire to get rid of the negative feelings that you have that come from symptom withdrawals, and the action to do that is smoking a cigarette, right? So you want to smoke a cigarette to get rid of the withdrawal symptom, right? You're making a statement that your actions prove to be false.
If my highest value is that I don't want to kill people, but I'm in the trolley problem situation, right? So I'm going to have to kill someone, but it's a question of, I assume you know the trolley problem. I'm either going to kill these 5 people or I'm going to kill this one person, right? I am in this moment actively killing someone potentially, or like presumably I am, right?
So your highest value wouldn't be that. That would be contradicting yourself.
No, it's not contradictory because I have no alternative. I have to kill someone in the situation, right?
Well, no, you don't. You could
either
not
choice.
Touch the lever.
Okay, now we're getting into let's not use the trolley problem. Let's say that.
Well, no, if you don't touch the trolley, right? If you don't touch the trolley, that wouldn't be an action that is a performative contradiction. But if you move the trolley and engage in killing
you have a very different understanding.
Right.
Okay.
Then the performance of doing that. Well, okay, but
I disagree with you fully. I think that there are situations
it's a contradiction.
Where. Okay, so let's not do the trolley problem. Let's instead do something where like you have to make an active choice, right? There are 2 active choices that must be made, and it's like the Joker has put one ship of people on one side, and the Joker's put the other ship of people on the other side. You can only save one, and by saving one, you are dooming the other to death, right?
It's not a performative contradiction in that case, right? And the reason is
I'm saying my highest value is to save life, but I'm not going to be able to save both lives, right? So it is a performative. Right. So is that a contradiction?
It's not a performative contradiction. The reason it's not a performative contradiction is that in the instance that you gave, there is no choice. So what you have proven via your actions is that you valued one ship over the other. Right?
So is there a situation
if your highest value was to save human life.
That's good.
Yeah.
So there is a potential situation. You said my highest value is in life is I don't want to smoke a cigarette. There's no part of me that wants to. There could be a situation where I have no choice but to smoke a cigarette, right?
If there was a gun to your head, it would be coerced, right? So like in that, someone says, "Smoke this cigarette or die," right?
Yeah,
it actually would still be a performative contradiction. But the reason it would be a performative contradiction is because you would be proving that you actually have a higher value, which is not dying.
Well,
right? Because you proved that your highest value.
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to smoke a cigarette. There's no part of me that wants to smoke a cigarette. But if I'm made to smoke a cigarette, I will do it. But I don't want to. Like if you put, I mean, like we can take out smoke a cigarette.
We can take out the highest value portion and just simply leave the second statement, right? Which is there is no part of me that desires to smoke a cigarette, right? And if you smoke a cigarette,
there's no part of me.
There is a part of me, because it's the means by which they save their life, and they're coerced.
I don't agree with this. I have a value. Like I do have there is a part of me that wants to continue to be alive. And so by virtue of there being a part of me that wants to stay alive, I'm willing to smoke a cigarette if that's what's required in order to stay alive. But I don't, there's no party that wants to smoke a cigarette.
That's why I got rid of
it.
So we can get rid of the first part. We can just go to the second part, which is there is no part of me that desires to smoke a cigarette. There is a part of you that desires to smoke a cigarette if you don't. And the reason is because you'll die if you don't.
But that's not a part of me that wants to smoke a cigarette. That's part of me that wants the consequences.
I have to back up
of having
because
smoked a cigarette.
We're having a discussion about the theory of human action, and we're doing it in the space of trying to understand the performative contradiction, right? So the action of human action, right, is that all.
Here's my question. Can I just lay out the question?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. There is a part of me that wants to stay alive, right? You have a gun to my head. You must smoke this cigarette or you will die. Right. That doesn't mean that I want to smoke a cigarette, right? Like,
yes, it does.
Equivalent would be like, I don't want to have sex with this person.
It literally does.
But no.
It's factually.
Okay, so let's ask it this way. Let's ask it this way. I don't want to have sex with this person. This person puts a gun to my head. They are now raping me. Do I want to have sex with them? Of course not, right? They're raping me. I don't want to have sex with them.
Well, right now, again,
there's a gun to my head.
Okay, but again, you're not engaged in the act of having sex with them via coercion, right? What you're being raped, right? So like you're changing the situation from the cigarette because it does prove that you desire it, right? But it's not about the desire to have sex.
No. I'm saying I don't desire it.
Right, but you're being forced to have
sex. Just because I'm doing an action doesn't mean that I desire to be doing the action, is my point.
It always does.
Okay, so then you don't believe that rape is something that you don't want, right?
These are two different things, right? Because when someone rapes you, right, and they hold you down and fuck you.
No, I'm not saying that's not what I said. I'm saying they're raping me. They're like, give me a blowjob. Actively participate and give me a blowjob.
Yes.
Or you will die.
You're getting hung up on a colloquial understanding of desire and want, right? What I am saying when I say that you desire to give them a blowjob, right, which is factually true. I'm not saying you all of a sudden got horny and wanted a blow, and like you were like, oh my God, now that there's a gun to my head.
No part of me.
There is a part of you.
Yeah.
And the part of you recognizes that this is an action that will potentially save the life. So I want to do this action in order to save my life.
But the point is that it's not the action that I want to do. I want the consequences of the action, right? Like the equivalent would be like
the action is required for the consequences. Therefore, you want the action to get the consequences.
I don't have any part of me that wants to, like, I don't know, clean up throw up. But I'm willing to if I'm getting paid for it, right?
Someone donated $10 for me to ask you if you grew up in a Clockwork Orange universe.
No. Unfortunately, no. It would be interesting then. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll change the word.
I'm not quite
someone
sure
suggested.
For our conversation.
You're getting hung up on the word and you're not getting the concept. So I'll change the word preference. Okay. You have a preference, right? You have a preference between I can either suck the dick or I can not suck the dick. If I suck the dick,
something can be the least bad option.
I'm not gonna die, right? Right?
Yeah. So something can be the least bad option.
Right. But if
I'm doing an action,
let me finish. No, let me finish, right? Because I'm explaining preference. If you claim I prefer not to suck the dick over preferring to suck the dick, and then you engage in the action of sucking the dick, you have proven with your actions that you actually preferred it. Now, the reason you preferred it is the consequences. Okay, but this is okay. I don't
agree with that.
But you're just saying you don't agree.
Something, it's not just saying that I don't agree. I'm saying that I accept something as the least bad option doesn't mean that I want to perform it. Like what you're describing is accurate of all slaves. Every slave chose to be a slave in as much as like they could have been dead.
I didn't say that they
right.
Right. Yes. It is absolutely true that every single day that a black slave in the American cotton picking South got up and worked the fields proved via his actions that he preferred that than attempting to run away
But
because he might get killed or captured running away.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean
there's
he
any
likes
part
doing
of
it.
the slave. Well, but you said that I do believe that there's no part of that slave that wants to be enslaved, right?
Well, that's factually untrue because they've proven that there is a part of them that would rather do an action than not do an action or do a different action. Yes, because they value their life more than they value the action in this regard.
If what you're saying reduces to like you can force someone into an action by taking away all other options available to them, and therefore it becomes the least bad option, and every action that a person does is the least bad option available to them. I agree with
that. But again, I'm not trying to get into that domain. What I'm trying to elucidate here, right, is that is the contradiction. Yeah. If you say, I don't have a preference and there's no part of me that wants to do this thing, right? And then your actions are different than your words, right?
Do you want to be a slave? Is there any part of you that wants to be a slave?
In this exact moment, because value is subjective and is inherent within the moment, right? There's no part of me that wants to be a slave. However, if someone were to force me into a position, right, like then I would, then that would change.
Like, so when I say, like, even in the moment where I say my highest value in life is that I don't want to smoke a cigarette, and there's no part of me that wants to, built in that statement is in life. Right. So if you are threatening my life, I might, like in Judaism, there's this idea of like, you live by the commandments, not die by the commandments. Right. Like,
right. But now you're changing the contradiction, because in the example that I gave, they were currently smoking a cigarette and currently making a claim.
If there's a gun to their head, they're not saying anything contradictory.
Yeah. If they would still be. It's a word concept fallacy, right? Because like what you're talking about with want, right, is like your best choice under best possible circumstances. What I am talking about is that you have a set of values and that humans order values, right? Like so I have, value A and value B, and it could be possible that value A and value B are exactly the same value, but under most circumstances, I might value B more than A or A more than B, right?
Okay, so then when I ask you in this moment, is there any part of you that wants to be a slave? The answer, like colloquially, can be no, but the real answer is yes, conceptually, if you make the alternative bad enough.
Well, no, because in this moment I'm not being coerced into slavery.
That's what I'm saying. But like if I made the alternative for you sufficiently bad, then conceptually you could you'd be willing to be a slave.
This is why like logic is theoretical, not narrative, and so like we speak in the narrative domain.
Yeah,
in the theoretical domain. You know what I mean?
If that's how you mean it, then yeah, we can go for it.
That's what I mean by a performative contradiction. Okay. So the next step, do you believe that humans have a right to bodily autonomy?
Do humans have a right to bodily autonomy?
Provided they are not aggressing upon anybody.
I'm going to say yes. There might be exceptions, but broadly yes.
What exception could you think of?
Sure. If I'm on a space, if I'm on like a space station or whatever, and like the only way for me to be able to go home would be to force the other 15 people on board also to go home. Even if I want to go home, I think that like too bad, so sad. I don't have the right to like leave.
Right. That would be a form of aggression, right? What I baked in was like
on the other people,
provided you're not aggressing. Right. So like, provided you're not attacking a person or property.
Yeah. Okay, so you're defining their property as their ability to be in space also. As a property right of theirs?
Someone owns the spaceship. They have some contract to be.
Yeah, I propose that everyone else.
All of a sudden, you want to leave, right? But you have some type of contract or something, and like you can't go home without violating that contract and using someone else's spaceship against their will, right? You're now aggressive.
Oh, but I don't like this because like other contracts, like for a normal job, if you wanted to just walk off the job, presumably, like if I just work on a construction site, in Pittsburgh, you would not say that I need to give like 2 years warning before I'm allowed to quit my job in Pittsburgh, right?
Only if you signed a contract that said that was what would occur in the event of breaking the contract.
No, but even if I did sign a contract, you'd still be opposed to that. Right?
Only if I would be opposed to it unless the contract said, hey, if you do this job, if you attempt to quit, like.
What about Scientology? Scientology has life contracts, right? They at like the age of 18 will sign these 1,000-year contracts or whatever. Those are bullshit contracts, right? You're okay with people breaking them?
So the basis of the contract is bodily autonomy, right? So I cannot be forced into slavery, right? Right. However, I can.
My point is, I can't consent into slavery either. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I mean, like Walter Block would feel differently. There are some libertarian theorists that would feel differently. Under my personal opinion, right? I don't think you can consent to slavery. I think you can consent to indentured servitude, and then if you break said contract, right, you have a right to break contract, but you owe them restitution, right? So, for example, let's say, like I'm going to give you the strongest, most evil sounding example, right, to make this easy, like not to make it easy,
cool.
but in the nature of honesty,
go for it.
right? So like, let's say we're in Ancapistan, right? And it's all private property and voluntary transaction. There's no, there's no government, other than like the rights enforcement agency contracts that we sign that, agree to do things in arbitration, et cetera. Right. And I'm a poor guy, right? I don't have much money. And my wife, my daughter has cancer and I don't have the money. And I go around, I do GoFundMes, I go to charities, and like I'm still $2 million short. And some rich guy goes, well, you can come work for me for 5 years in this contract, and I'll pay the $2 million to get your daughter the treatment to cure her cancer or whatever, right? To get her the treatment she needs, right? And then let's say 6 months in, you're like, I hate this guy, I hate this job, I hate everything, right? You absolutely have a right to break that contract. Now, you can't be but then it becomes. I'm going to finish.
Pause on that part. I want to pause on that part because there's the first contention. Let's say it's a 3-year contract where I'm getting paid $2 million, whatever your number was. But I'm going to Mars. Can I still break it?
Wait, what does Mars have to do with this? I missed something.
I'm going to Mars, and so in order for me able to break the contract, I'd have to be brought back home to Earth. And so they're both extremely expensive for them to do it, and also it would impact other people.
You can break the contract, but you can't force them to use their property to come and retrieve you. Right? Because now that becomes, I decided out of this contract, but you're in Mars. You can do whatever
the contract
you want in
is
Mars.
that I'm going to go to Mars.
Right, but
that's the contract.
On your way to Mars, you make it to Mars.
Yeah.
That's right. I can say,
but I'm asking
you can break.
Yeah.
But you can't force me to pay money to go get you again.
But if I want to go home, is there an obligation to let me?
I want to swim the English Channel, but I'm too fat to do it. Like it doesn't matter that you want something.
No. Is there an obligation to allow me to go home? Like presumably there's lots of jobs where it's true that if I spent 6 months trying to train you up to be good at this job and then you quit at 6 months. Most people for the first 6 months, if it's a complicated enough job, aren't necessarily bringing in money for the business. But obviously for normal jobs, even after 6 months of training, you are allowed to quit that. And there might be certain contracts that will say you're not allowed to go work for some other company that's doing the same thing. Right. But even still, you are allowed to quit after 6 months. But there's situations where that wouldn't be true.
It depends on the contract. But what you can't do is demand that, let's say Elon Musk starts a Mars colony, right? You can't demand that Elon Musk sends a rocket to go pick you up because that's Elon Musk's property. Like if you want to fuck off and do whatever you want on Mars, be my guest. You're probably going to die, right? And that sucks, right? But you got to Mars. No one owes you the ability to get back to Earth.
Let's say I'm working at like a nuclear plant or whatever, and I don't admittedly know that much about nuclear, but in this hypothetical, for whatever reason, if I quit my job in the middle, or actually, no, let's not even do that. I'm a school teacher, right? And because I'm a school teacher, it's the middle of the school day. And there are a bunch of kids who will not be watched by any adult if I just get up and leave in the middle of the day. So like for obvious reasons, I can't
With
just
kids,
get up
it's-
and leave, even if I want to quit. In the
So
middle of
this
the day, right?
this is getting difficult for me to get to the chain of public property. So I answer this, but I don't want to go back
Yeah.
and forth on this, right?
Okay, that's fair. If it's not super relevant, then we can just
I can give it to you if it might help elucidate some of it. So I'll just give it very quickly.
Yeah.
For children are different, right? Because children are non-consenting until such time that they reach age.
No,
of maturity.
I'm not saying the child.
Hold on.
I'm saying the person responsible for the child. Yeah.
I know.
Okay. Okay.
Here's why it's different. If you are the only person in charge of the child, you have taken temporary guardianship over a child, and that gets into a different domain of children's rights because you have to pass them on to another guardian, right? That's a
So then
different
let's go to the nuclear example. In the nuclear example, there's a nuclear plant, and there will be a massive disaster if I just get up and leave.
Right. So I'm gonna change it to a very, very common one that has all the same principal elements. Hopefully you agree. So a common one is the ferry problem, right? Let's say I charter a ferry to go across a river, a dangerous, high rapid river, and then all of a sudden the ferry owner goes, "Actually, you know what? Fuck that contract. I don't like the contract anymore. Get off my boat." And like he kicks you off of, he has property. It's his property right. You're on his property, right? So does he have a right to kick you off of his property in the middle of a river and then you die from it? The answer is complicated, but not that complicated. The answer is technically yes. Okay. However, what do you do after that? And what you have done after that is you broke a contract, and the result of you breaking the contract was loss of human life. You have essentially committed murder by doing so. So you have a right to break the contract via your private property. But if doing so is immediately puts that person in harm to where they die, then you have committed the murder. The same thing would be true of your nuclear plant example. If you know that,
I don't like this. Then there are situations where I'd be okay with it. Let's say that I'm the only doctor in a disaster situation. And I've been working already for 27 hours straight, and I'm exhausted, and my kid themselves is like on their deathbed or whatever, and I need to go like say goodbye to my child. Like presumably there will be people who die because I have stopped being a doctor in that moment, but I'm still going to do it, and I think I should be allowed to do it in that situation, right?
It is interesting. That is something that I think common law would probably address, right? So when we talk about natural law, hold on.
You could imagine a contract, yeah.
Right. So when we're talking about natural law, natural law is descriptive, right? It is just what it is. I would still say that they could demand that. But however, right, when any society comes across things that they prefer, moral preferences, right? And so there's a whole domain of like, how do we deal with things that we don't like? And that's kind of like up to like companies and things.
Yeah, this is not quite what I'm asking.
So like, no. I understand that's not what you're asking. I understand. What I'm saying is that this would probably be a case under common law where they would actually write into the contract eventually something that fixes this, because most people wouldn't want that outcome.
Yeah,
but
presuming that there's nothing.
Technically speaking, if you are on shift and you signed a contract to be on shift as a doctor to save lives, and then you just stop doing what you're doing because you have some emergency and there's nothing in the contract that allows you to do such, right? You have abandoned your post, and because of that, people have died. Like you would be guilty and maybe not potentially of murder, but you would certainly be guilty of aggressing against the contract holder.
Do you put the person who kicks, like, presuming neither of these are in the contract? There's nothing in the contract that I signed when I got onto this boat. And there's nothing in this contract that I signed when I became this doctor in this rural village. And I'm going to be the doctor on call for the next week and a half, and I'm going to be the guy who's running this boat.
The overarching,
I kick someone off the boat.
Thing. The overarching thing amongst all examples, right, is if you break a contract, you have to pay restitution, provided there isn't anything in the contract that says, in the event of the contract breaking, here's what we do, right? So assuming that's not in a contract, then.
But so my point is,
let me finish. In all of the examples we will give, the natural law answer is going to be that you have to pay restitution for the consequences that come forward from you breaking the contract, right? Because you had already signed an agreement saying you would do something, and then you decided you weren't going to do a thing in which you had signed that you would do said thing. And so whatever money you were prepaid, whatever consequences of the nuclear power plant melting down, etc., you have to pay for that.
My question is, from a moral perspective, do you deem it to be equally appropriate to be financially punitive against, I presume you're saying financially punitive, against the person who is, I'd argue, guilty of murder by kicking this person off of their boat in order to have them drown, versus the doctor who's been working for 27 hours straight and wants to say goodbye to their dying child? Because I don't put those in the same moral category.
I mean, so neither of them can be considered to be immoral, because to do so would, I mean, it's kind of an argument from negation, right? So I
would say one of those is
that's
immoral,
not true. But if we reverse the situation, right, then I would say that it is it is ethically justified but potentially immoral, right? So there's a difference between ethical justification and then whether or not something is moral or immoral, right? So, for example, prostitution is absolutely 100% ethically justifiable. You have a right to your body. You have a right to use your body as you wish. And if that means, sucking dicks for money, right, that's what that means. But I could consider that.
Okay, so ethics is about negative rights, and then morality is about what?
I'm not saying ethics is about negative rights. What I'm saying is,
what's it about?
Is that I would say ethics is. What do you mean by about? Do you just want me to define what ethics is?
You're saying you're making a distinction here between ethics, something being ethically justifiable versus morality. So I'm curious what your definitions of both terms are.
Okay, so I'll give you ethics first before I get to ethically justifiable. Okay. Right. So ethics is a system of laws or rules that a society utilizes to reduce conflict amongst themselves, right? To reduce conflict and attempt to live in a peaceful, flourishing.
Okay, society. So ethics is about like laws and norms.
Laws and norms that a society adopts. Yes. Now, ethically justifiable, right, is so when I say it's not ethically justifiable, let me change, because we're going into definition. I don't want to do a definition via negation. So ethically unjustifiable, right, would mean that something cannot be justified as pertaining to the goal, the stated goal of ethics, which is the reduction of conflict. Right. So using Kant's perspective, for example, we can say that if something causes contradiction, right, then it can't be ethically justifiable. And the reason it can't be ethically justifiable is because it falls into contradiction, and therefore it's not a logically valid rule or law. That would be Kant's perspective. I would use more like Hans Hermann Hoppe's perspective via argumentation ethics, but I think Kant's is a more well-known one, because I feel like anybody that's touched philosophy has read categorical imperative, right?
Okay.
And they reach the same conclusion here, so it doesn't matter.
Sure. So ethics is a system of laws or rules that society utilizes to determine conflict amongst themselves towards the end of the reduction of conflict. Towards the end, to reduce the conflict. Yeah. Okay. And then morality is what?
Well, morality is based off of so the reason morality and ethics are different is because morality comes down to moral preference, right? So morality would be your conception of what is good and what is bad. And you can have, I can't solve for you the morality question, right? I mean, my personal position is I tend to be an objectivist in most moral situations, right? But you might be a Christian, you might be a utilitarian, you might be there are all different types of moral systems, right? That attempt to give an answer to what is right or what is wrong. And so when I'm saying that you can differentiate the two, is that like if something falls into contradiction, right? Such as to say it is right, it is good to murder, right? That, I mean, like, obviously murder entails, you know, immorality in it, right? So like that's the easiest example to use. You know, then you can say, well, that's not ethically justifiable. Like I don't give a fuck what your moral system is that led you to that conclusion. That conclusion is contradictory, and because it's contradictory, it's not ethically justifiable because it is conflict inducing. It's not conflict avoidance.
What happens when laws or norms in a particular society are towards an end other than the reduction of conflict?
Well, they become ethically unjustifiable because they go against what ethics is.
Are they morally unjustifiable, or are they just ethically justifiable?
Well, so if it is ethically unjustifiable due to the fact that it is an illogical contradiction, then it can't be a valid moral statement, right? So if I say it is good to murder, right, that is a contradiction.
You said
so
earlier,
it's false, right?
Okay, you used earlier the example of it was prostitution you used as your example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something that's immoral but that is ethically acceptable.
Well, it's not so much ethically acceptable.
Ethically defensible. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like justifiable.
Ethically defensible. Yeah, like,
justifiable. Right, because
okay.
I can't.
If there's a law against.
So if I use violence to stop you from doing it, right? Then I would not only would I be morally.
So my question is,
I would
that's
be
an
ethically
unethical
wrong.
Right? Yeah. So my question is, that's an unethical law against prostitution. Is it necessarily an immoral law?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because to say that it is moral to use violence against non-aggressors is ethically unjustifiable. It becomes a contradiction.
So my point is that makes your morality.
Inducing.
So my point is that would make your morality just like ethics plus, right? Like everything that is ethical, and then you can put something on top of the ethics if you want to, but you don't have to.
So libertarian natural law, right? Libertarianism is a philosophy of natural law. We deal with what is, not what ought be. Or, I mean, obviously we as humans deal with what ought be, but what libertarianism deals with is the prescriptive. It doesn't entail the moral preferences that a society ought or ought not do. Libertarianism doesn't give an answer for that because it's not attempting to answer that question. That's not what the philosophy entails at all, right? So when a libertarian is talking about natural law, we're not talking about the morality of a society unless that morality conflicts with the descriptive logic of natural law. It is by definition immoral because it is impossible to justify. Well, it could be amoral in certain situations, but
your definition of ethics is about the reduction of conflict, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So let's propose a system where I get everyone hyper addicted to this dirt cheap opioid of some sort, and everyone is very conflict averse as by virtue of being super addicted to this opioid, and there's no conflict anymore. But also, like, there's also no society. It's the death of all society.
Yeah. So this would be an example.
I'd be opposed to that.
This is an example. If so long as everyone freely chose to do the drug themselves, right? No one was coerced into doing the drug. They just did the drug and then got addicted to the drug. This is another example.
I'm not even saying that. No. Your definition of ethics was a system of laws or rules that a society utilizes to reduce conflict amongst themselves. So
okay, but that would be conflict-inducing if they used violence.
So are you opposed to the idea of using violence to stop violence?
Well, no, because now that's an aggressor. That's not
like if I'm aggressing on someone.
It's not a contradiction.
Okay, cool. So I'm aggressing on someone. You can use violence to stop them from aggressing on me. Yes?
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome.
So like if you're raping someone, I go to a party, I open a room, you're raping someone, right? I'm not aggressing upon you to do that. But this is, so I'll answer your question.
Let me follow through the.
Well, let me answer your question first, right?
Yeah,
the question was, I said it requires a modifier. So long as they did not use violence or coercion, threats of violence, right, to get people to take the drug, and it was free. This is something that is ethically justifiable because it's a voluntary transaction where everyone did, no one was forced into doing it, right? But something that I would find deeply immoral, deeply wrong. But that doesn't. But they haven't violated. Natural law.
Different. I want to start with something different. Propose that you do some like very small level violence upon me, right? So like any crime whatsoever that you consider to be an ethical crime. The result of every single crime that someone might do that is deemed to be an ethical crime is that we chemically addict them to the substance that will make them no longer commit any crime in future.
Did they voluntarily agree to that being their punishment?
No. But you don't voluntarily agree to any punishment, right?
Okay, well, so you do actually. You do technically speaking. Obviously, you don't.
Your example was you stopped the person who's raping someone at the bar, right?
Right. So
that person who's raping someone at the bar did not agree to be stopped, right?
Technically, they did, and I'll explain. Right? Let me explain.
Okay.
So we're at a party. I'm raping a girl. You come in and you find me raping a girl. Now, obviously, I don't want you to stop me raping a girl, right? Because I'm having a good old time. I'm a rapist in this scenario, right?
Sure.
Now, but technically I consented to it. And the reason I consented to it is by engaging in aggression and raping this girl. I have said that the law that I choose to live under is the law of the jungle, the might of the sword. I'm saying might makes right. That is what I am doing. And I'm saying might makes right when I'm raping her.
Okay.
And then by doing that, I have consented. I've consented even though I haven't actively said that I consent, right? Because your actions are more important than your words because we don't know what your words, you could be lying, right? Yeah. But like your actions prove your intent. This is why you need the theory of human action. Let me get there. This is why you need, hold on. This is why you need the theory of human action. And this is why we got bogged down earlier in the smoking and performative contradiction, right? Because like technically speaking, that person would say, I don't want to be, attacked, right? But their actions proved their preferences, and their preference is that they prefer to use violence against unwitting people that are innocent whenever they have the power and they want to. Now, in order to resolve this contradiction, I have to pay restitution and potentially retribution. And in your example, you said any crime, right? Like, let's say I mildly slap someone, so we chemically addict them to a drug. The problem is that if the punishment goes beyond the crime itself, goes beyond me paying restitution, and goes beyond me paying retribution, right? The punishment here, in a more literal sense, would be to like slap them twice as hard. And the moment you do that, you're now no longer in conflict.
Wait. I'm sorry. Why twice as hard? Why not equally hard?
So there's restitution and then there's retribution. Libertarian law is it's debatable. Retribution is debatable, right? And so I don't want to necessarily hang my hat on that because that's something libertarian scholars are kind of potentially in disagreement about, right? What we're not in disagreement about whatsoever is slapping you equally as hard. That would be restitution, right? So you're in a contradiction. You're in a contradiction for your actions by slapping someone against their will. So that when you say, I don't want to be slapped, be like, but your actions prove that that's your preference. Those are the rules you fucking live by. You're a criminal. So I have every right to slap you.
So how are you deciphering what the proportional reaction is for the restitution and what's an acceptable disproportionality in terms of retribution?
That is an odd question that like libertarianism doesn't even pretend to
well, you're trying to decipher a law system, so it is. We're trying to build a law system.
No. We're dealing with descriptive ises. We're not describing what ought be. Maybe the Amish. Maybe ethical. Let me finish. Maybe the Amish set up a community and they have a system. Maybe you have a different city that has a rights enforcement agency and you sign insurance contracts, right? And they have a system. There are many different ways to resolve this. We're not concerned with telling you what you ought do from a libertarian perspective. I could give you that answer from an objectivist point of view or a personal opinion, but we're getting out of the domain of is into ought.
My point is, by that logic, if you're not willing in terms of, unless you're getting to the objectivism and in terms of your morality, in terms of your actual ethical system, if you're not willing to answer the question of what is acceptable in terms of restitution, what's acceptable in terms of retribution, then the system that I'm proposing, where the response to any ethical crime would be that I chemically addict you to the substance, you'd have to be okay with that ethically. Maybe not morally, but ethically, right?
It's a bit of a quandary because like the problem is that value is subjective, right? So let's say, for example, you steal like a coffee mug from me, right? Well, under our current legal framework in the United States, you know, we determine the market value of the product in court, and then we award you with maybe a jury or a judge, et cetera, and they kind of give that final decision, right? But the problem is that the coffee cup the value is subjective. So to you, the coffee cup may only be worth $2, but maybe it's the last thing my grandmother gave me before she died, right? And so to me, that could be worth $1 million, right? Because it's the last memento.
So in society,
right? So it's
in society that I'm proposing. Well, in the society that I'm proposing, like we exist in a society where no ethical crimes happen. So like the idea of any ethical crime happening to us, like you're describing it as a a slight slap or whatever, but I've never been slapped in my life because I've lived in this perfect world where everyone's chemically addicted to the substance.
Right. That's why I said the answer is kind of difficult, and that's why I don't want to get into the ought of how we ought punish, right?
But my point is that you aren't able. So then you aren't able to squarely say that you'd oppose the society that I'm describing.
Not exactly. However, let's say I live in a society and there is no. I live in Ancapistan 1, and then across the street is like Ancapistan 2, right? And like Ancapistan 2 is like an Amish community with like elders or whatever, right? And Ancapistan 1 is like rights enforcement agencies and insurance companies. Now Ancapistan 2 wants to do business with Ancapistan 1. In order to do business, right, there's all of these potential issues, right? Because but let's say Ancapistan 1 is actually your society, right? Where people they've never experienced any aggression. They value like the most petty crimes with the most extreme punishment, right? So it would behoove me from Ancapistan 2 to have some type of contract before I ever do business with you that says, in the event that something happens, we're going to use my rights enforcement agency. And if they disagree and they go, no, then I'm not selling to Ancapistan 1 because over there, the punishments are really fucking extreme for really minor things. So like it is potentially true, right, that the individuals there do highly, highly, highly value not being aggressive on. And they've agreed as a voluntary community, right? They've agreed that the way that they want to set themselves up is this very draconian kind of punishment system, right? But as me as an outsider that values these things differently, if you were to do that, and if I was to go there, I'm also a threat to them. And the reason I'm also a threat to them without a prior contract or anything, right, is that when I go there, if they engage in some, let's say I violate some minor law and they try to do that to me, I'm going to use violence to stop them because you're not going to if I accidentally trip over you, for example, and like it caused you to stub your toe and now you're telling me you're going to forcibly addict me to heroin, I'm going to pull out my gun and go, you're fucking not. I'm not taking that shit. Like I tripped. It was an accident. I'm sorry. Like, what do you want? Like $2? Like, fuck off. Like, right. So it behooves everyone to recognize that like under a system where, the state resolves this by just saying 51% voted for this politician. And then we wrote this law. But that is a non-voluntary system. It is violence inherent, right?
Wait. I'm sorry. Why is that more non-voluntary than the system that I'm describing, where the individual, like just as the individual rapist,
because it's definitionally non-voluntary.
But I'm saying like the system of like your response to the guy is raping a woman at the bar, right? Is to stop him, violently to stop him. Right. He might not like the rules of society that tell him he's not allowed to rape a woman at the bar. Right.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
He's
correct.
Aggressive.
It doesn't matter. But my point is, when you're describing you stub someone's toe, And the response of society, just as the response in our society is when you are raping someone, we will stop you physically, and if that requires you get punched in the face, you will get punched in the face. You stub someone's toe. The response in the society is that you will be chemically addicted to heroin for that.
So
why is that different?
Okay,
yeah.
So rape is a hard one to answer because like it's hard to understand what the true damage of rape is, right? It's easy when you steal TV.
Rape. Let's just go. Right. Yeah, you punch someone in the face,
or murder, right? But anyways, so I'll answer.
Yeah, sure.
I'll answer, right? So when someone is engaged in the act of aggression, you are allowed to use any. You don't know what this person does next, right?
You are allowed stubbed my toe.
Okay, but did they stop stubbing?
I'm going to addict you to heroin now. You stubbed my toe.
Hold on. You're memeing. Okay, right? So
no, to be clear, I'm curious.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, right? So when you're in the act of aggression, right? I'm not saying the aggression occurred in the past, right? I stub your toe and then I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, right? I'm no longer in the act of aggression. I'm no longer a threat to anyone, right? But I have committed some minor crime. When I'm in the act of murdering someone, I'm in the act of raping someone, right? I am aggressing. Mm-hmm. And that person has a right to defend themselves. And everyone else has the ability to kind of like homestead her right to defend herself as well, to aid her, right? I can aid someone else in their own self-defense, right? And so what I'm doing is I have every right to use whatever violence is necessary to stop the act of aggression, right? Because he's continuing. I go, hey, stop. What the fuck are you doing? And then I go, I'm raping a bitch, and I keep raping her, right? And now you get to come up to me and choke me. You get to do whatever the fuck you need to do.
And here's my hypothetical. Here's my hypothetical. The way that you stubbed my toe, if you were carrying this heavy thing down the road, right? Mm-hmm. And while you were carrying this heavy thing down the road, you weren't really able to see where you were going. You bumped into me. I tripped a little bit, and I stubbed my toe, right? And you drop all of your shit, right? So you're no longer carrying all of your stuff. And my toe is already stubbed. It's post stub at this point. But then you try to pick up your shit again and keep carrying your shit. Now, by continuing to carry your shit, you are endangering society because there's a potential that you might potentially make someone else stub their toe. Right now, in our society, obviously, you and I would agree that is an absurd level of harm because who the fuck cares? You might, someone might stub their toe because you're walking.
You've
but
actually
in the society that I live in, let me finish it. Mm-hmm. But in the society where I live in, no one walks. We do not walk around with heavy objects. Doesn't happen, right? And so in our society, what you're doing is understood to be a continuing. So in the same way, like in the case of the guy at the bar, I've pulled him off. He's no longer actively engaged in rape, but he's trying to walk back and keep on raping her. So I'm going to punch him in the face, even though he's not currently inside of her. I'm still going to punch him in the face, right?
So you've actually stumbled on one of the reasons why public property is unjustifiable, right? And the reason is because in Ancapistan 1, where this society lives, all property is private property. So you do what it is that you wish to do with your own property. You have the right to exclude, and you have the right to set the rules that someone is on your property. There is no public property.
No. I reject this. You can't do whatever you want in your property. You cannot endanger other people on your property. If you try to rape someone in your house, that would still be illegal, right?
Right. Well,
they
have a right to bodily autonomy, but they also have a right to
exclude. I have this right to bodily autonomy. Right. And as part of my bodily autonomy, you cannot stub my toe. You cannot endanger my toe of being stubbed.
Endangering your toe of being stubbed is very different from stubbing your toe, right? So, I mean, you're getting a little.
No, you're endangering my toe of being stubbed.
Hold on.
That is
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, don't just keep repeating the argument over me while I'm talking.
Go for it.
No, right. So what I'm saying is if I'm a private property owner, I can tell you, like, if you want to remain on my private property, the sidewalk, for example, right? Then there are rules that I follow, that you follow, and if you refuse to follow said rules, then I have a right to remove you from my property. Public property doesn't work this way, right? This is one of the reasons why public property is conflict-inducing, because Now, some people want to do certain things on property, and other people don't want property to be utilized that way, but they're kind of forced to engage in it, right? Like marijuana becomes legal, and now they're smoking weed at the playground. Like, how do we deal with this?
There exist certain rules. There exist certain rules that are true everywhere, like don't rape people. There exist other rules that exist only in certain people's private property, like you must wear a shirt in this establishment, right? Yeah. Obviously, not everywhere in society must you wear a shirt. That's fine, because that's something that's mapping onto the pre-existing layer of societal rules. But my point is, in my society that I'm describing, there's a societal level rule, which is at a societal level, you cannot stub people's toes. You cannot endanger people's toes of being stubbed.
Everyone in that society, excluding the new trader that showed up, has voluntarily agreed to those rules. I am
of course not. No, I'm sorry. Of course not.
It's ethically unjustifiable.
No, because is it unethical to say that in our society it's against the rules to rape? Of course not, because we understand at a societal level that is our rule in terms of this is the level of acceptable danger to other people.
We're not talking about
in our society.
Okay, intentionally stubbing someone's toe is an act of aggression. Accidentally bumping into someone is not an act of aggression.
I don't agree with this. If I'm walking onto a subway, right, onto a train, it is totally normal in American society for me to walk up into them and rub shoulders with them, right? They have not consented to touching my shoulder in that context. However, it's totally acceptable in American culture for me to do that, right? However, if I were, for example, to do the identical thing, even still in America, but I walked up to a random stranger on an empty beach and walked up and touched my shoulder with their shoulder
it can even
without
be
their permission,
it can even be in the same place. Let's say someone has brittle bone disease, right? Bumping into someone on the subway is not a big deal, but someone with brittle bone disease might cause serious harm and damage.
Exactly right. So my question is, in the society, there are cultural norms that are acceptable in certain contexts of society.
There's a difference between punishment and crime, though. You're conflating the two.
Oh, no, but I'm saying I'm okay with punishing people for going up and touching shoulders with someone else when they're alone on a beach. I'm not okay with those same kinds of things if you're on a subway that's crowded and has hundreds of people in it.
That's fine. Again,
but that's the virtue of
no, it's not. Let me. So we're dealing with is not oughts, right? In the example that you gave, right, you have a system of justice, which is forcibly addicting everyone to a harmful and addictive substance. Okay. This involves kidnapping them. This involves holding them against their will for a period of time until they're addicted. This involves forcing a foreign substance into their body, all against their will. And then, of course, all of the other physical damage that may occur from the drug itself. In multiple scenarios of that process, what you have done, right, to me, the person that's not from this society, that doesn't have this weird philosophy, what you have done far exceeds the subjective value that I hold, right, in terms of
you said that society
accidentally stubbing someone's toe.
You said that society is allowed to decide what restitution and retribution looks like. But that's no longer about ethics. That's about morality mapping onto it.
So again, value is subjective, right? But there is an objective answer to there is
my point is,
dude, hold on.
Yeah, go for it.
So for example, let's make it very easy, right? Someone steals a TV, a brand new TV that you just bought at Walmart because you're loading your groceries and your TV. You went on Black Friday, right? And you bought a TV for $300, okay? And then I steal that TV because you're in the house loading groceries and you left your car door open, right? Now, what is the restitution for this crime? Well, the first portion of restitution for this crime is to return the TV in its original state, okay? So let's say I get caught by a cop 10 seconds later and he sees me stealing the TV and he goes, "That's not your fucking TV. What are you doing?" And then the cop walks me over and I agree because I'm like, fuck, I've been caught, right? And then I give them their TV back. Now, for all intents and purposes, without other than like maybe some small infraction of the stress of the situation, I have resolved the contradiction from a restitution perspective. Maybe I owe a small fine because the cops had to get involved and for like whatever. And in this scenario, you're saying, well, what if the property owners in this regard were so traumatized by this experience, so over the top that like they demand $1 million in order for me to resolve this contradiction? This is why the society so the objective is that like there is an actual value amount that the stress caused. Our ability to discover it is almost impossible.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're saying there's an objectivity to the restitution, which in the case of the TV, I agree with. In the case of rape, for example, I don't agree with. There's not always a financial
there is
equivalent there.
So there is a truth. That doesn't mean the truth is discoverable. That's different, right? So we know, I can tell you without a doubt, right, that if someone was to work doing labor that they're already doing for money, right? And like let's say the mug scenario, right? Where I said the mug, I say because my mug was given to me by my late grandmother, and it's the only thing I have.
No,
let me finish. Let me finish. Let me circle.
You're saying something that's not relevant. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying something that's not relevant at all.
You're saying something about restitution, but I wanted to specifically talk about retribution, right? I'm not interested in restitution. I agree. I'm ceding the restitution.
I told you already that that retribution is something debatable, and it gets so far away from our ability to get to private property versus public property, right? That it's like a whole other discussion, right? Like,
do you believe in retribution?
I believe in retribution, but for all intents and purposes, like we can ignore retribution because it's not necessary.
But my heroin situation is not my point is I'm not ignoring it in my heroin example. That's
okay. So you believe in retribution, right? Retribution.
No, to be crystal clear, I am not in support of this heroin society that I'm describing.
Right, but like
my point is to use it as a way of
hold on. No, your point is this.
Right.
But if we're trying to get to whether or not public property is justifiable, which has been difficult to get there, right? Retribution is not necessary for that discussion. It's an added element of libertarian philosophy that distracts from my ability to get to the thing that we were willing to debate. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I'm taking retribution off the table because it's not necessary to prove that public property is unjustifiable, and the legal debate.
Wait, it's not necessary or it's not defensible?
No, I'm saying it's not necessary because we can deal with
just restitution
to resolve.
But is it conceptually defensible?
In my opinion, yes. In some libertarian philosophers' opinion, no.
So the heroin example is an example of a retribution-based system.
Right, but the retribution, all of us libertarian philosophers agree that you can't demand retribution beyond twice the value of restitution.
I don't know why you're assuming that you haven't understand. Like you already granted in the case of rape, the financial implications of rape are very minimal. But in our society, in our culture, we've understood. Okay, but there are you can conceive of situations.
Trauma can affect me for my whole life.
Fine.
You know what I mean?
Like you can conceive of situations where yes, absolutely, the trauma. You can conceive of situations where the downstream consequences of rape are financially very small. And yet, in our society, we would nevertheless say that the damages outside of the financial of rape are still pronounced. And so too, in the society that I'm describing, the downstream consequences, as we understand within our society, internal to it, of stubbing our toes is immense. And so we're willing to make massive, change the entire structure of the way that society manifests in order to avoid stubbing toes.
I am in from ANCAP too, right?
Yeah, but too fucking bad. Right? Wait, hold on. No. I'm sorry. Before you get into ANCAP 2 versus ANCAP 1, in real life, setting aside ANCAP world, there are laws that are different when you're in Canada and you're in America. And if you're in Canada right now, I don't give a shit if you're an American citizen, you still have to follow the Canadian laws. Right now, you're in ANCAP 2. I think you said 2 is the heroin one, right? So if you're in heroin ANCAP world, you must follow heroin ANCAP rules, regardless of whether you like them as someone from ANCAP 1. It's too bad, so sad. You shouldn't have come to ANCAP 2.
Now you're Right, but I already resolved this by saying if I'm from ANCAP 2, I should not go to ANCAP 1 because they have all voluntarily agreed to this system that I find to be an insane punishment.
Okay.
And so I should have some sort of contract that I voluntarily agree with and that they voluntarily agree with. So hold on. I've already, hold on. ANCAP 2 is an industrial world that makes cell phones, right? ANCAP 1 is like a farming community that makes food, right? And so it is both in our interest to trade with each other. But there is this problem, right, where ANCAP 1 has this crazy draconian fucking legal system, as far as we're concerned from ANCAP 2, that massively overpunishes. And from ANCAP 1's perspective, we have this crazy lax liberal legal system that barely punishes crime.
Abusive, to be clear. Yeah. Abusively underpunishes.
Right. Yes.
crime.
Yes.
Yeah.
They both value punishment wildly differently. Okay. So in order for us to trade, right, there is a certain point where if they want my cell phone, they're going to have to make a choice between a compromise of contracts that allow us to do business, right? Where we agree to certain legal stipulations and they agree to like chill the fuck out, right? Or they don't get the cell phones, right? And so we will find out which one they value more. And if they deeply value, hold on, let me finish. If they deeply value this draconian legal system, right? Then they will eschew cell phones and technology to go live in their agrarian farm community. And none of us are going to fucking go there because we don't like those people. It's their private property.
Yeah, I like
they
this.
make the rules.
Okay, I was born into ANCAP 1. So I'm in the heroin world. And I was born there, and as a 4-year-old, I realized, hey, this fucking sucks. I'm still 4. Actually, no, let's say somehow I managed to live to adulthood. I'm now 18, right? I managed to make it to adulthood.
We're definitely not getting to public property, but it's a fun conversation anyway.
That's fine. I think this is interesting, so I'm okay with that. I just got to 18. I am from this horrible heroin world. Okay, so like, am I stuck still following the rules of heroin world?
You can leave.
I can leave, but presumably all of my valuables are in heroin world, and they'll refuse to sell it to me. No, they'll refuse to buy it from me, knowing that
again, there's no public
property.
property.
There's no pennies on the dollar.
There's no public property, so the valuables that you own are yours.
No, I'm saying I have private property. But my private property is like stuff that I have to carry, which, as you know, carrying is illegal, and it's also like land.
Carrying's not illegal per se.
No, carrying is illegal. I might potentially stub someone's toe. It's illegal to carry things.
It's not illegal to. Okay, so let's
no, it is.
Situation.
In this world, it's illegal to carry anything.
Okay, so
that's the hypothetical
of
situation one.
So in the situation where you are effectively kidnapped, right? Because you can't leave.
No, I was born there. I wasn't kidnapped. I was born there. I'm just not allowed to carry things.
You are now if you're not allowed to take your if you're not so in this situation they are holding your property hostage because they won't allow you to move.
They're not holding it. No. I'm allowed to leave with my property. The issue is that I'm not allowed to carry my property because it's illegal to carry.
Okay, well, can you put it in the car and then drive away? Can you are you? Okay, so so again, they're holding your property hostage because you're not allowed to leave with your property, right? I mean,
they're not holding. It's not, you're describing it as they're holding it hostage. The downstream consequences of the rules are that I cannot move my property, but that's not the. That's
then
the
they're preventing you from doing so.
Okay, yeah, but that's not the purpose of the rule.
You're
no, it's not an equivocation. The purpose of a rule being "don't let me leave" is an unacceptable purpose of a rule. But the purpose of a rule of "I am going to ensure that abuse doesn't happen" is a perfectly legitimate one. So too, you'd be okay with a rule. In America, there's a rule.
Okay.
In America, there is a rule currently that would say that I am not allowed to enslave people and force them to carry the stuff as I'm moving the stuff to Canada, right?
Well, yeah,
I can leave America.
That'd be ethically unjustifiable.
That's the point. In the context of this society, it's unjust to carry shit because you're potentially going to stub someone's toe.
Regardless of the concept of the society, just like how we said you can't rape someone in your house, even though it's your private property, right? what the basis of private property begins at is your right to bodily autonomy. Okay, from your right to bodily. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay. Go for it. I'm sorry.
From your right to bodily autonomy, right? Then comes your right to private property, and you have a right to private property because you're a first user, right? If you're the first user or you come across property through voluntary means, however it comes into your ownership, either via homesteading or via purchase of something that you did with your voluntary labor, you would know it would be a conflict-inducing system. So it would be ethically unjustifiable to say that other people have a right to your private property. Because now...
I'm not saying they have a right to it.
Hold on. I'm not saying you're saying that. What I'm doing is I'm walking you through the logic. Okay, so if someone puts rules or regulations on your private property beyond what it is that is an act of aggression, and you did not voluntarily agree to it, because in your instance we're talking about an 18-year-old that today just reached the age of majority, right? So now they are considered an adult psychologically and everything. They no longer have a guardian.
Whatever, sure.
Okay, it's your 18th birthday, right? The moment that they put rules and restrictions on your property because the society has decided these are the rules we want to live by, right, is a moment that they become an aggressor against you. You have a right to leave. You have a right to transport your property. They can believe that it's an act of aggression to carry shit, but it's not. Mm-hmm. It just isn't.
Okay, so then I have an equivalent idea. In ANCAP 2, the one that's not the Heroin Society, there are private roads, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so because there are private roads, someone is demanding that I pay them to be allowed to use the roads. And my response is, what the fuck? I don't think any of this is justified. I want to go to ANCAP 1. I like the heroin world. I want to live in ANCAP 1. This is bullshit. I want to leave. They're not letting me leave. They're holding my shit for ransom, and they're demanding that I bribe them for the right to leave ANCAP 2. This is fucking bullshit. I shouldn't have to pay them as I'm trying to leave ANCAP 2. Why is that different?
So this is what's known as the Blockian proviso, right? Which is like, the situation is like I go out into the woods and I camp, right? I go camp in the woods, and while I'm asleep in my tent, someone builds a fence around me, right? And now who's the aggressor? The person that tears down your fence or climbs over your fence to get away, or the person that built up the fence in the first place? It is something that there are many answers to, and it is a bit of a debatable thing about what goes on, right? Because if I have property such as a private road in your example, right, then why is it that I don't have the right to say, fuck you, you can't use my road, right? And you do have that right, but what happens when every other road says, fuck you, I can't use my road unless you pay me money, right? And now without money, I'm essentially kidnapped in my house, and if I step onto other private property. So there's a great article by Hans Hermann Hoppe. It's like 16 pages. I'm not going to try and go into it because I have to leave soon, right? But you'll get a much more fleshed out answer there, which is private, public, and personal, I think, or private, public, something like that. Private, public, personal property, and the rationalization for the total privatization of property. And basically, the situation is you have easement rights, right? Unless you come into the society. So if I come from ANCAP 1 into ANCAP 2, and I voluntarily move there, and I voluntarily sign like rights enforcement agreements and all of that, these people already lived here, and they already had a system established, right, where they have all of this private property, and there's like, and you have to pay tolls to get through on private roads, right? So you are the aggressor in this situation when you demand, after having freely moved into their neighborhood, right, to leave via some road system, and not pay the toll. Now it does get tricky, and this is why I feel like you have to read that whole article, because it's a much longer conversation. When someone, let's say, let's say a cartel forms, and then they all agree that like anybody that's trying to leave the city, has to pay like $10,000, and like they have 100% thing. Like how to like, and this is where easement rights come in, and like that's a much larger conversation that like I agree that is a problem, and if you read that article, you'll have a better understanding of it, and then maybe at a later date we can like tackle that problem better. Hopefully, I'm steel manning you by like explaining that in that way.
Yeah, I guess my point is, and I guess we're sort of in closing statements points, and unfortunately, it's true we didn't get into public property. I can say words.
Well, it requires a bunch of axioms. You know what I mean? And like we
for
get
sure.
stuck on the axioms.
So, yeah, and that's fine. That's totally fine. I'm okay with that. But
you already agree that you have a right to bodily autonomy, so you kind of already have agreed with unknowingly.
Well, but the question is, what does that look like? Yeah, the question is what does bodily autonomy mean? And I think that I've made a obviously absurd, but internally consistent version of what bodily autonomy could look like for a society in this heroin world, which I think both of us would understand is a disgusting dystopia that neither of us would want to live in. But
there's
my purpose in doing
justifiable and moral, right? I would say that that's an immoral society.
Yeah, I want to just sort of lay out both of our opinions if we could.
I would not fucking go there. Rest be assured, right? Like neither of us would ever fucking go there.
Yeah, for sure.
That
None of us would ever, right?
Because it's dysfunctional and it would almost certainly collapse.
But my point is that I think that if there is a system wherein there are people who are raising their children in that kind of environment and are presumably likely addicting their children underage to heroin, are doing the kinds of things that would necessarily be responsible in terms of the way that this kind of society would raise their kids by not carrying anything, for example, I would consider that to be,
Just for the record, when you're talking about kids, right, there are, again, another article that is written by an objectivist.
I'm sure there's another article.
Not a full blown ANCAP, but very close. Ian Hirschling, I can't remember his last name, but it's rational theory on the on the rights of children, right? So because they are children and you are guardians, if you are abusing them, just like the rape victim in the scenario where you have the right to stop the rapist, I have a right to invade ANCAP 1 to save those children if they're permanently addicting them to heroin.
My point is abuse is contingent on your understanding of what bodily autonomy is.
No, abuse can be objective.
So your understanding of abuse is going to be in reference to your understanding of both restitution and retribution, because there's certain things, like obviously I'm sure you would be okay with touching a kid even in the moment against their will if the requirement is to touch the kid, to grab them from as they're walking into a street, for example. There are situations where you would do that.
There are some things that are debatable, like you said,
engaging in like
but
violence in that moment.
What
and
isn't
unwanted touch against the child, right?
What isn't debatable, right, is or at least I would say isn't debatable, because this is objectively true harm, right, is permanent changes to the development, growth, or the body itself that is that are not designed to restore their body to its natural developmental cycle, right? So
I don't know what you mean by natural developmental cycle.
I'll give you an example, right? So like if I get a cleft palate surgery, right? Under a Bayesian inference, a normal lip, a normative lip, with barring any disease or dysfunction, doesn't have a cleft palate. So giving a child a cleft palate.
What's the plastic surgery?
Well,
can I give my 16-year-old a boob job?
No, but you could give them a. Well, you could give them a rhinoplasty if they
what if they have ugly boobs? Can I do it then?
But that's not the natural development of their body, right? Like,
why is that different than cleft? Like, to be clear, I agree with you.
Cleft palate is a disease, right? Ugly boobs is not a disease. Now, if she had gynomastia, Right. Hold on.
This-
Listen. If she
hold
had,
on,
if she had,
hold on. I'm sorry.
No,
Wait,
hold
wait,
on. We're
wait,
not
wait.
holding on. We're
Wait,
not
wait,
holding
wait.
on. You're gonna let me.
No,
You're
this is
gonna
important.
let
This is
me.
important.
No,
This is
stop.
important.
No, you keep interrupting every time I make a point before I finish.
Go for it.
I understand that
Yeah,
I'm
go for
talking a lot because I'm explaining complicated things, and I feel for you in that regard.
Yeah, and I'm also
if
trying
you
to
have-
understand
but no.
complicated things, and you're
Hold on.
continuing to interrupt.
No.
You're also woefully
No, I'm
uninterested in trying
continuing
to
to
understand.
finish it.
Yeah.
I'm finishing my full argument.
Yeah. Okay. Go for it. Go for it.
If you have gynecomastia, right, where you have a disease that is causing overly large breasts, or let's say you have gigantism, right? These are both diseases that are impacting the breast tissue in a way that is not the normal development of the breast.
Okay.
So that would
Cool.
be acceptable.
Can I answer? Okay. When we're talking about disease, and I'm going to put that in quotations, there are certain diseases that are defined therein because we understand the consequences to be severe. However, when you're talking about cleft palate, there are certain situations where that might result in it's difficult for you to eat as a result. There are situations where it could just be ugly. There's lots of things that we fix because
like
they're just
webbed
ugly.
fingers and toes, right?
Webbed
Some people are born with webbed
whatever.
fingers
Yeah.
and toes. Is it,
Exactly.
you know, like,
And
is
like-
it,
and
again,
so-
Bayesian inference of
Let
normal?
me finish.
It's a medical condition.
And so your understanding of it as a medical condition is inherently like built off of the society in which you operate, where certain things are understood to be medical conditions and other things are not understood to be medical conditions, but all of them are existing in this framework of things that are potentially outside of the norm and potentially are harmful or could potentially not be harmful. And so it is societally implied that
It's not
do
true.
or do
It's
not
not true.
like it.
That's not true. The only way that would be true, right, would still come down to a Bayesian inference of the locality, right? So, for example, there was a tribe of people, right, and most of the people in that tribe, for whatever reason, through isolation, some weird genetic non-drift situation, are born with webbed fingers and toes, right? And then you give a child that's born without webbed fingers and toes a surgery to give them webbed fingers and toes, right? Like, I would agree that that's a weird gray area limit case, and we'd have to have a much longer conversation about Bayesian inference, right? But if you're talking about cosmetic surgery, right, that doesn't have a form or function, just to make something prettier, to permanently alter and potentially harm their body, you're talking about aggression, regardless of what the society
I don't think that it necessarily is reasonable to understand this to be aggression, because there are situations where their lives are going to be considerably better if they do get this surgery than if they don't get the surgery, and their life could potentially even be in danger if they don't get the surgery, right?
I would have to explore all of those, and we just don't have the time. But if you want to put a pin in it, we can explore all.
Yeah, I'd love to get back to this. We definitely didn't manage to get through it all, but yeah, this is interesting.
But would you at least agree with me, right, that when we're talking about aggression, if a society has child brides, let's say it's an Islamic society, starting at the age of like, based upon the Quran, Aisha, right? So starting at the age of 9 or 8 or 9, right? And they are marrying 9-year-olds off, and their husbands are fucking them, right? Like, I think we both would recognize that is in violation of the child's rights. They can't consent. They're not mentally developed enough to be able to be full rational actors with critical thinking skills to make those decisions for themselves. And what I'm saying is in events like that, right, you have the right to use violence to go rescue those girls.
So my answer would be that I Quibbles agree with that, right? But for very different reasons, because my understanding of what rights is going to be very different than your definition of rights. But
fair enough.
I do believe that. I just don't think that that's been defended in the context of your ethical framework, though it has been defended in the context of your moral framework.
It isn't. It's because it's permanent. They're not capable of consent, so it's rape. That's part of it, right? And so that's a violation of their bodily autonomy. And then the other thing is the damage that comes. The damage that I have ethically defended it, but again, we haven't gone all the way through argumentation ethics. It is ethically unjustifiable to rape 9-year-old girls because it's a violation of their bodily autonomy, and also because it's going to cause permanent physical harm to the development of them, and you are a guardian of the child. And so you
so my answer, so again, my answer is that I agree but for different reasons than you're proposing. I think that you've defended that in terms of morality. I don't think that you defended that.
I literally just defended it in terms of ethics, but it's okay.
I've
made
agree,
the claim. I haven't gone through all the supporting evidence of the claim because we're out of time.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. You've not gone through sufficient. I don't think you've gone through sufficient supporting evidence for me to be convinced that you have built out an argument for ethically, but you have done it morally. Yeah. I
have, because it's a performative contradiction. But we'd have to go all the way through argumentation ethics for you to get there, and we just don't have time. I got another debate I got to go to. I appreciate you, Quibbles.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming here. If, let people know where they can find you.
Oh yeah, I guess on Twitter at QuibbleC.
Is it at QuibbleC?
I'll put something on YouTube. At QuibbleC on Twitter. QuibblesoverCoffee on YouTube. But yeah, at QuibbleC on Twitter. Yeah. All right. Anyway, have a good night.
All right.
Enjoy your panel or whatever it is.
Hell yeah, brother. All right, hold on. I guess I'll just do this real quick. Just because I'm about to go hop into another Discord right after taking a piss and filling up my water. Man, I go through so much water, guys, because I have to stay hydrated to keep my voice from like messing up from talking for like hours on end. And then I fucking like when I get done, not only am I hyped up from the stream, but I have to like process my old man prostate or something. I don't fucking know. But I have to go through so much to get why does this camera look like shit? Hold on. Am I like not? Hold on. What is my resolution set on my camera? Let me go to video. It just uses the source, right? And I pay for whatever the premium is for Discord. So there shouldn't be a lower resolution. I can't find a setting for it. So I think Discord's just being weird. Doesn't like it. I don't like this. Didn't notice till I blew it up. Nice wallpaper. Which one is this one? Yeah. It's like I told you guys, I have a whole folder of just AI images. And some of them are sexy Asians and sexy blacks. Give it a minute to be fair, but this fella doesn't understand morality, ethics, or rights. No. But I mean, like, you know, you have to start somewhere. Add a doctor and a parent and still going to be no. Yeah, no, I think, I think the trans question is very difficult. But I don't know. That's a much larger conversation. I'll tell you that my position is that I'm not sold on this position, right? But I still have to think about it more, and I'm not quite sure. But I think my position is that parents do have a right to trans the kids. However, the children, upon reaching the age of the majority, have every right to demand restitution, both from the parents and the doctors that perform the surgery, to the tune of like millions of dollars. And the burden of proof in that regard would have to be not the detransitioner, but the parent and the doctors that performed it. They would have to prove that they're lying in some capacity in terms of their detransition, and that they proved unequivocally that that person was suffering from gender dysphoria and that was the right thing. Talking about androgen therapy and hormone replacement therapy, surgeries like are just so like obviously indefensible, because there's no surgery where you can make the argument that if it's done at a younger age, it will like positively impact them, right? So there's literally just no reason to ever give those surgeries or operations to younger people. And they're like, oh, but what if they kill themselves? What? That's literally just cosmetic surgery. It's cosmetic surgery at that point. But yeah, so I gotta get some water, take a piss real quick, and then hop into this next panel. Oh shit, it's already 8:30. I gotta. Damn it, it took too long. All right, let me go hop in anyways. I'll find a moment to pee before then. Hop into any room. Is there a fucking Discord link? Oh my god, where is your link, my guy? Hold on, let me go to his other thing, see if I can find it. It's just articles in this one. Oh my god, it just keeps going. Okay, let me see if I can find his fucking Discord server. Of course, he's got streamer mode enabled, so I can't find it. Hold on. I'm gonna take a quick pee. And, what the fuck? Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. There you go. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick piss. I got plenty of water, so I should be fine. All right, there we go. Okay, there we go.
All right, so we're going live.
Oh, Jesus.
Turning the sound on, all that good stuff.
It's been a while, Scott.
Nobody was ready. Let's go.
I was not ready for Fabian fucking Liberty, but let's do it.
Speak for yourself. Probably was always ready. I even have props ready for today. Y'all don't even know.
You got props? Oh, God. I'm really worried about what this is going to turn into.
Sorry, I couldn't find the link, and then I was like, I
want to say I'm not affiliated with Admiral Gibbs, nor do I endorse any of the opinions that he expresses on this show.
I agree with the violent anarchist that likes to attempt to dox people.
Oh my god, took you like
Antifa
2 seconds, dude.
But Gibbs is too
like jumping out the fucking gate immediately.
The person that celebrated and helped spread the dox of a conservative she disagreed with in the hopes that he would be violently attacked. I also do not.
Do you want to know? Do you know what? Do you guys want to know what I did? Do you guys want to know what he's referring to? I shared a picture of some random truckers for Trump dude with root beer on his car because Antifa quote unquote had thrown root beer on his car and he was very upset about it.
Was it a picture?
So that's what I did, by the way. That's the docs.
What else was in the picture? What else was in the picture? Was it his license plate with his license plate number, as well as
not the license plate.
Where they were explaining where he was in the city at the time.
I don't even know where my license plate would go back to,
and
what address I would get.
And lying about the actions he was taking in the hopes that people would be upset
they
about
were lying about the actions
homeless people. Yeah, he was giving.
You have to update your
homeless
license plate info when you move.
Oh, he was just sure. He was just out there giving.
No, wait, that's a real question.
He was just out there giving pizza to homeless people. That's the only reason he was there. Yeah.
When you move, do you have to update your license plate info with somebody? Because I bought my truck at my other house, Where is that? I wonder what that license plate, if they ran it, what address that would take.
Depends
I can't even remember. I can't remember who the fuck that was. Was that what was the name of that fucking dude? Not like his actual name. I'm not trying to get his dogs. just like what was his fucking screen name?
I'm pretty sure he got banned from Twitch for like being a right winger or some shit, saying some crazy
being quote unquote right wing. He was probably banned from Twitch for giving pizza to homeless people.
That's what he was doing.
No, that's all he was doing. With the truckers. It was Truckers Canada, wasn't it? That's all he was doing. That's all he was doing with the Canada truckers. That's all he was doing. Just handing out pizza to homeless people.
Protesting the lockdown and censorship. You know, those things that anarchists are supposed to support. Government authoritarianism and online censorship.
Hey, you don't know what anarchists support, dude. Don't be silly.
I do.
Isn't he an anarcho-capitalist?
No, he's not.
What
he's just another right quote unquote right libertarian using the label to avoid accusations of being a shameless fashy twat. But we'll have fun tonight.
You got any evidence of that?
What's good, Josh?
This is gonna be good tonight. I
got more evidence of that than you have of me doxing fucking Brand for Liberty. That was his fucking name. More evidence for that than you have for me doxing Brand for Liberty. There's a reason your accusation never fucking took off and nobody believes you. It's because it's fucking stupid. It's very silly. I shared a picture of him having root beer on his car, and you're like, "Oh my god, Vivian's doxing Brand for Liberty!" Like, you're a fucking idiot, dude.
Anyway, all right, with that, everybody,
with his license plate from people that were looking to attack him, and you were tweeting
did
out
they attack
about
him?
his location.
Did they attack
attacked him? Yes, they did. They committed
They
battery against
physically
him.
attack him. Yeah, when you say they committed battery
first,
against him,
then
you
they
mean
attacked
they
his
poured
property.
some soda on him. Okay, so did they?
And onto his camera
attack him?
equipment. They attacked his persons and property. Yes.
Oh no, not the property, which is equal to the person, according to you, right?
No, I don't think property is equal to the person. These are obviously different things. I believe in A equals A.
Sometimes it's worth more than the
I live in
person.
reality.
Go on. Anyway, maybe we should.
I'm just saying. I think
No,
what's the cash value for a person right now? Organs and all is like 440,000. So there's definitely stuff that can be.
Why
worth
do
more
you
than
know
that.
this?
Don't worry about why I know this. All right, but the point is
cash value for a person.
the cash value for the organs or whatever. So I'm just saying, in theory, some property could be worth more than a person.
All right, at
value
that,
is subjective.
welcome.
I don't think people have a monetary value.
Well, everything's got a
Welcome,
monetary
one
value.
and all, to the Minds of the Ecclesia panel. I am your host, LettheWaterKai, and with me, I have some amazing guests today. I'm going to let them get introduction, starting with the man that knows the price of a human being, Admiral Gibbs.
And that it tastes like pork, allegedly. All right, I'm Admiral Gibbs. That's all you need to know.
Right on. With us today, Fabian Liberty Scott. Glad to have you back.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Fabian Liberty. You can find me everywhere as Fabian Liberty. I have a Twitch, but I'm not on it because, duh. Yeah, there you go. I am a libertarian anarcho-capitalist. There you go.
Wait, when you say you're not on it, because duh, what does that mean?
Because it's just a bad idea to espouse right-leaning ideas and debates and things on Twitch, because if you say the naughty words and you get banned from Twitch, then you can't go on any Twitch panels because by virtue of their tier list, it becomes difficult. So it's just much better to just not be on Twitch, because then even if you end up getting banned on whatever platform you're on,
when you say the naughty words,
you could, like,
what do you
move
mean?
somewhere else.
When you
Which
say
just
the naughty
depends.
words, what do you mean?
Well, by definition of me saying the naughty words that you shouldn't say on Twitch, maybe I shouldn't say them on a Twitch panel.
Can describe them. Like, if I wanted to say it's the N word, I'd be like, well, it's the N word, or it's the slur for all black people. Like, what?
I mean, like, I'm not
You
particularly
can't describe
fond of
things?
saying the N word, but I mean, like, yeah,
Okay.
there are words, You know, like
Is that
there
one
are
of the
certain
words that you're worried
slurs-
about?
Started
saying?
off. We haven't even got through intros
Not
yet.
really.
Nope, we ain't even getting through it.
Yeah, no, that's not
between
really
bits.
one that I'm worried about. But no, I think it would be more like complex opinions that are then clipped out of context and mass reported by people, like you.
Okay.
All right, and then with us we have mid-tier Josh. Go ahead and get an intro, my dude.
What's up, guys? Yeah, that was about it. That's me. Follow me if you'd like, but I'm not doing a lot of Twitch stuff just yet, so it's just Instagram and Blue Sky, I guess. But yeah, nice to be around again.
I'll have to send
What's
you a
up, Josh?
follow.
Nice to meet you. Fuck, I haven't even got my cat set
We don't
up.
deal with it.
And with us, Vivian, and it's her birthday today.
Oh, for fuck's sake, you don't have to tell everybody. Fucking Kai is doxing me right now. You just gave everybody my fucking birth date.
Day of solar return.
Jesus fucking Christ, these leftist extremists. Hello. I'm Mixed Vivian Morph, and I usually appear as a cat. I'm just fucking fixing that shit now. But, oh no! Did I give my camera? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, it's gonna take a minute. Yeah, I'm an anarchist, historian, anti-fascist, and general all-around trans supremacist. I hate cis people, men in particular, and I think root beer is funny. I think throwing root beer on people's cars is funny. I'm a monster.
Thank you, Kyle, for the sub.
What kind of root beer was it? Because that's going to matter to me quite a bit. Was it like
I have no fucking
A&W? Like, was it Mad Dog?
I don't have any idea. We don't have root beer in this country, really, dude. Like, you can get it if you go looking for it, but it's not.
If it was IBC root beer, I would be kind of upset. That shit's pretty fire. But if it's not that, then, I don't
Is
care.
root beer just burdock root? Is it burdock?
Fuck if I know.
What root
I
is it?
think it's just fake. Like, honestly, it's not. Root beer isn't even root beer anymore.
Okay, but what's it supposed to be? What's it supposed to emulate? Is it burdock?
I don't know. I'd be
You
lying.
honestly got me there.
Yeah, I mean, I know that IBC root beer is the best by quite a bit. Then it's A&W and then Mad Dog.
You have literally no idea what flavor it's supposed to be, though. That's fucking crazy, dude.
I don't know. Root beer is root beer.
So saying vanilla, caramel, wintergreen, black cherry bark, licorice root, sarsaparilla, nutmeg, acacia, anise, molasses, cinnamon, sweet birch, and honey. So it's just a random.
Acacia.
It's a bunch. It's a bunch of roots.
Hey, thank you again, Kyle. Very kind of you.
Good old roots too.
All right, so starting the party with, should we go with the? Let's go with the first one. Should the lifestyle of a content creator overshadow our ability to critically think about the ideas that they put forward? Is it irresponsible to ignore the moral decisions of a content creator when forming opinions? So for anybody that's been in the space recently, there have been multiple dumps of information about people that we probably should not know or care about. Some of us are stands of those people, and some of us are detractors of those people. And does it matter more to pay attention to these leaks and info dumps on these people than it does to actually pay attention to their message and judge them based on that? And I'm not even going to bother reading the article because I'm pretty sure most of us know what it's about. So, speaking to people like Vosh having his tax folder. Well, first Vosh's tax folder, then Destiny's leaks with certain individuals in the right sphere, and Hassan and his One Piece adventure. All these things tend to take away from what we're actually seeing. So starting with Gibbs, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, so I'm gonna use this as a moment first before we get really derailed. I'm gonna derail it a little bit, and I want to go on record once again. Shameless plug. The reason why y'all should be watching me is maybe not for my political takes, but for my political predictions. I am the prophet. And once again, I was prophetic when I said that the left was getting in bed with Nazis. And lo and behold, we literally have one of the most prominent leftists literally in bed with a Nazi. I got to say, I was right again. So we're 4 for 4 on major predictions since 2022. Check it out. I'd go further back, but y'all wouldn't have seen any of them. So who gives a shit? As for what we think when they're in personal lives, You know, if we really started looking at people like theorists and like content creators and shit, and looking at people's personal lives, at least like in the Twitch like poll or like political sphere online, then you're gonna have to like exclude pretty much like, I don't know, half of the philosophers throughout history. Like, I mean, Plato, for example, he won arguments back in the day by literally standing up and showing off his broad back muscles, and was kind of renowned for being a douchebag. What's the guy? One of the guys, I can't remember the philosopher, maybe it's Sisyphus. He fucking peed on somebody after they told him that he was acting like a dog. You know, like these are
That was
terrible.
Diogenes.
Yeah, Diogenes. There you go. I knew it was one of these guys. They
Sisyphus wasn't a philosopher. Sisyphus is the dude that was rolling the boulder up the hill and can't roll it. It's the fucking Greek mythology.
Sure, yeah, there
It's
you
okay,
go.
though.
Right. Yeah, we got it. We got the point. The point is, all these people throughout history have had
These
warts.
Greek motherfuckers.
Yeah, these bastards, these Greeks. They've had warts. We've all had warts in our personal lives, and like, I don't think that takes away from their ability to analyze and politicize stuff. However, I guess it does take away. You know, if you really, I mean, it depends. I think there's a level to it where it depends. Like, you could say, for example, Goebbels, evil, one of the most evil fuckers in history. However, his ability to use propaganda should definitely be studied and possibly used by certain different governments for different things. Like, it's just a tool, even though it's an evil fucker, right? Like, there's, you know, all sorts of stuff. You can use it for sales. You can use it for propaganda. Either of these things. Just because someone evil does something doesn't mean their theory is good. However, maybe we don't elect some of these people if we find out that they're evil. I don't know. I don't know that what you do, like getting a blowjob though, is something that should discount your ability to make political analysts though.
Appreciate it, Scott.
Yeah. So first and foremost, I would like to say, anytime you are following a streamer or listening to a Hollywood elite, you should just automatically assume in your head, until presented with evidence otherwise, that they're probably a narcissist and they're probably a pedophile, right? Like, there's been too many of them. Just assume that is true, and then move on with that. I'm not saying attack them for it, right? Just assume that that's more likely than not, right? And I think you'll have a much healthier engagement with these people in general. Second thing,
especially if they're an ANCAP.
Yeah, exactly. Assume the ANCAPs that believe in liberty, not the leftists that all of their philosophers like to fuck kids.
Okay, carry on with your point, dude. Jeez, don't get derailed. Don't one guy yourself. Come on.
Well, you know. Then
We're in intros. We're in intros, Viv. We're in intros.
I know. I believe in him. He can do it. He can finish his intro. Go.
Yeah.
All right. I can do it so long as you shut up. So the second thing I would say is, oh my God.
I'm not going to say another thing. I'm shutting up.
I know it's so difficult for you. Just try.
I did. I said I'm shutting up.
Can you shut up? Are we done?
Not another word. Zipped. Zippo.
I get it. You're here for the memes. But anyways, so the veracity of a claim, the speaker doesn't matter in terms of whether or not a claim is true. And this is obviously like I mean, I think I would hope that we all recognize that there's no like massive POMO person here or whatever. But the problem is when we get into like an is-ought kind of situation, which is that if you're watching a streamer talk about things for hours on end and you're a normal person that like works a job, very often we take what they say, especially when we're talking about political streamers and things of that nature, on some level of trust or faith that what they're telling us is true, or at the very least that they believe it to be true and that they've looked into it to some capacity. And so working with an understanding of that, when leaks of any nature come out, there's kind of like two things we can look at. Number one, like, is this behavior bad behavior, immoral in our opinion, in some regard, degenerate or dysfunctional behavior? That can tell us something about the stability of that person's mental state in life, which should put some position on whether or not you kind of trust everything that they're saying, and what your faith is. And that's kind of a personal decision. And then number two, looking at, the example of potentially what is Destiny sucking off Nick Fuentes, right? If that is indeed true, it says a lot more about Nick Fuentes, I think, than it does about Destiny, because even though it says something about him being in bed with right-wingers, maybe he doesn't necessarily believe everything he's saying. he claims that. He claims he's bisexual. He's been saying that a bunch of times. It's literally just proof of who he is. Whereas with Nick Fuentes claiming to be a trad-cath virgin, and then that behavior shows complete and utter hypocrisy, I think it puts a much larger stain on what it is that the person says and whether or not you can believe to be true. So those are kind of my major points.
Thank you. Josh, what do you think about this?
That was mad interesting. That last point was, I 100% agree. That's crazy. I was actually thinking about that this morning. I couldn't figure it out. But yeah, it does show a little bit worse on Nick. But I mean, of course, it doesn't look great for Destiny either because he has a hard time reaching people on the opposite side. And of course, with behavior like that,
Apparently
it's
doesn't
just going
have
to
a
make it more
hard
difficult.
time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool.
When you say the opposite side, what do you mean?
So for Destiny, it's like one of the things he has a hard time doing is getting the people who are generally traditional because they don't like to listen to anything he says, right? It was like at one point it was the blue hair, it was he was a cuck, it was whatever. So it's like they kind of dismiss everything he says regardless of how accurate his claims might be.
I want to let you know, leftists do too.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
true.
wild. Yeah, he just sits somewhere in the center, like liberal, center right leaning liberal. Yeah,
that's fair enough. But I guess to the point what Kai was actually asking me for, I think the issue with people when you try to separate the two things is that people, especially people who follow streamers and things like that, they generally look to these streamers, they find someone they like, and it starts off as just like, oh, I like this guy, he's cool, right? But then they always, a lot of times, especially when it comes to like people like Destiny or Nick or whoever the hell it might be, they do this thing where they want to almost, especially younger people, would like to imitate or use them for guidance, right? And that's fine if the person's guiding in the right direction. And when I say right, it's very subjective, but it's like there's a general guidelines for what right is. Nazism is probably not in that general guideline because it, causes a lot of friction between a lot of people, which is probably generally just bad. But without using a bunch of broad terms, I think the issue becomes when it's grifting, right? Because like right now we have the Nick Fuentes thing, right? Just like, I'm sorry, what was your name? He just brought it up.
You can call me Fabian Liberty or just Scott, either one.
Scott. Yeah. So Scott just said it. You have a situation where there's probably a lot of people who follow Nick, right? Just like there's a lot of people who follow Sneeko or Destiny or whoever. And when you then find out the dude you've been following, the Nazi guy you've been following is Nazi nationalist, whatever. He's also gay, and he also all this other shit. You're like, wait, has he just been grifting this whole time? Is it all just bullshit? And I don't know if everyone is like, for Destiny, for instance, it's like I don't know if that's going to help his case because now it's like he's already been getting grifting things all the time. When people disagree with him, especially on the left, and they disagree with him, it's always like, oh, he's just grifting out to whatever. And when you catch them in these lies or things like this, it makes it very difficult to navigate where their actual stances are. And I believe it just generally hurts them. I don't know if I answered that question correctly because I was listening to what's his name, Scott, earlier, and I just lost my train of thought. So I'm gonna let it go.
All right, appreciate that. Viv, what do you think?
Well, first off, to like riff off of what Fabian Liberty was saying earlier, I think I'd go even further. Don't ever fucking trust anything a fucking streamer tells you. Don't trust anything I fucking tell you. Don't trust anything Gibbs tells you. Definitely don't trust anything that Kai tells you. So you thought I was going to say Fabian, didn't I? But I wasn't. I didn't. I resisted. I'm lovely. But don't trust shit that you hear from some random fucking idiot in a video online or read on Facebook or in a Twitter post from some fucking nobody, right? Like, don't do it. Go fucking look it up for yourself, okay? Go check the fucking facts of the situation. Secondly, the fucking the shit that was released about Destiny, okay? No qualifiers whatsoever was fucking revenge porn, right? It's disgusting. It's fucking sexual harassment. Shouldn't have been fucking done. It was using sex as a way to like try and fucking attack Destiny, right? It's disgusting. And this is coming from a person, like the last thing I said to Destiny was to tell him to eat glass, okay? Like, fuck this dude. I fucking hate him, alright? But like, I don't fuck with revenge porn. Revenge porn bad, okay? Secondly, there's no fucking evidence that Nick Fuentes is in that video whatsoever, right? The only evidence you have that Nick Fuentes is in that video is some dude, I think from Kiwi Farms, said that it was Nick Fuentes, and then everybody just wanted to fucking believe it because of the Lauren Southern shit, right? Like, no, there's no fucking evidence that it was Nick Fuentes whatsoever. So there's no reason to fucking believe that or keep spreading it around until such a time as it's confirmed that Destiny had some kind of sexual relationship with Nick Fuentes. I don't think that actually happened, but who fucking knows? The man's a fucking degenerate. He'll fuck Lauren Southern. He'll fucking anybody, right?
Yeah.
But like,
is Lauren Southern hot?
Is Lauren Southern hot?
Go ahead and Google that and
Not
see
in,
how you feel.
not in my view, but I guess I have different standards to a lot of people.
Oh yeah, wood smash. 10 of 10. Wood smash. Okay, go on. Okay, I'm sorry.
Elbow's too pointy and far too Nazi. I'm just not into Nazis. But what is a relevant thing, right? Like the thing about him fucking Lauren Southern, for example, is that while she's fucking Lauren Southern, he's constantly trying to fucking launder her image in public. They're engaging in a business fucking together, in which Destiny is helping to clean up Lauren Southern's image from all the horrible fucking shit that she's done with like Identity Europa or Rebel Media or whatever, right? Like all the stuff that Destiny says that he fucking stands against, he's trying to launder her reputation of, and she's fucking back on that shit now, right? She never fucking changed. She was always a fascist, and the people that he denigrated and attacked and sent harassment mobs after for saying that Lauren Southern is a fascist during that fucking time, myself included, might be slightly bitter about it, right? Those people were fucking right, and there's a good chance that he was only engaging in that fucking behavior because he wanted to get his dick wet. He wanted to leave his wife for this fucking Nazi blonde Barbie, right? That's fucking disgusting behavior. And on a final note, I would say that the other piece of fucking disgusting behavior that was involved here, it is revenge porn, but it's also super, super, super fucked to leak porn of yourself and somebody else, right? Because this is how it fucking gets out, is Destiny sending these fucking images or videos to someone, at least one person, right? And we've seen some of the fucking DMs where he's like sending random shit to people to try and get feet pics off them and shit. So if you're sending sex tapes of yourself with somebody else without the other person's consent to another person in order to try and have sex with them, like, you're a fucking piece of shit, and you're also engaging in some kind of fucking sexual impropriety, some kind of sex crime. I don't know. It's classified differently in different countries, but sharing sex tapes of people without their consent is a fucking crime. So the man's a sex pest himself. So a sex pest got fucking sex crimed, and frankly, I don't give a fuck.
All right, we hit Inception. So should we not listen to anything these streamers have to say, their views, whatever studies they do, or should we just be judging them based on these actions? Gonna go ahead and open up the conversation.
Yeah, before we get too far off the rails. Oh, good shot, Josh. I was responding to Josh.
No, I was about to say, I feel like it only matters if it shows some kind of level of like insanity, right? Like in the situation of like, and insanity is a strong word, but we'll think about like Kanye, right? If you were looking at Kanye for life advice, which you shouldn't have been doing anyway, but like something like that where it clearly lowers the bar, and you're like, oh, he might not be in his right mind. I think then the things he's done prior might be, you might look at it in a different light. But like with Destiny, it's like our boy at the bottom said, or our trans friend at the bottom said, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's one of those things where, well, Viv.
Yeah, Viv's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So they were saying, Destiny, he's always been kind of degenerate, right? This sex stuff is not something we're new to, so it doesn't really change anything. In his situation specifically. In other situations, if someone is like, if they're clearly like grifting or something like that, but this has nothing to do with grifting. This has nothing to do with any of his views. This is something like he's being a horn dog. He's fucking people again. Like,
hey, it'd be funny if it took down America first. If it was like conclusive proof of Nick Fuentes being gay, that could tear a few groypers away from the movement. But
hold on.
We already had the whole Catboy Cammy thing, right? And this is not more conclusive than the Catboy Cammy fiasco. So it's not gonna.
Well, and secondly, on top of that, this idea that Nazis aren't gay. Have you seen the SS uniforms? I mean, I'm sorry, Hugo Boss was definitely in the closet. I gotta say, I like their somebody, and it probably wasn't a straight male, was designing the Nazi uniforms in the 40s. And I mean, it doesn't surprise me that Nick Fuentes had Catboy Sally, and now he's over, or whatever his name is, and he's doing this thing with Destiny. I like the idea that these guys that are basically, for lack of a better term, incels that are already going to Nick Fuentes are going to be upset about him getting some man-on-man play when they're just hoping for any play is something I doubt very seriously.
I mean, the outfits were considered very dapper and masculine for the time. Like, that was part of the...
I mean, they look good. Don't get me wrong. I know it wasn't like me over there designing. I own a clothing company, and I'm definitely not in the design side. I'm over here like, we're actually not that to the like creative people who are not, you know, the burly dudes. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, I don't want to go too far into like the unknown and unprovable situation of like Nick Fuentes and whether or not he's in a video so much, but like to the topic at hand, right? Like there is a kind of a turbulent place that we could probably just get so fucking distracted on because everyone's conception of morality is going to be different here, as Josh put forward, right? But I would say that, like, you know, if someone is already espousing degenerate behavior, right, then the leaks don't really reveal anything, right? They're like these leaks by Destiny don't reveal anything about Destiny that like you shouldn't have already assumed. Right. So I think there's
behavior like what?
Well, like, I mean, he said that he was bi. He said that he sucked dicks. There's been a ton of leaks before these leaks of like crazy
That's
things.
degenerate?
Well, I mean, it's anti-life. I would say the right would consider it.
It's
degenerate.
sucking dick is anti-life.
Well,
can you break that
No
one
more
down for me,
blowjobs on
please?
Valentine's Day, bro. No more blowjobs on Valentine's Day.
Can you break that one down for me, please?
Yeah, so I mean, if a male is engaged in sex acts with another male and is no longer, you know, and is utilizing his time in that individual hedonistic pleasure, if he's married and breeding with someone else, and they're in a poly relationship, I would say the poly relationship is degenerate. But if it's just if it's just an individual act that's open, like the level of degeneracy there is going to be less, right? Obviously, if you're gay and you're just gay, the situation is going to be different as well. It would be definitionally degenerate. I wouldn't necessarily consider it my moral preference to be wrong, right? I mean, like if that's what you want to do it, right? But it is certainly anti-life in the position that you are engaged in your own personal sexual gratification, not for the propagation of the species, but instead for individual
like
hedonistic pleasure.
Then. Yeah, masturbation's degenerate as well then.
I guess it's
sex with a condom.
It depends.
Vaginal penis in vagina sex with a condom is degenerate.
Right, like I'm trying to genuinely
basically all the stuff the Catholic Church hates.
Right, like I'm trying to genuinely engage with the as opposed to
the Catholic Church
right?
likes blowjobs.
So like I mean, like for example,
well, you can't engage with the is instead of the ought when you're calling something degenerate. Degenerate is a fucking ought statement. It's a fucking moral statement.
Hey, thank you for the raid, Resi. Appreciate it.
Just because a statement is a moral statement, I don't know that it necessarily implies an ought claim at all times, right? You can descriptively say
always.
You can.
Well, they ought not to be giving out blowjobs to their altar boys, but hey, you know they do it anyway.
Well, you can make a prescriptive claim, right? And that doesn't necessarily it can imply an ought statement to the listener, but it doesn't necessarily need to be one. Right. So, for example, we could talk about like cheeseburgers, right? You know, eating McDonald's cheeseburgers is degenerate, right? Why is it degenerate? It's not good for you. It's not good for your health. It's not good for your longevity. It's not good for you going out and being able to be a positive influence by enacting your individual will out into the world, because it is going to hamper you as opposed to another meal, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm saying we ought not eat those under all situations.
what if your McDonald's burger is the only piece of fucking pleasure in your day, and you spend the rest of your day fucking working out, wanking directly into a vagina without a condom, fucking
exactly,
fucking
right,
working
exactly.
really
Because
hard,
it's
right?
because
And the
it's
only
not-
thing, wait, the only thing that allows you to maintain that level of pro-life productivity, right, is the fact that you get this little break where you can have your Mackie D's cheeseburger. Like, is the Mackie D's cheeseburger still degenerate in that system, in that instance?
Right.
Is it not just a facilitator of
You're just
productive,
repeating your claim over and
generative
over again.
things?
You're repeating your claim. So again, that is why I
Strengthening
said
it.
that it isn't an odd statement, because it's a generalization and it's not morally universalizable, right? I would say that eating McDonald's cheeseburgers is degenerate, and I'm making this as an is claim that it is a generalization. There are
What does
going to be
degenerate mean
circumstances.
to you?
It feels like when you
Activity that
initially
engages,
Oh, go ahead.
activity or behavior that engages in some form of decline of the greater society values and or your own personal health and decline. And I can
Sorry,
leave it there.
decline
It's
of
like a colloquial.
Yeah, decline of greater societal values, or your own personal health, right? So,
I mean,
okay,
like, I
cool.
mean,
So how does sucking dick do that?
I feel like I kind of already explained it as an is.
No, you said
statement. I
it's
was saying that-
anti-life. If you're not breeding, then you're not contributing to society or whatever. But you can suck a dick and then go fuck a vagina. How
Well,
does the sucking dick take away from the?
I think you're jumping the gun because you didn't listen to me, right? Because I then went into a poly relationship, and then the fact that he could go out and suck a dick but still be married, but he's getting his sexual gratification and not breeding and not engaged in that relationship, and that is what would descriptively make it degenerate, because he's engaging in that in lieu of breeding, right? I also said that I believe that poly is degenerate. That's a moral preference from my position. That is something that I would say is degenerate.
Okay, so that's an
But
odd
again,
statement. That one.
That is an odd statement. Yes.
Yeah. You ought not be polyamorous because I personally find it distasteful.
Is it
No,
fair to say that
that's
like
not-
this idea
that's a straw man.
I'll go ahead.
Go ahead, Josh.
I was gonna say, is it fair to say
I was
like
just saying it's not my claim.
No, I was gonna say going to guy above. I'm forgetting Scott. So is it fair to say like this idea of degeneracy that you're putting out is kind of like it's like being platformed or carried by, I guess, like Britannical views, kind of like Abrahamic religions, because that is the majority of the country, right? And I guess degeneracy is generally something that the normal group of people wouldn't do. So it's like all these things like being gay or LGBT or going to clubs.
Some people.
Well,
yeah.
Well,
because-
let's be clear, right? Degeneracy as a term, okay, is a term that was like originally popularized by people who had, and I'm going to be as fucking objective about this as possible without using any derogatory language, right? People who had very strong traditional moral values, right? That they did, that they thought that anybody who was breaking those moral values was subverting the system that they had set up. And they believed that system was the system that should prevail, i.e., the man, wife, kid, do all that stuff, right? That's the good society. Anybody who like doesn't do the penis in vagina sex is therefore degenerate because they're subverting the.
Well,
subverting
you know what's
the system.
you know what's crazy is we're sitting here arguing.
That's where it comes from.
No, we're
right?
sitting here or not like a blowjob is degeneracy, right? Like we're arguing with originally it's like, okay, the topic is this guy's personal life affect like what I'm like, honestly, first of all, blowjobs are pro-life. If more people got blowjobs, we'd have less shooters. They'd be a lot happier, a lot less depressed. I'm not saying for sexual communism. I'm just saying that blowjobs are definitely pro-life. And secondly, okay, you think that Albert Einstein wouldn't have been able to invent the theory of relativity if he got a blowjob? Like, I'm just saying, like, this idea that, like, oh, they're degenerate, their shit that we shouldn't listen to them is ridiculous. Like,
well, Albert Einstein was a degenerate by a lot of these people's standards.
Exactly. I'm just saying,
Kind
like, I don't get this argument, this line of thought that degeneracy. I don't know. I mean, I'm literally taking a nap because it's so much fucking bullshit.
Well, it's dumb. It's just fashy bullshit. It's like
what you can. It's not fashy. It's so silly. Right?
Yeah,
like,
of course it
what
is.
I'm saying is
the idea of moral
if a person,
degeneracy.
right, if a person is exhibiting qualities that you believe, right, let's put it in the domain of you, right, that you believe to be, moral on stream, and then for whatever reason it comes out that they're engaged in immoral behavior, and we'll keep it at the personal preference level. We'll not get into like ethically justifiable
behavior
et cetera,
you
right?
believe is immoral. Yeah.
Right. Then this should have some relevancy in terms of whether or not you trust the individual, right? Because if someone in immoral acts,
you can just say this person is a hypocrite. You can just say that.
Well,
right?
I said that before, right? But regardless, but regardless, it doesn't even need to necessarily be hypocritical, right? They could have no claim about the act that they're caught doing, and then the act in and of themselves you could see to be immoral, and then in that means you could be like, well, this person is, in my opinion, an immoral person, and those things transfer, right? Like it's not like someone is. It's obviously not always true, but like people that often engage in, let's say, crime are going to be more likely to commit other crimes, right? People that lie about who they are or put on a different face are more likely to lie about other things, right? So if you find someone and behavior, comes out that you believe to be immoral, it should and invariably will affect your ability to or your perception of the veracity of their claims, in terms of like whether or not you trust that person is being honest about their own beliefs, even if not necessarily the claims themselves, but that they believe those things.
Sorry, what were you saying, Viv?
Hey, I
don't think you're responding to that.
I don't remember, dude. I don't think that sucking dick makes you more likely to lie. And I think that's a very poor argument.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. I don't know
That is
how
a
like
poor argument. That wasn't
That is
my
a poor
argument.
argument. That was your argument.
I don't think anybody agrees with that actually.
You okay?
My
Okay. To
argument
be
isn't
fair,
that
to
sucking
be
dick
fair,
Actually,
your
I
no.
will say this: the ones giving out blowjobs.
To be fair, your argument was that some people might reasonably believe that sucking dick makes you more likely to lie, and I don't think that would be a reasonable belief. That would be a dumb
that's not
fucking
my
thing
argument.
to
I can actually, you know what? I can argue
that's
that
not my
actually,
argument, like,
because if they can lie to your
just another
face and then they'll
straw.
forgive you because you're getting a blowjob later. So I think they are more likely to lie if they weren't giving out blowjob. You know what? Yeah, I am on that
It's
train
not
now.
my argument. It's not my
I wanna
argument.
let
that
Scott
if
get
you
his
suck
argument.
dick, you're more likely to lie. That you're more likely to lie, right?
You get away with it.
I generalize certain immoral behaviors, not sucking dick specifically, right? However, I would say
You said it was
if,
morally
let's
degenerate
say-
to suck dick, and you said that it was reasonable to try to
I said it was
to
descriptively
think
degenerate, not morally
it
degenerate.
was reasonable to trust the person less on the veracity of their claims if they do something immoral. So yes, you
Again-
said it. You
again,
said
I
people are more
brought it
likely
to-
to lie if they suck
No,
dick.
that's-
That is what you fucking said.
That
Like,
is
I'm
not
sorry
what
that
I
I
said.
summarized it so easily for you when it took you fucking 5 paragraphs to get it out. And then in order to obfuscate how stupid a fucking argument it is, you're like, I'm going to use 1,000,000 words to explain it. But it's a stupid fucking argument.
It's not my argument that sucking dick means you're more likely to lie. Like that's
Okay,
just not
and
my
let me
argument.
follow this. Let me follow this through. Okay, sucking dick, morally degenerate, bad thing to do. If someone do bad thing, right? You said these are your words. It's reasonable for you to think, right? Oh, sorry, reasonable for you to
What
trust
was my
less
moral-
the
what was my
veracity
moral
of
claim
their
about sucking dick?
claims.
What was my moral claim about sucking dick?
You said it was anti-life and morally degenerate.
The
I
anti-life.
did not
That
say it
was
was morally
that was a
degenerate.
direct quote.
I actually said it was prescriptively degenerate. That I'm talking about is, and then I also said that if you want to suck dick, go and suck dick. That I don't have a moral belief on that.
Okay,
You
well
even
then it's not
responded to
even.
that. You're not actually engaging in a discussion on the
Degeneracy is
topic.
immoral.
You're just trying to find
Okay.
dubs, and you're fucking it up by lying about what I'm saying. So if you would like to join the conversation and act like an adult instead of somebody that memes and interrupts and gets mad that I'm here, I would love for you to join the conversation.
I'm not mad that you're here, dude. I'm fucking loving this. This is a lot of fun. I really love having a moron on the panel to dunk on. That's a lot of fun. But like,
all right, so you're not willing to be an adult or engage in
I'm happy to engage. I just engaged with your entire fucking argument, dude. Like,
no, you just
you want me to
set
say?
up straw man's trying to say that it was wrong.
Okay, is it okay? Okay, let me put it this way, right? If somebody believes that sucking dick is immoral, right? Not necessarily you, because you don't believe that. You just believe it's prescriptively degenerate, right? But for those people who believe that it's sure, yeah, someone who believes it's immoral rather than prescriptively degenerate, right? It would be, in your view, reasonable for them to trust less the veracity of their claims based on them engaging in behavior that they think is immoral, like off stream, right?
I don't know that it would be reasonable, but it would be unnecessarily what would happen, right? So like if it was proven that Nick Fuentes did that, and he has a bunch of tradcath people, for various reasons. One, because
why would you believe Nick Fuentes anyway?
So I mean, that'd be a lot easier to draw that link, because it would be, he lied about this, why wouldn't he lie about that? Right? That's a much quicker link. But even if he had never made any statements somehow, right, about like gay sex, but it made statements, all the other statements stood still. I wouldn't say that it would necessarily. It would be reasonable in that instance because he would be portraying himself as someone that he isn't, right? And whereas Destiny is portraying himself as someone that engages in a poly relationship and does all of these other things, right? So like there's no new discovery here about whom you believe this person to be. No one that is a DGG orbiter follower, right, had this come out and said, holy shit, I can't believe Destiny did this, except for maybe a few people that thought he was lying about being bi to get clout. And then they're like, well, I guess he is bi. Like those are the only people whose opinions might have changed, and it's probably for the positive.
There's a whole bunch of I have actually been moved by the arguments here so far, like non-joking. I have come to change my original position. I think someone's outside stances on things can influence whether we should think. And here's where I've come from. If people that say they don't like blowjobs or that blowjobs are degenerate, we shouldn't trust those people because they're liars. Blowjobs are amazing. And we can't trust them. I'm just saying, if you're prescribing less blowjobs that are anti-life, I don't know if I can trust you. I feel like you're just you're grifting on the Christian angle.
To be fair, it was homosexual blowjobs, right?
Oh yeah.
And it was also
either way,
whilst not
any blowjob,
right? Which is
not breeding,
which is obviously anti-life, right? Which is a moral
not
value.
Breeding.
Well, I mean, it's pro-life in the sense that maybe this guy doesn't go off people, you know.
Well, yeah.
I mean, how many shooters have we had because they were like just like little lonely bastards?
It's a generalization, right? I would
so
say.
You never
I already said that, right? I already said that it's a generalization. That's why I'm not. What?
Did you just say you don't jerk it?
No, that's not what I said.
I was gonna say, bro. You need to get those numbers up.
Because that was my question. You said I already said that. I was like, so you don't jerk it? Like, obviously, personal question. You don't have to answer if you feel uncomfortable at any time.
Answer it.
Of course.
You don't jerk it then?
Of course.
Okay, so you jerk it. All right. So you engage in morally degenerate behavior on a regular basis then, I'd assume. Pretty regular, probably.
I don't know if you could describe it as anti-life to jerk it. Because, in all of the times in all of well, so just doing something for hedonistic pleasure doesn't make it degenerate unless it is taking away from some other aspect, right?
What's the substantial difference between jerking it and getting a blowjob from a dude then in terms of your anti-life position? Like, aren't they both anti-life?
Again, right? If you are doing something as a bi person, right? So, you're engaging in hedonistic pleasure and it's not at the expense of your ability to procreate life, right? Then it isn't. I wouldn't consider that to be degenerate, right? I would just
You can
consider
just
that
go
to
to the
be a
sperm
sex
bank
act
every
for
time
fun.
you feel like jacking it, though, right? Like you could go to the sperm bank every time you feel like jacking it, and then when you do jack it, you would at least be contributing to potential future life rather than.
I actually
costing
enjoy
up-
the fact that I see them not
IVF
naked anywhere.
kills more life than it produces, right?
Sorry, IVF kills more life than it produces.
Oh.
Yes. Right, because they throw away what they consider to be non-viable.
Okay, well, this argument is
pregnancies.
terrible because I'm saying that when you feel like jerking it, right, instead of jerking it at home and crusting up your sock, you could put it in a sperm bank where it could potentially turn into life. Even if you jerk it 1,000 times even if you jerk it 1,000 times in your life and 999 of them get thrown away and one of them becomes a baby, right? It's still more pro-life to jerk it at a sperm bank than at home.
If the position is that in the future
How does it get here?
IVF will no longer throw away non-viable God, what is the term? I can't think of the fucking medical term.
If it's non-viable, you're not throwing away life at all.
Well, they consider to be non-viable, right? They will create life, right, by the process, and then they will pick the best ones and then throw the rest in the trash, right? Zygote.
I have no idea what you mean here. If it's viable, then they will try and implant it.
Wait,
right?
hold on. I just want to take that line of logic real quick on a more serious note. Let's
Go ahead,
okay.
Gibbs.
Yeah, let's just take that line of logic, right? Okay, so they threw away the non-viable ones. How is that any different from, like, I don't know, selective breeding for out like traits of like sickly animals? Like, say I have cattle and I have some cattle that are more sickly, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to breed those. I'm going to make sure those are the ones that we get fixed and we sell those in the market, while I keep my strongest bull, the ones that exhibit the best features, and I keep that genetic bloodline going until I get something better, and I breed for traits. Oh, this is whatever. Like, how is that any different?
That's very anti-life, Gibbs.
Yeah,
I know it's very anti-life.
Right. So two answers there. Number one, cattle are not moral actors; they're property. So when I'm talking about life, I'm not talking about all life. I'm talking specifically about life as it pertains to moral agents or actors, which would be humans, and then potentially some species of dolphin. Right. Right, because like dolphins have exhibited. Like,
dolphins are fucking
thought.
in trouble.
Dolphins. You could have said octopus, bro. I would have been with you on that one, but
octopus are pretty smart.
Yeah,
well, I just mean
squids,
like they've done research where like they.
I
take
can't
two
even
different
fucking
dolphins.
eat squid anymore, Gibbs. It's crazy. Every time I see I used to love squid and octopus, and then I started fucking reading all this shit about how they have like full-on family units and complex language, and I'm like, man, I can't fucking eat these things
is it
now.
bad that made it taste better? It made it taste better when I read that.
Well, I mean, hey, I would expect
something with a consciousness died for this meal.
Yeah, I would expect nothing less from a rightoid. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I would say one, they're not moral actors, so that doesn't really fit what I mean by life in that situation. But if we were to presume that they were, right, well then the captivity would be wrong in and of itself before we even go anywhere, right? Because you'd be kidnapping moral actors and.
I mean,
it would just be so.
Wait. Does
morally
it need to be a
wrong.
wait? Whoa. Sorry, you said something there that was really interesting. So, in order for us to have moral consideration for a creature, it has to be a moral actor, isn't? And like most people would say, I think that like it's the capability for suffering that means that we should have moral like consideration for another entity, right?
Well, I didn't make the claim about whether or not we should have moral consideration, right? I'm talking about what's ethically justifiable, right? So from an is position again, right? Like I would say it's ethically unjustifiable if I were to have some evidence that proved that dolphins, for example, right, were moral actors, that they were able to think or speak or communicate a moral claim and then change their behavior based off of their own position of the moral claim. They've attained the capacity for reason at that point.
I understand.
They're not just acting off of instinct, right? In that domain, they would be pursuant to the same rights of bodily autonomy that any other human would, and that all of these other things would be ethically unjustifiable. You could not call yourself a non-aggressor if you were in the Faroe Islands, for example, and like hooking them and like cutting them up and shit, right? When you talk about whether or not we ought have moral empathy for the suffering of animals, that goes out of the is, right? And whether or not it's ethically justifiable, and goes into your moral preferences. And I don't.
Sorry, whether or not it's
preferences.
ethically justifiable is another ought claim.
No,
right? You're not making an objective. Well, it depends on your individual ethics and also what you ought to do in regards to this thing.
No, I'm saying that if someone makes a moral claim such as it is right to murder people, right? Well, murder is an unjustified killing.
I mean, that would be. I was going to say
So
that would be a very silly
So
statement.
it would be.
Yeah.
It would be a contradiction, right?
What's the difference
So
in
I
a
can say,
tautology? Yeah,
right, I can
internally
say. I'm saying if your moral claim is a contradiction, then it is not ethically justifiable, and that doesn't require me to make a moral ought claim because the claim itself is illogical, right? I can say that the claim is
Sure, but
illogical via the is.
Okay, but in terms of like the dolphins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like whether or not they have moral agency, may have some bearing on what kind of autonomy we ought to give them. Because obviously we have to keep other people safe. We recognize that they can't make considerations of like other animals and ecosystems in the ocean. So maybe we need to control them in some fashion to stop them from wiping out an endangered species or something, right? Which I think we would probably want to try and do even if they were moral actors. But in regards to whether or not
they would have that ability. That's a contradiction, right?
No, I understand.
If they're incapable of being moral actors, they can't also be capable of being moral actors, right?
Well,
you said please don't jump in. So, you said right, basically that because they're not capable, we take away they don't have a right to bodily autonomy, right?
Yes,
and right, and I would say that to some degree, sure, like we might need to infringe upon their autonomy in order to be able to stop them from hurting other people or whatever, which I'd like to think we kind of do with humans anyway, right? Non-aggression principle and all that shit. But
yeah, I mean, if they aggress, then they can be punished for such. But
you weren't talking just about bodily autonomy. You said it would then be wrong for the Faroese to come along, hook them up and cut them up for food or whatever. And I would say that has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not they're moral actors. It has to do with whether or not they're capable of experiencing and understanding suffering, right?
I tend to agree.
And that's what most
your
people
moral
would say.
framework, right? I'm not engaging in your moral preference, right? I'm
Both of these are
is
ought statements, yeah.
Right. I'm giving an is statement, right? And the is statement is that if something is a moral actor and has the right to bodily autonomy, and if we go into the justification for the right of bodily autonomy, we'll be here for 3 fucking hours debating argumentation ethics. So we're just go with me and assume that's what I believe, and you can agree or disagree by yourself.
I know that's what you believe. I just don't think it's an is statement, but carry on.
Okay. It is, because what I'm saying is that you engage in a performative contradiction when you attempt to justify the killing of moral actors, like the killing of another person, right? When you say it is right to kill people that have bodily autonomy, that's where it gets into the performative contradiction of argumentation ethics, where I would say that we would have to start with existence exists, and then formal logic, and then performative contradiction, and then into what is conflict, how do we define conflict, and then ethical systems needing to be conflict reducing as opposed to conflict inducing, and then the performative contradiction from argumentation.
All right, so listen, I get this, but this is all what comes back to the big problem, and this is why I mockingly I'm always like, hey, there's
y'all
really
kept
only
asking
one
me
more.
fucking questions. I'm gonna answer.
Well, hold on,
hold
on. I'm not even doing that.
Go ahead.
Sure, but well, no, we're gonna talk about this topic now. As you brought it up, like now we've gone down this rabbit hole. Let's fucking do the rabbit hole. Goddamn it, bro! Like, yeah, you've got me here. I might as well fucking do it. This is why I take issue when we do these morality debates. I know I've unironically I brought up the cannibals in Papua New Guinea. Their sense of morality is gonna be vastly different than what your sense of Western morality. Let's just take even what we got right now. We were already discussing other animals, like whether dolphins are more. Let's look at dolphins first.
Thank you, Bongin. Appreciate it.
Dolphins, they have a sense of morality, and it's pretty clear that dolphins would be the evil empire if they were ever, able to become humans. They're over here raping people for fun. That's something they do.
I mean, if they had a moral conscience, they might change their minds on that.
What if they think that's moral? What if they think?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. Maybe they would.
And that's something with DNA. Well, let's talk about octopus and squid and shit again, right? They have RNA, right? This is not a meme thing I'm about to do, but let's just take this. Or say even further, we were going to in space and we encountered a silicone-based life form, something that's not carbon-based. They would be moral actors. We would know they would have, if they're intelligent, we know they would have some form of morality. But for whatever we put this human-focused or this Western focused or this modern thing, it all comes down to me. Even as someone who would is somewhat Christian or would call themselves Christian, I would have to say that it's hard to sit here and apply that across the board because when I look at it, there's nothing to me that indicates anything. Even in Bible, that anything but the strongest makes the rules. God's the strongest; He makes the rules. That's literally Christianity in the nutshell. You could go into all the other stuff of it, but
Ten Commandments, how to own a slave.
You can.
It all boils down to that.
You can disagree with my claim. I totally understand that, and I wouldn't begrudge you it at all, right? I just don't know the value of me backing up the claim currently by starting with existence exists into formal logic, into performative contradiction, into conflict theory, into ethical systems as
we don't need a philosophy 101.
It's not sure, whatever. Regardless, it would just take a long time. If you're interested, right, I guess, go read Hans-Hermann-Hoppe's Argumentation Ethics, preferably not the 86 version, but the primer. And if you're not well versed in philosophy, it's going to be a dense read. That's going to be.
I think a more interesting angle that will be a little bit less Tiberius panel and a little bit more digestible from the audience is just to sort of tie it back to the earlier conversation and ask you, is it ethical to fuck the dolphin?
No.
I mean, I understand it's anti-life, but it's not a moral agent. It's not a moral agent. Well, it's not a moral agent. It doesn't have bodily autonomy. We can cut it up and eat it, so why can't we fuck it?
Well, it's immoral.
I mean, other than the same example that you gave for sucking dick, right? Let's assume that sucking dick's fine, because you could be implanting another woman.
I know
you could also fuck a dolphin.
So again, is it?
No, I'm not meaning. I'm trying to work out what I'm trying to elucidate the audience as to what it is that you believe, right? That's all.
So this is the problem with people that have issues with is-ought claims, such as Vivian. Right. So there's an is and there's an ought.
Or you.
It is ethically It is ethically justifiable. It is also morally wrong. Right. But if someone were to own a dolphin and rape said dolphin, I would have no right to show up with guns and shoot them and try and stop them from doing so. I would have every right and should, I don't know, never talk to them, banish them, keep them from having a job, right? And things like that.
Is it okay to try and stop them without guns? Maybe you don't have to go that far. Maybe you just pass a law.
Not with violence. Not with violence.
No. Not with any kind of violence. That's
It's disgusting. It's wrong, right? I would say that we should, banish people like that from all forms of society. We should not.
That seems pretty coercive.
It's not coercive at all. It's your right of voluntary association. I'm saying you should and ought.
You don't think banishment can be violent? Damn.
Banishment is not violence.
Okay.
No. It's you exercising your right of voluntary association, saying I refuse to associate with you. You would do the same thing with, let's say,
you could refuse
racist.
Yeah, you can refuse to associate.
Would y'all be in favor of like
Punishment implies
installing
sending them somewhere else, right?
I want to know if y'all. I want to know if like in the idea of like being pro-life, if we would install instead of like having the thought police, we would have like cameras in every room for like the blowjob police. Like, would that be a better pro-life position? You know, we go in 1984 on BJ's now. Like, is that the pro-life position here?
Forcibly putting cameras on people's private property would be ethically unjustifiable.
Maybe we put like
that would be a violation of the NAP
on like the pants. So whenever it's like a human body temperature when it's too close, we'll know. Like, I mean, there could be something non-invasive.
That's not
right.
It doesn't matter. Like, you have a right to your bodily autonomy and private property, and violating those rights is ethically unjustifiable from my position, right? Like, there are plenty of things, like libertarian philosophy doesn't pretend to tell you what you ought to do. It is a legal theory about what you can justify, what you can't justify, right? So, for example, prostitution, right? We would say it is ethically unjustifiable to use violence to stop a prostitute from engaging in sex acts because it's her body, her choice under this circumstance, right? However, I would say it's morally wrong. I don't want prostitutes around. I don't want prostitutes on OnlyFans, I don't think that's good for society. I don't think that's healthy to have prostitutes celebrated and called models or for them to be right around the corner. I don't think it's good for Johns to engage in sex acts with random people instead of trying to focus on having a family. There are all kinds of reasons why I find that morally wrong, but just because libertarianism says that it would be ethically unjustifiable for me to take a gun and stop it, that doesn't mean it by default becomes morally good, right? Like, we're not in the business of that. Like, as a person, I have moral beliefs, and I do talk about them, obviously, but as far as a libertarian philosophy is concerned, I'm not in the business of telling you what is morally right or what is what you should do with your life. It is just saying these things are unjustifiable, such as taxation or theft, which, taxation is a form of, or public property, or, killing someone or raping someone or breaking into their house to put cameras to make sure that they're not getting blowjobs. These things are all ethically unjustifiable and definitionally wrong.
So they are ethically okay. So here's where I'm starting to understand now what you mean when you say like an is versus an ought claim, and how you're claiming some of these things that is claims when they're basically just ought claims, but like a step removed. You're saying basically, this is my moral system. I believe in libertarianism as the best system by which we should run society, right? You don't, but your version of libertarianism anyway. But like, and therefore, according to these rules, this thing cannot be justified, right? So it's just removing your statement. According to logic, right?
Mm-hmm.
These actions do not fit with this moral code. They do not fit with the ought.
It's not the actions themselves, it's the attempt to justify the action. So it's not like you can go out and murder someone, right? But when you try and say that what I did was morally good, that is when you fall into the contradiction, right? So it's
not everybody falls into the contradiction. Only people who would claim your libertarian philosophy, and maybe not a philosophy that allows them to ethically justify ethically justify killing a person without a reason that you would see as justifiable, right? As long as they believe they have a justifiable.
I'm saying they can believe it all they want. They would just be incorrect the moment they attempted to justify it. They would fall into a logical contradiction. So they would just be definitionally wrong.
How would it fall into a logical?
To say that taxes are good and you should pay taxes is a contradiction, and it is not possible for that to be logical.
I don't think it is. I mean, I think taxes are bad. Okay, I'm not a big fan of taxes. All right, but I don't think that it is just an objective fact, right? an you're saying this is an is statement. This is a factual claim, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Taxes are bad, right? Bad is a fucking value judgment. It implies an ought claim. I don't think you know the difference between is and ought.
No, I think
you are
just
making
keep,
a prescriptive
you keep straw manning
claim when you
me
say
and
taxes are
trying.
bad.
Yes, I absolutely am. But that's not the same thing as when I'm saying they're ethically unjustifiable, right? Like I believe in my moral
according to your
preference,
moral system,
right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I
all through this
believe
lens
that
of
they're
a
bad
according
as well.
to your moral system.
Yeah,
if
if
I
I
have
was
a
like-
different moral system, if I have a different moral system, I can ethically justify taxes.
Yeah, that's kind of the argument that I've been
So it's just ought.
Hold on. That's
What do
actually
you
the
mean it's
argument.
not possible?
Yeah,
It
so
depends
hold
on your
It's not possible.
fundamental
It's a
moral
logical
axioms.
contradiction.
Hold on. This is actually why
It's
I
not.
brought this
It's
up about
never
the-
a long.
No,
That's
hold-
fucking insane.
No, this is why I
It's not
brought up.
insane.
This is why,
It's just logic.
No, this is why I brought
No,
up
it's
like.
not.
Well, this is why I always bring up like alternative like morality systems, like the cannibals, or if we like found a silicone life system, or like the octopus or whatever, because they're going to look at things so differently, right? That like your prescription of your lens is not necessarily going to apply to these people, even though they might be, by definition, a moral actor, right? But they're going to have their own morality system that's equally as valid.
And
to this
some of those
lens
things
you're
are going to be
projecting.
wrong.
So
They're just
how?
going to be wrong, by the way.
How?
Kid.
How are they going to be
things are
just
just
wrong?
By the way,
wrong.
they're just
Yeah,
wrong.
they're going to be wrong if we push it all
They're
through
just
your lens,
factually-
even though
they're
they're
just
equally as
factually-
It's
correct
not a lens.
as
It's just logic.
They're just
Logic is
factually,
true.
objectively
your
wrong.
opinion doesn't
Yeah.
matter when it comes to logic.
Factually-
Right? You can believe that
You're
It
telling me a
does matter.
silicone. Hold on. You're telling me a
it does-
silicone. Hold on. You're telling me a silicone life form with all together different if there's intelligence like needs and wants is going to be wrong for their morality system because you somehow came to this conclusion as a libertarian. What if they need a collectivist thing to survive? Are they going to be wrong if they don't have their hive mind? We push individualism here through libertarianism.
Pretty
and,
anti-life
this
not
whatever.
to pay
It
taxes.
seems like your whole species is wrong because I'm sorry. I know this is the most meta take I've ever maybe tried to get into the weeds on, but that's not. I'm not buying it. I just am not buying that this one morality system supersedes all potential life we might ever find, or even life on Earth as it is.
Right. If someone, a moral agent, a moral actor of any kind, right, that is conscious, that is capable of making a moral claims and understanding what those moral claims mean, regardless of what species they are or where they're from, if they say killing people that have done absolutely that killing someone that has not aggressed upon another person or property is good and we should do it, they fall into logical contradiction. It is a performative contradiction.
What if it was something that they did to survive? Just like we do with animals, right? Like this is something they had, they were like, hey, we need organic life. And they find that we were a pretty good producer of that, right? And they were just like, oh, this is like another thing to us. And if they're able to travel here, then they'd be smarter than us.
Let's say you're on a deserted island, right? And there's no food of any kind, right? And it's just you and one other person. If you kill that person and eat them, it's wrong. It doesn't matter that you did it to survive. It's wrong.
Right. But I mean, morals, a lot of times they come from the lens of what we would want done to us, right? But these are a completely different species. So it's like they're going to look at things. So for instance, what we'd want done to us. So if I were in the society we currently live in, where we have all these rules and regulations, which is fantastic, I would teach, if I had a son, I'd teach him, hey, don't kill people, right? Don't do that. We don't want to encroach on other people's ability to live. We don't have to. And then we go to a different timeline somewhere along lines where there's I don't know, we're in some wasteland, Fallout type shit. I would probably teach my kid to kill people and be like, hey, don't give him the time of day because it's dangerous out here. And I think most people would do the same thing. I wouldn't say that's morally incorrect to teach them that. That's because of the where we're coming from.
I would say
right now in our society, in our culture, what you're saying is allowed. But he was saying, if it's an alien from a different place, they're not thinking the same shit as us at all.
Your moral preference doesn't change the fact that because you're arguing with me, and you are currently recognizing my bodily autonomy, you're not saying that I'm going to coerce or force you into believing any one position, right? by doing so, you recognize, right, that conflict systems, which is like ethics, is a conflict reducing system by which society engages in, right? And so if you say something, right, and this is like, this isn't even like libertarianism. This is like just even Kant, for example, right? The categorical imperative, right? That if something falls into contradiction, then it cannot be logically justified as an ethical rule. And the contradiction comes from the fact that you recognize my bodily autonomy in this moment. You recognize that the means by which you ought the means by which you believe that you ought reduce conflict is not through coercion or violence. When you're engaging in argumentation, you're attempting to argue against another person and you're attempting to change their mind. You're recognizing them as an individual different than you, and you're recognizing the system by which we prefer nonviolent conflict over violent conflict. When you say in that moment,
okay.
No, go. I mean, go ahead. I mean, it's like I'm trying to. It
Well, it's
turned
about
into
time
me
for-
debating libertarianism. So, like, fuck it. You know what I mean? I'll do it. I'm always down.
I don't want to debate libertarianism, especially with somebody
Y'all
who is
clearly do. Y'all keep asking me to justify and go into libertarian philosophy.
Well,
I love that I'm proselytizing libertarianism.
You keep making fucking insane claims, and people keep challenging you on them. That's what's happening. Okay, we're not inquisitive about libertarianism. We're wondering how you can sit there and basically go, if I believe a thing to be true, then logically it is like, and logic is what my morals. As long as my morals and my ethics accord to this is logical, and it's I don't. I've spoken to you before. You've read so much. You've read a decent amount of fucking philosophy, right? Like, this fucking hurdle of just the is ought claims, right, is fucking wild to me that you're not over yet. That's why we're kind of like stuck in this bit at the moment, but it's fine.
Everything's being pushed through the small lid.
I gave you multiple outs, right? But I love that you guys are curious about libertarian philosophy and you would like to have those answers and keep asking those questions, despite the fact that I said multiple times. Here is the basic framework, right? And
I think we should ask an actual libertarian about it.
Disagree.
Damn it, man.
I think we should ask him that. Yeah, I'm very curious about libertarian philosophy. I just think, maybe we should get an actual libertarian to speak on it.
What is your thought of what an actual libertarian is to learn libertarian philosophy? Whom would you think
we've already fucking talked about this, right? Like, I don't believe that you can be a libertarian and a capitalist, because capitalism inherently sets up hierarchical structures, right? Inherently gives people the power to.
Then what is your definition of libertarianism then? Are you just talking about like lib socks, right? Like you're talking about like the old European usage of libertarian? You're just saying we should talk to someone with a different political philosophy than Rothbard and libertarianism to learn about the political philosophy of libertarianism. That's a retarded statement, right? Like, come on.
I would say libertarianism is founded on justice, right? On balancing the scales, just the same way as fucking Proudhon said. All right. I would say that libertarianism is about maximizing autonomy, right? Not giving totalist autonomy, right? Because totalist autonomy gives you the right to infringe upon the freedoms of others, but maximizing autonomy, i.e., people should be able to do as much as they possibly can without infringing upon the freedom of others, right? That would be my
that would be me.
My definition of libertarianism. Well, no, I mean, it wouldn't be you because capitalism, but this is a different panel, so
let's do that later.
When you talk about,
we can get into this later.
Yeah, it's obviously a very different philosophy, and you would want to talk to someone of an opposing philosophy to learn about my philosophy, is the statement you made. And I
whatever your philosophy is, like, if you want to learn about about anarcho-capitalism or the euphemistically named right-wing libertarianism, you can talk to Fabian. He knows quite a lot about it, and I think we've seen so far. I think it's been very clearly demonstrated how fucking ridiculous it is. But if you want to know about actual libertarianism, you could talk to an anarchist, i.e., a libertarian, an actual libertarian who believes in the maximizing of freedom, the abolition of hierarchies, right?
Anarchism is only logically justifiable from the discriminatory and capitalistic domain.
I like hegemony and oligarchy.
Correct,
Okay,
Kyle.
can we talk about that?
Hegemony and oligarchy.
We're about to. We're actually about to right now.
that?
We're actually about to. I'm going to give Josh the last word on this. So
I'm so
in
glad
regards to the original.
It became me talking about it.
I'm so glad we didn't spend an hour talking about Destiny. That's fucking amazing.
To be fair, there are worse things to talk about, and Destiny's dick sucking might be one of them.
Josh's last word.
No, I'm sorry. I was like, it was like way back in the conversation. I remember there was the thing about prostitution and everything else, and you asserted that prostitution was immoral, right? Am I wrong?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it's
okay.
Immoral,
So it's immoral.
It's anti-life.
Yeah, no, it's strange because like in those situations, like if someone is, and we'll take OnlyFans girls specifically, if someone is doing something willingly, like they're doing their own body, like you said earlier, my body, my choice, and everything else. What's the actual?
He made that distinction. He said like he personally believes it's immoral, i.e., he thinks that it's something that he wouldn't engage in, and you probably shouldn't engage in. But he also believes that it's wrong to go in with a gun because libertarians love to take the most extremist example. But like it's wrong to coerce somebody or force them or make
it's not
laws
the most
to
extreme
stop
example.
them,
Prostitution is illegal throughout many countries in the world.
No, I'm just saying
it's
it's like
pretty
whenever.
normative.
Yeah, it's just whenever you say it doesn't matter.
I guess
Don't get hung up on the dick.
No, I was getting.
Josh, go ahead.
It always feels like morality is pretty much based on what you want done onto you. So, like, if, for instance, you have a friend and he cheats on his wife all the time, you would say, "Oh, that's moral." But realistically, I think it's like a natural thing for people to pull everything back to themselves, right? So, what's really happening is subconsciously, I'm like, I don't want that dude around my wife because that'd be a problem for me, right? I don't want that happening to me. Or if you have a friend who steals things, you can identify and be like, that's immoral. But what you're really saying is, I don't want him around me because he might steal from me. He's showing me his character.
Yeah, but extend that, right? He was talking about degeneracy earlier. He's saying that if people engage in these kind of actions in broader society, it creates a society that is in some ways unsafe for you to be. If there's a whole bunch of people fucking stealing and shit, right? Even if they're currently nowhere near you, they're still affecting the society that you live in.
Affecting you. It always comes back to you. Like kind of like what you're saying. It always comes back to you. And I'm saying it's really strange that we're making this distinction with like sucking dick and again, that might have just been ethical. The distinction you're making was very hazy to me, just me personally. But it's like you're saying things like gay activities or whatever it might be that's immoral.
He was trying to disguise.
I likened it. I mean, to be fair, I likened it to like eating a cheeseburger from McDonald's, right? So I mean, like that is legitimately like the same level of degeneracy, right? Like Vivian just wanted to specifically engage on that, and I was like, yeah, sure, and that's, I mean, like, because
because you said
she brought
sucking
it
dick
into the
is
domain.
Degenerate, right?
Well, no, you asked me because you wanted to know if that specific thing was degenerate, and I was like, I guess technically it is, and then I likened it to like eating a McDonald's cheeseburger. I think they're the same level of degenerate, right? There are a lot of things that are degenerate, but like in the grand scheme of like how they affect your life and things of that nature, it is so minute as to be dismissible.
Yeah, I mean, sadly, it just kind of it comes off as very like subjective overall. Like it's always depending on the person's moral frame. It generally comes down to culture and stuff like that. So it's very difficult to like 100% agree.
It depends on your fundamental moral values, right? Which is why this whole conversation has just been Fabian trying to disguise Ort's statements as his statements because he has a particular set of moral values. We have a particular set of moral values.
It's just not true.
Like, some things accord with them.
Are you capable of speaking without lying? Like, it's
hold on.
Are you capable of it?
Well, it's actually not wrong in the post, like broad shit. It's like I'm sitting here saying that I don't even know if it, like on the most base level, if I even believe morality exists. And you're describing things as like, oh, we're gonna have to push things through this, and if you don't believe this, then you're wrong. Well, those are contradictory ideas that cannot be reconciled, right?
Where's
if
the contradiction?
Hold on. Well, the contradiction is there's no moral actors in my scenario because there is no morality. And your scenario is, oh, well, there is morality. It's these things, and if you don't adhere to this, then it's bad. So how do you reconcile A, no morality exists, and B, everything through this lens? Like, do you see the problem?
Well, just to say that morality doesn't exist is not true, right? Like, because
it is true. It could be true.
Okay, people have.
No, I mean, it clearly does
moral
exist,
beliefs,
but it's a social,
right? Like
it's a social construct.
Like you could say,
exactly.
Like
if it's a social construct, it could be anything. If it's anything, then it doesn't exist.
Well,
it could be. It's very
we could
subjective.
get into like the Thomas
can't
principle
be
and shit, but
anything,
like when I say that someone is a moral actor, right? I'm saying that someone is capable of making and understanding and changing their behavior based off of their own moral claims, right? So I'm by doing so, I'm not saying that like there is this objective morality out there, or that like this certain act or thing is morally right or wrong, and that is just true. I'm saying that a being capable of making their own personal moral claims is a moral actor, definition.
No, you're wrong. And I'll tell you why you're wrong. Because what I'm describing,
their morality.
No, they're acting based off the stimuli. Whatever stimuli is affecting them, then they're going to make an action based off
Your
that.
way out. Your way out. It's so basic. No. Look, if you're capable of considering moral claims and acting upon them, right, you're a moral actor. That's it. It's tautologically fucking true. I don't know what you're arguing against.
No, I'm arguing.
Said a lot of dumb shit. Pick something else.
No, hold on. Let me finish here.
After Gibbs gets done, we're going to move on to the next topic.
I'm saying there is no morality. What the difference I'm saying is with this, right, is you can be responding to action. Say a volcano explodes, right? I'm going to have to move or die, correct?
Okay.
All right. How is that a moral action? Is it immoral if I decide to stay alive down there and stay in front of the lava?
So it depends.
No, you're just doing a survival instinct.
Okay, no. It depends on your own moral fucking values. There could be a moral system under which actually it's moral.
Exactly. And what my argument is, if everybody's got a different set of values, then there is no morality, because morality can be defined as anything. If you have something that can be everything, then it's
okay. It's not. No. It's not morality can be defined as everything.
That doesn't mean morality doesn't exist.
Morality doesn't exist. If it can be anything, then it's nothing.
Okay.
This is the problem that you're having with like the idea of a social construct.
It's a totally different argument.
No.
You're not going to explain this to our argument.
No, a thought is a specific thing. You're having a specific thought.
You're not going to explain this to him in ways that he's going to understand. Gibbs,
I understand it. I just think it's fucking stupid.
Okay. But you're just having trouble with the concept of a social construct.
Oh, I know what a social construct. No, hold on. Yeah, I understand absolutely what a social construct is.
But you're saying that a social construct is not real.
What I'm saying, yes, I am exactly. I'm saying that. I'm tell you what I'm trying to say.
However,
it is real. It's tangible in the sense that yes, it's real, and like, hey, people follow this, and people on this island do this. Sure, it exists. But what my argument is morality as the meta concept does not exist, because those social constructs can be anything. Thus, morality doesn't have a concrete definition.
The problem is they can't be anything. The problem is they can't be anything.
I'm tapping out
because they're reliant.
It absolutely can. I don't see how you're not getting this now. This is real simple stuff.
Well,
okay, so
they're reliant.
Let's get off the philosophy, because this is like a straight up. This one's going to take a minute. So on to the next topic.
We'll talk about it later, Gibbs. It'll be fun. Okay, we'll have a whole conversation about social constructs.
Yeah, I told you guys,
I love social constructs.
I understand social constructs as a construct. That's not the problem here.
We'll get back into that. So, is the influence of being a U.S. citizen protecting criminal influencers from facing charges? What could or should be done to prevent situations like this in the future? Controversial American live streamer faces prison in South Korea for offensive behavior. A controversial American live streamer is facing the prospect of prison in South Korea for his offensive antics. In a case that is shining a light on the rise of so-called nuisance influencers seeking clicks overseas, Ramzi Khalid Ismail, also known by Johnny S0mali, has been indicted of causing a commotion at a convenience store. Seoul prosecutors confirmed to CNN. If convicted, he faces up to 5 years in prison. A departure ban has also been placed on Ismail, preventing him from leaving the country while authorities continue their investigation. At this point, I believe he's facing 10 years, but so far he's been to multiple countries and has not gone to prison yet for doing multiple crimes. Same goes for a few other streamers who go to other countries and commit crimes and just end up having to leave. So is the American passport or their American citizenship protecting them from the justice of these countries? Starting with Gibbs.
Yes, thank God, America first. I hope that we keep having that situation. If you're an American, guess what? You are born better than the rest of the world. It's great. We are the new empire. I hate to break it to you. American hegemony is great. Hegemony, whatever, how you want to say it, I don't give a shit. American power is the best, and you should be wonderfully happy that we have to make our little bitch states, our clients, I mean our allies obey whenever we do something in these other countries. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this, and I hope it continues.
All right, let's go with Viv.
Johnny really picked the wrong country to fuck with. Korean prisons are no fucking joke. The country is fucked anyway. Korea is a fucking mess thanks to US fucking involvement over there. They're an extremely conservative and pretty authoritarian government. Even when they've had left wing, quote unquote, left wing for Korea is still pretty fucking alarmingly right wing and authoritarian. So he's a fucking dumbass for doing this in Korea, because they are absolutely going to want to 10-year prison sentence for what he fucking did is absolutely fucking insane. But that is about as far as I'm going to go in defending Johnny S0mali, because he's a fucking idiot. He's been to numerous countries so far. He walked around Disney Park, Disneyland, Tokyo, fucking playing a song referencing Hiroshima. He's played fucking racist, it was like a Chinese impression song on the tube in Japan. So not even the right kind of racism, but whatever. He's just generally a massive fucking piece of shit.
Thank you, Kai.
I've been absolutely hoping to see him get his shit kicked in for a while now. I'm glad it finally happened. He fucking deserves it. He's a massive piece of shit. But more than that, these nuisance influencers really do need to just lose their fucking protection. I think the United States government should just should allow the countries that they go to prosecute them. Right? I think that the responsibility of a government to protect its people comes for is for when there are frivolous claims made against them, or they might be in trouble for something that they didn't know was a crime, or that you don't reasonably think is a crime in America, right? All of these sorts of things. I don't think it comes from I don't think it should be extended to people going overseas to deliberately fuck around and hurt people. Basically, I don't think that it should extend to those people at all. I think if you go over and you're trying to cause trouble, then you should just fucking face the penalties of whatever country you're in. You enjoyed the hospitality of that country, you can fucking try and abide by its laws.
All right, Josh, you are muted.
Whoops, my bad. No, I think Viv summed it up pretty well. I don't believe it makes any sense for us to defend. Also, I'll put it this way: it makes us look bad. Even I'm going to go one step further. It makes us look bad to have to allow people back if they're causing actual problems. And it seems like it's with some of these streamers. It seems like it's very it's not accidental. Not like what Viv said again. There's not much else I can add to that. If it was an accidental thing, I don't know, I parked in the wrong place. Now they're trying to arrest me. Then okay, I feel like there should be
or some unreasonable law, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, but it's here we are. He was going out of his way to be as disruptive to the people there as possible. So for any judge to look at that and be like, no, we gotta take him back. We don't have to do anything. I feel like things like that should be left to be handled by. I say that, but then North Korea exists.
I mean, it does have.
You know what? There's a couple places where I'm they'll kill you. They'll straight up kill you. But it's I feel like there should be jail time maybe in America or something. There's got to be something. We can't just allow that to keep happening where our people are going out to places and just making America look like the worst thing possible, especially, So I'll just leave it at that, I guess.
All right.
What, Korea can bitch
Scott.
whenever they can win their own war. Like that's the bottom line right there. When they can win, they can bitch when they win their own war. Oh,
I just want someone to get caught up in careers. I know you can't even get into North Korea, but if it happens, it's crazy.
You can get into North Korea.
Fabian?
You can go on tours and yeah.
I didn't know.
They're very guided tours, and you're only allowed in specific areas, but you can go to North Korea. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So, so first and foremost, it is absolutely true that, American passports protect people, especially like nuisance influencers in other countries, right? There are, in a lot of the world, so when laws are made by the state, right, they are designed to maintain order and stability for the nation state itself, right? Now that can be, from an authoritarian country, that can mean, oppressing people in some means, just to maintain their power, or it can mean, the order and stability of like streets and crime, and like they don't want to lose voters, or it can mean protecting large corporations and like, special interest groups, etc. Right? Well, the thing is that whenever you make a law, no matter what, there are going to be trade-offs towards the law. Right? There are going to be unintended consequences, and every new law is going to require resources to enforce said law. And so because of this, there are plenty of places in the world where laws aren't made because the actions aren't common, right? Like especially when we talk about, let's say, Japan, because I believe Vivian had mentioned it, right? There aren't laws against or large enforcement against like littering on the Japanese subway system. And the reason is because Japanese people don't really do that because their culture is just different than ours, right? They don't randomly have dances on their transit, right? Or like flash dances. They don't have like, people pulling out drums and doing that. Like they have a different culture. So there's not really a need for
there are laws against littering in Japan.
For sure, I said enforcement. There's not like police on every subway train looking for people doing it because it's not a common practice, right? So when these people, so many times they're not even breaking the law, but they're disrespecting the nation's culture, the people there, right? By engaging in behavior that is intentionally kind of like aggressive, and they know that they're in this gray area. But furthermore, when they break laws that are somewhat minor, they're not punished because a lot of times countries don't want to deal with the diplomatic disaster. When I was in undergrad, and I was working like 2 jobs, I had my baby at home during the day, and then I was, going to undergrad. And one of the jobs that I had was like working late at night at 7-Eleven, like the graveyard shift, right? And there was every now and then these people would come in that were like Saudi prince affiliated, right? And they had family connections. They had some level of diplomatic immunity, some of them. And they would just come in and be complete assholes. And they would like knock shit over drunk because they knew that even if I called the cops, that the cops would like, the best way they could get rid of them was just walking up to them and like hope that they wouldn't like bump into them, and they couldn't even grab them and remove them because they were that protected by their status of diplomatic immunity as like some Saudi prince's kid going to college. I don't know why they were all at MCV, but they were. And so like, it's true that protection exists. And I would say I mostly agree with other, with Vivian and what Josh have said here. Which is that like I don't think the nation state has any interest spending our resources to help most of these people. Now, accidental situations or things that are extremely egregious, maybe that's worth exerting some soft power, right? But like if we have to give up war criminals or some shit to go get Johnny S0mali, like Johnny S0mali can go fuck himself. Like even if the punishment doesn't fit the crime, that doesn't mean that we should be spending our resources and like embarrassing our country to go fight for that person, right? He shouldn't be in prison for 10 years, but don't spend any of my fucking tax dollars to like go and try and get him back.
Honestly, with all the shit that he's done in all those other countries, like he might amount to 10 years eventually anyway.
Yeah,
but like,
honestly, yeah.
To Josh, what Josh said about like how it diminishes the I don't know your exact words, but essentially your point was that it diminishes the reputation of Americans overseas. And believe me, I know about this because Brits are some of the worst fucking people on holiday ever. All right. We are fucking shitheads who go and get drunk and fuck up other people's cities all the time. Like the perception of is Kai okay? Is he just AFK? Are we still on stream? I don't even fucking know, dude.
Yeah, we're good. I just needed my midstream second
Yeah,
energy drink.
no worries, no worries. I was just
I'm gonna
like
do the
double
same.
checking.
Blew up
Grab
in the
some water
freezer.
real quick. But I'm listening.
The like it already has like measurable fucking effects in Japan, right? Where they're like starting to create precautions against some of these nuisance influencers, but also it has effects like for people like expats who are living in Japan. I hate the term expat. Immigrants, white immigrants. Okay, that's what expat means. White immigrant. Immigrants who are living in Japan. Who get fucking blamed for all kinds of shit. Really famous example that I can think of is the Halloween parties, right? Every year, there's this big fucking bust up in Japan around Halloween parties in various parts of Tokyo, Shinjuku especially, right? Because there's a lot of fucking litter left around. As Scott mentioned earlier, they don't really the Japanese don't really like littering much at all. There's people drinking and getting fucking belligerent and shit, and it disrupts the way of life around there. And foreign people get a shit ton of the blame for this, right? Even though the vast majority of people who are guilty of fucking littering and engaging in drunken belligerent behavior in Shinjuku are Japanese. They're Japanese fucking teenagers that hang around, especially one particular train station. Can't remember what the fuck the name is of it. But if you look in the newspapers, if you talk to the people, because like I studied over in Hokkaido. That was where I did my master's. If you talk to the people, they're like, man, yeah, no, Tokyo gets crazy around Halloween. There's all these foreigners there constantly getting drunk and fucking throwing shit all over the place. It's like barely the case. Like there are some examples of it, right? But like,
yeah,
they all get the fucking blame for it because we Westerners, right, especially from the Anglosphere, Britain and the United States, have a horrible fucking reputation around the world, partly because of people like Johnny S0mali and partly because of drunk football assholes from the UK.
I mean,
just
listen,
to add
I don't have any
very quickly. The Gion district in for like where the geisha are, like Japan like felt it necessary to like basically ban all tourism from eating geisha. What's that?
Kyoto is like is Japan's historical fucking capital before it became Edo, which is now called Tokyo, and it's one of the most preserved places in the United States. Funny fact, just as an aside, it was spared the nuclear bomb because Truman had been there and thought it looked pretty. Right? It was on the list. He was like, "No, let's not nuke fucking Kyoto because I like it. I went on holiday with my wife there." Fact,
no fire bombs to burn all the paper.
Fucking insane. But because of that,
they're welcome.
A lot of
by the way, they're welcome.
The atomic bombs were one of the greatest war crimes in history. But regardless, the city is very, very well preserved. And as such, it's quite a wealthy area, but it's also an area in which a lot of the traditional practices continue because they have old ass fucking buildings and old I forget what they're called now, but geisha houses basically that have been there for fucking centuries. And what Fabian's talking about is like tourists coming up, and there's supposed to be no photographing of the geishas. That was one of the initial things that they did because people were coming up and basically annoying the geishas when they're out and about trying to do their shopping or whatever, and going up and trying to get photos with them and shit. So they banned photos, but people can't fucking respect that. So now they're like trying to
and they haven't actually done it, but now they're trying to ban tourists from even being within that particular district of Kyoto for during certain periods, and it's just fucked. You're ruining it for everybody basically by being an asshole and going over there. You know, like Kyoto's such a beautiful fucking city, and like there's a good chance that as a foreigner you might not be able to go there in future because of some cunt like Johnny S0mali.
Yeah, I mean, that's on one side, I get it, but on the other hand, maybe these people should win a fucking war every once in a while without our help, you know, or maybe not lose like Japan did. I'm just saying, like, all these people like South Korea.
Hold on. Japan wins every war where people try and bring boats to them and a tsunami is coming. All right.
Well, yeah, well, that's just sure, but I mean, they would have needed a lot of tsunamis to stop us because I guess they learned what happens when you mess with our boats. I'm just saying,
they kicked the fucking shit out of Korea and then China and you guys.
Well, yeah, we got involved and they got a country ass whipping, and now they rely on us to fucking fight for them. Now they're doing things, drawing catboys and drawing tentacles and shit, and they're not fighting wars anymore. And guess who's having to do that? Us. We're having to fight wars. Why? You know, I know why.
Why do they rely for us on defense?
Sure, it's in their constitution, and that's fine. But hey, guess what? They might be
the shit out of the.
Hold on, that's fine. But if they don't want to be our client state anymore with all our trade and our protection, because even if we let them off the handle, they're still not going to be able to handle Russia and China on their own without us coming in. And
they already kicked the shit out of the Russians.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, yeah,
and
in
the
small
Chinese
little wars, not in the big boy wars.
What do you mean in small little? In the big boy wars.
Yeah, barely.
Big boy wars.
They fought on the least populated half of Russia. I don't want to hear this bullshit. Secondly, honestly, if they don't want to trade with us and they don't want our money no more, well, all right, that's fine. We'll start respecting their rights and all that shit whenever they don't take any foreign aid from us, whenever they don't want our trade, and whenever they don't want our military saving their ass from all these evil bastards in China and North Korea. Like then,
motherfucker, they don't. Okay, they don't. A lot of them don't.
A lot of them.
My grandma has to live in fucking Okinawa.
See how it works out for strategy.
My grandma has to live in fucking Okinawa, where stories of American soldiers raping fucking local girls are.
I mean, you think it's gonna be good for Korea if we pull our troops out and say you're on your own? Like, honestly, if we go, hey, South Korea, you're on your own now. What do you think happens to South Korea?
South Korea? We're talking about Japan.
Well, both. Either one. We can talk about both. We can talk about Japan next, but what happens to those South Korea?
I'm saying one of the few things that I agree with the Yoyoku Dantai about, right? One of the few things that I agree with the Japanese nationalists about is that Japan should have its should have its right to have their own fucking army back, right? They have a self-defense.
I agree. Let them have it.
But they're not allowed like a proper army under the fucking under the treaty.
Yeah, they already learned their lesson, you know. So
and that the American occupation was a fucking abomination. Their attempt at denazification was amounted to cultural genocide and fucking war crimes. And the dropping of the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were a disgusting fucking crime. Yeah. And the firebombing of Tokyo, incidentally, also.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think there were war crimes.
I can't believe I say this, but I just agree with everything fucking Vivian says.
Man, there was no war crimes until the
Hey, that's what Lethy
I'm glad you're learning to be a real libertarian. It's cute.
Oh,
I am a real libertarian. Good God.
He can't help but respond to every single little barb, can he? It's so cute.
No, but my thing is this though, like on the topic, like they want to bitch. Okay, Johnny S0mali, he seems like a real annoying bastard. Sure, right? You know, but then, you know, how many times did that people have used? Like, listen, like we just talked about Brittany Griner. You kind of alluded to her in your opening thing. Like, oh, we traded the Merchant of Death for this guy. Yeah, I get that it's annoying. However, the fact that Americans are worth so much says something. It says that we're the fucking greatest. And thank God, because guess what? It's so important to get our citizens back. We should keep doing that. Because America's got a duty to its citizens first.
You got fucking caught off guard at Pearl Harbor, didn't you?
I mean, okay, I can't even tell you're memeing.
Were we caught off guard?
I
mean it. They just are mad because every time I say something, they're like, "He's memeing." I'm like, "Nah, fam. Fuck these other countries."
You started to sound like a complete joke, but I'll be real. Like, I feel like it should be something that at least we review, right? Like, I'm 100% down for the idea of getting them back, right? But then once we get them back, I feel like there should be something we look into and at least, you know, give them some time here, fines or something because this
Yeah,
shouldn't
but
just be
we
allowed.
decided that because they're Americans, and we're protecting them.
Like we talked about earlier, there's a realistic value, right?
Wait, let Josh finish saying what he was saying. He seemed like it was a mid-sentence.
No, I'm sorry.
Josh, go ahead, finish.
Dramatic pauses and shit. No, I feel like just like we were talking about earlier, just to tie that all back, there is like a difference, like with the Brittany Griner situation. There's a moral difference in our laws. It's weird to say that, but like it all draws back to that. With her little vape pen or whatever the fuck it was, like she had drugs to them, right? So they were like, they locked her up. Where in America, that's not a big deal. So that's another one of those reasons why we should have it all looked at over here rather than just have like other countries apply their laws to them, and then we have some dude getting beheaded in wherever.
Well, I mean,
there's got to be a level at which we go, okay, we're going to protect this particular person from this because we think that this law is unreasonable, right? Like we said that earlier, but in these cases, no, I just don't see a reason for protecting Johnny S0mali in any fucking way. Maybe in 5 years or whatever. But I think that your idea of like giving them some kind of penalty when they come back to the country, that also seems like a massive fucking resource and energy dump where it's like, you know, but there should be something to improve diplomatic relations. Well, I mentioned earlier about my grandma living in Hokkaido, right? And the American soldiers that have raped girls and got away with it. Like some of them get found out and they get shipped back to the United States and like posted somewhere else or just discharged from the army. I'm unaware of any that have seen prison time. I think there might be one case where they did. And that breeds such fucking resentment within the population. So it, you know, even from, if I'm trying to look at this objectively from like what's good in the United States point of view, right? And fuck the United States government, but it just makes no sense to me from their point of view to allow this sort of shit to happen. Because if you want to maintain your presence in Japan and keep them fucking pacifist or whatever, stop problems in the fucking South China Sea or wherever the fuck it was that they were trying to, that the right wing were trying to barge in on. Like, if you want to do all of this, then you've got to maintain those fucking relations, because otherwise the people are going to end up voting for somebody who's going to say, yeah, sure, we're going to kick all the Americans out, right?
And then let them deal with those consequences. I mean, like, I hate to be a dick, but like, what's South Korea going to fucking do if we fucking pull out? They're going to get ran over. It's going to be North Korea moving in the next day. It's going to be, we're gone. Welcome to the new state of North Korea. Like, that's what's going to happen.
Why do we South Korea is different than Japan. These are two different
South Korea
countries.
is not Japan.
Well, South Korea is the topic, though. You know, this is exactly what happened.
No, it's not. Well, okay,
We've been discussing Japan.
It
like, I agree that he is in South Korea, but no one here has made the claim. No one here thus far has made the claim the United States military should pull out of like Seoul, the DMZ, and Camp Casey, right? Like, we're talking about Okinawa.
Yeah, I'm saying
and Japan.
I'm talking about if South Korea. Hold on. The topic's about Johnny, whatever his fucking name is, in South Korea getting arrested, right, or potentially getting arrested, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Here's the thing. I'm saying South Korea shouldn't have the I dare South Korea to have the balls to arrest an American citizen for fucking anything.
How many fucking
over there and hold on, if a guy wants to go over there and turn into Charles Manson, we could try him over here and do whatever.
Let's say
able to say fucking diddly to us. I'm just saying.
Let's say everything you say is fucking true, right? And if America pulls out, then South Korea gets fucking rolled over, right? Then what the fuck was the point of the Korean War and all those American fucking lives lost and all those American fucking dollars spent? And do you think for a fucking second that the DPRK having control of the entire fucking Korean peninsula is somehow a good fucking thing for America? All those fucking resources, all the fucking no. The financial center, right? And also this bastion of quote unquote Western liberal democracy or whatever that was borderline fascism at its inception that America managed to fucking install there.
Samsung.
Like
Samsung, like Samsung goes away.
All of that.
No, you're right about all of this. Hold on.
Losing all of that to the DPRK would provide the DPRK with such ridiculous fucking resources that maybe they might actually be able to nuke Guam.
You're right about all of that, and it would be a very massive strategic loss. In fact, I think on this panel, I'm the most hawkish against North Korea generally, and 9 times out of 10. However, Sometimes I believe in crisis. Yes, yeah. I mean, I definitely have always talked about North Korea all the time. And so, of that being said, sometimes maybe these other countries need to fucking learn a lesson. And maybe that lesson is, oh, shit gets tough, especially if North Korea runs ramshod over fucking South Korea. And they goes, oh shit, if the United States maybe is the global good guy. They're the ones holding back.
It gets tough for you.
Yeah,
it
tough
gets
for you,
tough for
bitches.
you.
Maybe y'all actually have to deal with this from now on. And see what happens.
No,
and
it gets tough for America, you dumb fuck.
No, it does get tough, but it holds these other countries accountable. And it says, hey, you either accept American support and we protect you from this shit, or maybe y'all fucking get fucked for once. Like, I mean, and I'm not saying we do it everywhere, but I think a lesson one time will work and they'll learn it. Maybe we I'm just saying.
You're going to do it this one time for Johnny fucking S0mali?
This is so the problem here, I think. Right,
let them have what they want.
That you said before, that like Western hegemonic power, or I wasn't sure the exact phrase.
Well, they're going to be begging us to come in.
Right. And so I think the problem here is
it's
that
a long-term
you're,
game.
well, no, hold on. I think the problem here is that you're viewing Western hegemonic influencer power as like boots on the ground. And that is absolutely an element of it. Right.
A massive portion.
But
yeah.
I would say that I think you may be vastly underestimating the amount of influence that the CIA and that other non-governmental organizations have in terms of controlling media with like the Democracy Fund and like controlling universities through grants and controlling different corporations and the law and the influence that we peddle so that like the corporations in other countries play by the rules that we kind of set. Like there are a lot of things on the chessboard beyond just our troops, right? Or like South
financially, economically, Korea is basically run by like 5 companies that that America benefits massively.
You're absolutely right. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it wouldn't be a hickey. It would be a bad one, right? It would be a real bad time. And you're right. You're absolutely right.
You're going to do all this for Johnny S0mali? You know what I mean?
But the point is not just Johnny. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's the principle. If these countries learn that America was serious and you fuck up. Hold on. If you fuck up, if these countries, I mean, this is the problem. I think we've been too baby soft lately. I am not a fan of this neo-imperialism. I think we've been over here being baby soft and people are taking advantage of it. I don't like Putin. I think Russia's bad. I think China's bad. I think North Korea's bad. But, maybe if we showed, hey, to our allies, hold on. If y'all have been taking this for granted, y'all are gonna sit here. You keep taking this for granted. You're gonna sit here and try to give us smack about anything. Guess what? Now you on your own, bitch. And then once every other country goes, oh, maybe the alternative of no America is real bad. They're gonna go, oh shit.
Baby soft to let Johnny S0mali face justice in Korea. That's not being baby soft.
Nah, it's baby soft if we let them do that. Yeah. After we're saving their ass every single day.
You're not saving their ass every single day.
They exist as a day. It's because we're there. That's why South Korea exists.
You're not saving their ass every single day. You murdered millions of their fucking citizens to create a fucking client state in Korea. You didn't do it for them. You fucking
we did it for them.
Do you remember?
No, you
do you remember in school?
We did it
for them.
Do you remember in school when
they're beholden to us?
When we learned, like in like high school, maybe, right? Maybe middle school social studies, right? Do you remember when we talked first? Very, very, very concept, right? About like spheres of influence as America and China became like accessible.
I have the book Spheres of Influence
books,
behind me under the thing.
Okay, all right, cool, Roger, right? So like that literally never went away. Like we pretended like that was a thing that happened historically. That never went away. It only became ever more complex as especially as the digital age came into be, right? All of these places are spheres of American influence and like throughout all of the world. And we have so many fingers in so many, like the tentacles of the American state is a Leviathan like you cannot like none of us here, including myself, can possibly imagine how much shit they're connected in, right? Like so this concept of like we ought remove troops in order to protect the American citizen who is an asshole on the principle that like, fuck you, it's an American citizen. You don't fuck with our people. We're bringing him back. You're not putting people in jail like he's ours. Like, how dare you? I understand your position that, like, you know, we ought not allow other countries to just fuck around with our citizens where they're gonna find out. The problem here is very much like Trump and his fucking tariffs, is that, like, fuck around and find out isn't just them. Like, it would be a massive blow that could potentially cripple the American empire.
Sometimes you mean, hold on. On the same side, sometimes sometimes like adversity like leads to better things. Like, I hate to break it, just because something is convenient and we want stuff like our life. Like, yeah, no, really though. Like it, like if you sometimes you go through a hard time, right? Because maybe our like favorite candy shop shut down.
Did you say hard times make hard men?
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say that, like, maybe we could say that, but I'm not going to.
Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying that sometimes people be living too high on the hog, and just because we have extra conveniences, like what we got going on here with Korea, sometimes these other countries need to learn, and maybe even American citizens, like, hey, these countries don't want to be part of us. They want to think they can take advantage of us, and they want to sit here and go, oh, you know, you've been saving our ass and propping us up for the last.
They're not taking advantage of you. You fucking idiot. You are using them.
We own them, and they need to realize
you are using them.
They are a client state. That means they get to be client state privileges, which are none.
They definitely were a client state in the beginning. They basically are a client state now to a certain degree. But
America first.
Okay, fine, whatever, right? But allowing them to get fucked over by North Korea is still shit for you. It's stupid. It's very dumb. Like, you might not be that worried about the DPRK now, and you might not be that worried about China now, but once the DPRK takes over the entire Korean peninsula and allies itself with China or allies itself with Russia, you're going to want some fucking military bases near the Korean peninsula. And you've told all these countries that you've got your fucking military bases there. No, you haven't, because they've kicked you the fuck out. You've gone.
Right. Sometimes people gotta learn.
What does that mean? You're like, okay, we're gonna fucking withdraw all our fucking troops or whatever. Like, we're not gonna have a policy.
Back in there and take it back over. Don't worry, that's not gonna be an issue if we really want it. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's not the problem.
It will be a fucking issue once you have China, the DPRK, and Russia, and all these other fucking states, like, all banded together to try and attack you.
I'm gonna try and speak your meme language, okay? Here we go. If we pull out of North Korea, we will lose two things. Number one, we will lose 10th Mountain Division's capacity to train in jungle warfare. 10th Mountain is only really in two places in America, right? They're in Fort Polk in Louisiana, and they're in Fort Drum in upstate New York. Okay, now the Fort Drum individuals do. Right. Well, there's basically two types of 10th Mountain, right? Those that train in jungle in warfare, and those that train in cold weather, and that's what and 10th Mountain trains in cold weather at Fort Drum because it's actually better than Alaska for cold weather training. Right. So we'll lose that, and more importantly, speaking your meme language, this is not me speaking, okay? American soldiers will no longer have access to the juicy girls in Seoul. All right, are you going to take away the juicy girls?
Yeah, they've been getting too high on the hog, bro, with the Korean girls. That's the problem. They've been living too good. Like, no, I mean, like, but really though, okay, like, listen, I'm dealing with the world as it is right now, right? We can argue about why South Korea is a client state later, right? We can argue. The truth, here's the facts. The facts is they don't exist without us being there right now. If we pull that tomorrow, North Korea goes away. Their government, their economy is beholden to us. So, like, unless they want to sign on and be the 51st state, which they're not going to because they want to have their own national identity, then they need to recognize that they are our bitch. And they cannot just sit there and put, like, oh, hey, we're going to try your people for whatever, because without us, they don't exist. And they have a vested interest in continuing to exist. And so, I know that y'all think I'm memeing, but I'm 100% serious, and this is part of the reason why, like, people will say,
let's
no, hold on, but NATO. This is why, like, people that voted for Trump with NATO, right? The argument wasn't pull out of NATO; it was to get NATO to do its fair share. No, hold on. It's the argument was to get them to do the part.
You say they have a vested interest. You say they have a vested interest in continuing to exist.
That's true.
There's still a pretty fucking strong movement in Korea for reunification with the DPRK, okay? Like, And actions by the US could very well help strengthen that movement, okay? They may not regret it as much as you think they're gonna fucking regret it. In fact, it might just end up being you fucking regretting it and them reunifying with their and getting their family members back from the DPRK. Right? Might just be that. These are complex fucking political situations, and you're treating it like you're a fucking schoolyard bully trying to shake people down for their
even at the most
money.
complex, it still boils down to the most simple. Like that's what y'all like trying to get. Like these people respect shows of strength. That's what the Koreans respect. That's what the Chinese respect. They respect shows of strength. And like what we've been doing is bending over backwards.
It's appropriate. No, you haven't. You're not bending over backwards by letting them try Johnny S0mali. Appropriate shows of strength for fuck's sake.
Your concept of foreign policy and strength is I'm trying to understand it, but it seems like your concept of foreign policy shows of strength are like propaganda for the American citizen. Like South Korea already is our bitch. Right, like we have like the American empire is so fucking persuasive and strong in terms of like you will represent our values, or like foreign aid, for example, as you talked about, right? Like foreign aid is a higher budget than the Defense Department or the Pentagon. Like that foreign aid isn't like we're going to go feed starving kids in Africa. That foreign aid is money that we spend to like hold power over corporations and like media outlets and like universities and things like that so that we can like spread democracy.
I just think it's nuts that Gibbs has got me and fucking Fabian sitting here going, actually, this is terrible for imperialism. Like,
right, Trump is the type of person that absolutely might make wild threats just to get Johnny S0mali back, right? Because Trump will do it for the lulz and for the people at home to be like, hell yeah, America. But like in terms of like saying that like South Korea doesn't know that they're our bitch, they fucking know. It's just that our government doesn't give a fuck about Johnny S0mali because it's not in their interests at all. They don't give a fuck about him. They give a fuck about maintaining the South China Sea dominance and trade routes and fucking like our influence over their corporations. That's what they care about. If Samsung had another fucking workers' protest for unionization that like fucked over their production, yeah, the American government cares then. That's the shit they care about because all our fucking money comes from peddling influence and maintaining our economic structure throughout the world. Like that's what we give a fuck about. We don't care about Johnny S0mali. That's just shit for the tabloids.
Hold on.
Before we get there, and before we get to United Nations command officers meeting axes, I'm gonna say we're about to go to open, so I don't want to hold anybody past time. So if anybody needs to dip or needs a closing statement, by all means, handle biz, and we will open up the panel.
I'll stay for a little while. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll be here for a little bit. Yeah.
You were saying something?
Oh yeah, no. So like, this is something like I get that like North Korea is a strategic partner. Once again, like I said, I'm the most usually on what I would expect on this panel is I'd be the most hawkish South Korea defender here, or I'd be or like anti-North Korea guy here, like based off all the other experiences we've had. So what's interesting to me is I'm using them as an example, like right, if this is because this is a specific time. However, like Brittany Griner came up, we can't exactly do something with Russia in that situation. They're not part of our sphere of influence.
Yeah.
However, other times
less influence over them. Yeah.
Yeah, right. But like South Korea,
we've been fighting a proxy war with them since
exactly.
The
my point is though, is this is kind of the argument Trump. It's the same argument really Trump made with like threatening to pull out of NATO. Right? He basically said, okay, I need y'all to do. If y'all don't do this, we're out. And what do those other countries do? Well, suddenly they started paying the amount of their GDP they were supposed to be paying the whole time and hadn't been doing. Right? The same thing with this country. Sometimes making an example gets people to do that. Like I don't want to lose South Korea. I 0% want that. I agree. It would be extremely devastating. However, if like say another country, like I don't know, Kenya or something. That's one of our allies. Or like, I don't know, Djibouti, for example. Djibouti's where we got AFRICOM. It's like we're going to offer up somebody, to whatever. We're going to put them in jail because we don't like whatever. It's like you literally only exist because we're there. And Americans are sick of paying and funding for all these things for countries that like don't like us. They hate us. Cool, we'll let them do their own thing and see what happens when their enemies invade them. Like we've been playing global police.
Here's my solution.
It's time. It's like these other countries will realize, hey, we actually have to step up some if America's not always going to be there.
Here's my solution. Let's see if you like it. Okay, we go to North Korea. Trump goes to North Korea, right? Because Trump, his East Asian ability to persuade is just a lot better than we've had in a long time. Mostly because he is a walk tall, carry a big stick type of guy, as you're describing, which they do respect in East Asia a lot more than Europe. Europe hates that shit. Right. So we go there and we go, look, motherfucker, you're giving us Johnny S0mali, okay? And we're going to work out a deal. And the deal is this. How much money is it worth? Okay, well, guess what? Johnny S0mali is a fairly successful streamer. You know what? He needs to pay restitution. So we'll go get our guy back, but he's got to pay like the, $200,000 or whatever payment to the South Koreans, right? And then it's like, look, we get the win, we get our guy back, right? And then at the same time, we're like, but the guy was an asshole, so we made him pay. And then both of those instances, like, we did that. We made him pay. We got our guy back.
Already agreed.
America strong. Like, how about that, right? Is that a reasonable?
Well, yeah, I already agreed with that with what Mitchell Josh was saying. I basically agreed with that from the start. I said, if we go in there and we take it back and go, okay, now you're paying this to whatever, we make all the decisions, sure. But the idea that South Korea even has a say-so at all is hilarious.
No one wants to risk a diplomatic fucking offensive over a fucking nuisance streamer, right? Like, he's an asshole.
Yeah, well, I think
Gibbs
thinks
his culture.
I think Gibbs thinks that diplomatic problems with states like North Korea aren't actually a problem because you can just run around being an asshole to everybody.
I mean, it's worked for thousands of years,
and it's never gonna blow up in your face. But you had 9/11, didn't you? So maybe,
maybe all right,
being less of a
fucking dickhead in the world would be a good idea.
Where's Chase when you need him?
Hold on, I grew up with like 9/11 happening, right? It was bad.
So did I. It was horrific.
Right, it was large. There was a large, a couple thousand people died, right, in one day. That was a terrible event. However, that being said, that was like the first time that it happened since Pearl Harbor, really. But that was the biggest attack since Pearl Harbor. I think it was bigger, right? But we've only had two of those.
If you don't want more,
if we're only getting one of those every 50 years, and most of these countries are fighting wars of attrition every few years, I tell you which one seems to be working, and it's being the bully. I hate to break it to you, but we're only getting one of these every 50 years, and these other countries are getting wiped out and having genocide.
What did we gain? What have we gained?
We're not having the genocides here because they can't get to us because we're the bully.
No. What have we gained since the kind of ramp up under the Carter administration? Most people don't even realize that he was as hawkish as he is, right? Because he pretended to be a nice guy. Since then, in American involvement in Afghanistan, the only thing that we have gained is we have lost trillions upon trillions of dollars, American lives. Right. And we've destabilized the region, which has only made yes, in some ways it's made OPEC plus more powerful, but it hasn't made oil cheaper from those places. And then on top of that, what do we get? We've bled Russia of some money. We've kept Russia in check a little bit via those proxy wars.
Those are good.
Right. I'm trying to steel man and be as honest, right? I don't think we've come out ahead in that deal. With thousands of American lives lost on 9/11, thousands more lost in wars.
Iraq and Afghanistan.
Iraq and Afghanistan having somewhere, who knows, between 100 to 300,000 of their civilians dead. The hate that we have gained from so many groups across the world because of that. Right?
These people weren't already chanting death to America already.
All it does is empower your enemies. When I was talking earlier,
Okay, no. There is a difference between going, man, I fucking hate how America interferes with everything all the time, and going, hey, I'm going to join ISIS or the fucking Taliban, and I'm going to go over there and I'm going to murder some fucking Americans. Or governments going, actually, you know what? I don't think it's a good idea to be allied with the West anymore. I'm going to hook up with Russia or China or whatever.
Well, yeah,
right?
I mean,
there is a big fucking difference between them.
Like the involvement, like just one example, right? Like the involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan absolutely fueled and funded al-Nusra, along with ISIS, but ISIS getting a lot of funding and, propaganda from Iran. I'm using al-Nusra here as an example, right? And of course they're buying the very same fucking weapons that we're supplying to Turkey from Turkey. So we're supplying them anyways. And, you may think, oh, well, that kept Russia in check because now Russia's trying to protect their natural gas, and their interests in Syria under Bashar al-Assad. But the thing is that Bashar al-Assad was privatizing the banks, was going towards Western, trying
He's
to
an American ally.
Right, he was trying to get away
Genocidal
from
monster,
Russians.
probably one of the worst people who's ever existed, but he was your fucking ally.
Yeah, I'm speaking purely from I'm not saying he's good,
but
right?
Look at it from
but we
statistics, right?
pushed Bashar al-Assad and all of those resources and Russia's ability to go through new avenues for natural gas into Iran and things that we pushed Iran and Russia and Syria closer together with all the bullshit that we were doing.
Yeah, and they're all. Hold on. No, it was a wild success. Iran is in the worst shape it's ever been in. Syria is in fucking pieces. They're fucking done as a major state. Literally, they just lost land in Aleppo again. They're like, remember when they cleared it out? The Syrian government's losing land again. Assad might not even be president here in 10 years, right? Yeah, that's fine.
None of that's good for you.
Hold on.
The people who are taking over Syria right now.
I would argue it's a good thing. I mean,
people who are taking over Syria right now.
Hold on, Israel's our ally, and a weaker Syria is better for Israel, and Israel's our ally. I mean, you talked about
the people who are taking over right now.
So September 11th, the only major attack on U.S. soil, on the mainland U.S. soil, as far as I'm aware, that was a major attack from a foreign power. That cost 2,996 people their lives, and umpteen, however much it happened over the years from all the inhaling all the shit. Lots of people got bad stuff. Now here's the thing, though. You don't know in 20 years how many casualties America had in Afghanistan. Let's just compare the two. In 20 years, we had 2,459. It's about 122 casualties a year. I don't know if you can take that as a win or a loss. Yeah, I take it as maybe a loss that we ended up losing the control of the country. However, the Taliban has had to restructure themselves completely. All that leadership is gone. Al Qaeda ceased to exist as an organized group anymore. I mean, it's an unqualified win for the objectives. Osama, we eventually got him. I just don't understand how you can argue that was not a good enough reason to go over there and to show why we're the dominant superpower.
Well, pulling out from Afghanistan and having a destabilized region like that creates the conditions under which ISIS was fucking formed and under which Al Qaeda was able to commit the attack on 9/11.
Well, Trump dominated ISIS.
No, they're still around. What the fuck are you talking about? And they're regaining power in fucking in Afghanistan right fucking now.
The Taliban regained power and is fighting ISIS pretty heavily, right? So now we have enemies fighting each other. That's a win for us.
They're fighting ISIS-K, but they also have fucking ISIS members within their organization.
Yeah, they're fighting each other. I mean,
the Taliban are fucking morphing into ISIS at this point.
Okay.
ISIS are not.
Josh, okay. It's okay, my bad. I ain't waiting.
Enemies fighting's a good thing.
They'll keep going back and say,
Josh, get in.
I'll dip out in a second, but I would definitely say that whenever, even though we are like Scott said, we are kind of, or not Scott, Gibbs said it. We are definitely one of the stronger countries on the planet, right? And that does work to an extent. It's definitely one of those things where I would never cause friction where we don't have to. It's just never going to be a winning strategy long term because we don't know how long this is going to last. This whole American thing, realistically, and it's just gonna fall apart faster if we cause enemies and all that other shit. But anyway, I'm gonna dip out. This conversation went all over the place. It was kind of cool. It was nice meeting you, Gibbs. I still can't tell if you're serious half the time or if you were just I mean, you have good points, but also I was like, I don't know if you're defending him because you actually believe him.
No, I believe what I say. Like, people think I'm memeing because like I'll bite bullets on stuff, but like I pretty much believe everything I'm saying. Sometimes I play devil's advocate, but not. You'll know when I'm doing that.
And that show was dope. It was fun talking to you. Yeah, Scott was cool, and Viv, it was nice meeting you for the first time. Hammer didn't meet you at all, but
I wasn't fucking cool. Okay, man.
Oh yeah,
fine.
it was nice talking to you, my
I
guy.
get you. Scott was cool.
Maybe
Viv,
next time, all right.
it was nice meeting you. Yeah,
No
okay.
worries.
No, I'll see you around, buddy. I'll
Josh,
see you
thanks for
nowadays.
coming through. Appreciate you, and hope to see you again soon.
This motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, so Viv, you wouldn't agree that like I guess you don't believe in proxy wars at all. Like, I mean, like keeping your enemies weak and fighting each other. You don't believe that's a tactic that's worked for empires for thousands of years. You don't don't believe in that strategy?
Well, I don't fucking like empires, dude. I don't know what you're asking me.
All right, like let's just I know you can do the big meta thing abstractly. Let's do that. We'll go back. Do you like if you're an empire? Say you were an empire, hypothetically.
Okay, hypothetically, I'm an empire, which is an interesting. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of an empire.
Would you agree that like proxy wars and having your enemies have chaotic times over there would be beneficial, probably, to said empire?
Right, but in the case of South Korea, we're not talking about enemies. We're talking about allies. You're talking you're talking about deliberately pushing allies to reject you. Which seems really fucking stupid. That's
gotta learn, bro. You gotta learn them.
Sorry,
you gotta learn them.
They're not gonna fucking get learned. Okay,
they're gonna get learned.
It's not gonna happen. It's this is the thing. It's so fucking boring going over the same shit again and again and again and again. But the more
it's like a child when he touches a stove, you say don't do it. They touch the stove and it burns them. They're like, oh, maybe I don't do that again.
The more you fuck with people who are already your fucking allies, right? The more you fuck with people who are already your fucking allies, the more you breed resentment in those countries, the more likely they are to become not your allies and ally with your enemies, strengthening your enemies and weakening you. The status of hegemony that America has enjoyed for nigh on a fucking century, longer than a century at this point, right? Is at risk of falling. China is at risk of fucking catching up economically. There's wild shit happening all over the fucking Middle East and with Russia and fucking Eastern Europe, right? The Trump risks fucking severing the relationship with Europe. A lot of your power is at great fucking risk right now. And if all your enemies ally together and all your allies decide that you're not worth defending or ally with your enemies, then all of a sudden that American hegemony that you love so fucking much is gone, and you're a third world fucking country getting bombed into the floor by Iran.
Nah, fake news.
And
how embarrassing would that be?
I had an eyelash fall into my eye and then go into behind my eye.
Russia has more nukes than you, dude. Wait, no shit. Do they? I think America.
They do currently.
They do now. Yeah.
They do currently, but I mean, it's like
but half of them are filled with water
to fucking it's having more nukes at this point when the amount of nukes that we have.
When you have tens of thousands, yeah. No, I'm just saying.
We have enough to bomb every major city in the world.
Do you want? Okay. Look what fucking happened with world oil prices when Russia invaded fucking Ukraine. Okay, how much that fucked with the gas at your with the price of gas at your pump. Okay, the way you're talking about behaving and giving up these fucking allies.
We can invest in Texas oil more. I mean, that's what we should do right there. Perfect.
It's gonna reduce the quality of life in America.
Well, no, it could raise it if we invested more in Texas oil and less in Alaskan oil. Guess what? Now we give more Americans jobs.
You rely.
We're self-reliant on oil. We won't be affected by global oil prices.
You rely on your allies in the world to provide Americans the standard of life that you have, right? That is just true. Why fuck with it?
All right, so like I'm not an isolationist. However, the argument that a lot of isolationists make, right, is that we're spending all this money we could be investing in at home. I hear even a lot of lefties make this argument about like foreign wars generally. They're like, oh, we don't like these foreign wars. We could be spending those money here at home. I'm going to take both concepts, right?
I'm not talking about foreign wars. We're talking about whether or not you fucking
same thing.
No. It's not the same thing. We're talking about whether
North Korea right now.
We're talking about no. We're talking about whether or not you start a diplomatic incident with South Korea over fucking Johnny S0mali. Okay, we're talking about you potentially. We're talking about you potentially spending money on creating a diplomatic incident when you could spend no money and not have a diplomatic incident.
For the record, Hammer, since you just showed up, we're literally talking about whether or not Johnny S0mali is protected because he has a U.S. passport.
I mean,
or
he
any
is
other
protected
nuisance
because he has a US passport, but he shouldn't be, which is my argument and Fabian's. Sadly, we're on the same side, but that's going to happen sometimes because he does recognize my intellectual and moral superiority. So, hey, but he is fine. Followers can't be leaders. Don't worry about it. You have an important role to play.
Is that the guy who was like doing fucking stupid prank videos and like he was like fucking with people in South Korea?
Yes.
And then he got arrested.
He molested
he
molested a statue. Well, he molested a statue, threw food all over the place, got caught doing drugs in the country, along with other things.
I actually think the other big example is Jake Paul. I actually think we should fucking allow Japan to extradite him. I think you should arrest him in the United States and fucking send him back to Japan to face trial.
It's Logan Paul, by the way. Logan Paul, not Jake.
No, it's Jake Paul.
Wait, what did Jake do?
Wait, was it Jake Paul? Sorry, Logan Paul.
I
always get them mixed up. They're both fucking disgusting. But yeah, there's a suicide forest thing and a bunch of other shit.
Okay, hold on. Now I'm switching sides over to Gibbs. Why the fuck would we extradite an American for a crime that isn't a property crime? It's a crime of like culturally pissing off Japan. Why would we give up a fucking
culturally pissing off in the United States?
Wait, I have a
it's
question.
Like not even a crime here. Like he videoed somebody.
I agree that what he did was deeply immoral.
I mean, that would be illegal in America.
Hammer has a question.
Wait, why would it be? Oh, if I'm walking,
what are you talking about? Hold on. What action are you talking about?
Did they even ask for any punishments, or did they
the video? If I walk by and someone's hanging from a tree in America,
I don't know if they ask for punishment, but he can't be extradited more than likely.
If you video a corpse and then put it online for people's fucking entertainment, I'm pretty sure that's a fucking crime. Yeah.
Well, how do you have to be a wartime photographer then? Like, I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
At the very least, it's a breach of their dignity and privacy, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure, I'm not arguing that it's immoral.
I absolutely agree that, like, well, even if it is illegal, right, which it probably should be, considering, you know what I mean, like what they have going on there, like, you know, like, just because, like, why, like, that's so silly. Like, you're in the meme category of like
because it's justice, man. No, because it's fucking justice, dude. Because somebody did something fucking horrific and you're allowing them to stay in the United States and get away with it. Just in the same way that you should fucking extradite every single American soldier who has ever fucking raped a girl in Okinawa and hand them over to the Japanese authorities for justice.
Obviously, like, listen, these are two totally different things. It is totally different to say
I mean,
that someone in Okinawa... Like I don't know specifically which ones you're talking about, but I mean, soldiers can be wild, and I don't doubt that occurs, right? I don't have like a case in mind, but like taking a hypothetical case, right, of like a soldier raping a girl in Okinawa, and instead of going through you know, a military tribunal, getting Article 15, you know, and going to Leavenworth like they should, right? They move them around. I that seems kind of wild. But assuming that does occur, which wouldn't.
There's only one guy that's seen prison time as far. I think.
Well, he wasn't a soldier. He was a contractor. He was like a civilian contractor, like a GS-11 that worked for them, former Marine. But so he wasn't an active duty soldier. So like what they could and couldn't do, you know, to like protect him in that regard would be different.
It should just be again. We should just allow them to face justice in Japan. Frankly.
The Japanese people need to see.
I'm not
the
against
Japanese
that.
people
Like,
need to see justice being done, right? And
no,
they
no,
need to trust.
I agree. I agree completely. But there is a difference between the military using resources to keep a rapist from their just punishment for violating the bodily autonomy of another person versus Logan Paul, who did something I absolutely agree is deeply immoral, which is filmed a corpse and put it online in a place that has, is kind of a dark part of Japanese culture that they are certainly not proud of, right? Which brought a lot of shame and embarrassment to the Japanese people on top of, putting somene's crime
And the pain and hurt
body.
of the family and friends
Right.
and anybody who might have known the guy.
Like, for sure. That's I agree with you that it's deeply immoral, but
It's a fucking
what is
disgusting crime.
But what is your justification for us giving an American citizen for a non-violent crime to Japan to go to prison?
I mean, hold on. It was a crime.
It's a crime in the sense that it's illegal in Japan.
No.
I'm not saying it's a crime in terms of like natural law.
Yeah, but hold on. What I'm arguing is it's probably, I don't think it is even a crime in the United States, because otherwise any of these podcasts that show crime scene photos would all be committing crimes. Like there's like so many levels of this. Or if you were like a newspaper and you showed war, like war photos, and you showed dead body, or you show like a body like from a hurricane. Like there's
The things you're talking about are matters of public record.
Hold on,
or being reported on in the public interest.
No, hold on. That's not what I'm saying. Maybe partially that is true, but there's no difference between that and any public figure. Like, say, like if you were on Twitter or something, and like I don't know, the nuke went off, and you have videoing that, and they use that. News people can use any source, right? Like I don't see like how he on his own platform stumbled upon a body that was there. He didn't kill him or whatever. It's sitting in your video is somehow a crime. Now, do I agree he shouldn't have put that tape out there? Yeah,
wait. He didn't. It's not stumble across a body and then that happened and he was like, oh man, that's really shocking. How terrible. And then he pans away and fucking he went out to fucking like degrade and denigrate a person that had died in that fucking forest. And you went out to do it in the purposes of entertainment.
Yeah, but it's also partially stupidity, right? Like,
I mean, I don't know. If it's not a crime,
it's fucking evil.
Let Hammer finish the sentence. Let Hammer finish the sentence.
No, I don't think that. Like, it seems like now I know that people will say that he's like a sociopath or whatever. I don't believe any of that. I think it seems when you look at his reaction, he seems genuinely shocked. Like he really, really didn't expect to see that, and he didn't know how to react. I think that like here's the thing: is like it's not even a issue of extradition, is more of an issue of like discretion of arrest. Like I don't think that even if this happened in America and it was illegal, I don't think that police would press charges. They would be like, oh, just a dumb kid being stupid. He got him. He didn't. Like he was somewhere he's not supposed to be.
And it's not.
He went over there.
We definitely shouldn't extradite the U.S. citizen for something that's not a crime here. Like that's crazy.
That wasn't the only fucking thing he was doing. He was fucking hitting people's cars, throwing Pokeballs at people in the fucking street. Right? He was doing all kinds of fucking shit while he was over there. That was fucking insane. Okay, he went over there with a direct fucking intent to antagonize, upset, and hurt people over there, right? Like emotionally hurt them, if not physically hurt them, right? He was no fucking different from Johnny S0mali, and he happened to come across a fucking body in the fuck, I forget the name of the forest, but it doesn't matter. I don't see any reason to fucking defend this dude and go, he just came across a body and I guess he was in shock. Or what? No, he was fucking laughing about it.
But it's not a crime.
There's
extraditing somebody for that.
Right? Yeah. There's a difference between defending. So go ahead.
Oh, hitting someone with a Pokeball is attempted kidnapping.
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
But it is battery, right? It is battery. Like I agree that is a crime, hitting someone with a Pokeball, right? And if Japan demanded that he pay some level of restitution for that crime, that was, as far as we're concerned, quote unquote reasonable, right? I wouldn't have any issue with Japan being like, hey, the victim of this.
But the point was,
is, like you need to pay them $20,000, right?
The point was, just like with the rape, that the Japanese people need to see justice being done, right? Need to believe that justice has been done in order to preserve.
Well, hold on. Do you think we should extradite people for crimes in other countries that aren't crimes here?
Well, no, it's just like by
That-
what
I think that
nature? Like you're
depends.
saying, the Japanese people are offended, therefore we should extradite them for justice.
Yeah, for something that's not a
Like-
crime
like-
in the United States.
Well, it's not even about whether or not
Probably
it's a
should
crime
be
in
a
the
crime
United
in the
States.
United States, but it doesn't matter. Like
Okay, but
extradition
we don't
for
have
things that aren't
we don't
crimes
have a
happen.
suicide force in the United States, so like it wouldn't like it's just there. Even if it was a crime here,
It's not
it
crime
wouldn't even,
because
like,
it
make
specifically
sense.
happened in that forest.
Well,
But,
I mean, yes,
sure.
but there's a cultural context there that simply doesn't exist in America, right? Like we don't have like. I mean, I guess you could go to like to areas like I know a park in Richmond.
Fuck it,
right,
Golden
where
Gate
a lot
Bridge,
of bodies end up.
whatever.
Right, and you're
Yeah,
right.
Golden
like,
Gate Bridge, a bridge or something. Yeah.
but again, this
Well,
isn't
that's
like
got- I
the
mean, that has
cultural
happened in
context just isn't
America.
the same.
Yeah, nobody
Right,
like
but the
so many
cultural
people
context-
film
I
people
get-
committing suicide in America and they didn't get
I-
charged,
I-
which is
right,
way
I
worse.
get-
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is I
I
get that
shouldn't
the
have brought
cultural
this topic
context is
up.
different and that people are and that the Japanese people were more upset from their own subjective kind of like analysis of the value and how
And he
it
went
harmed
out there
them
with the intent to
psychologically.
upset people.
Yes,
Isn't there
I
a
agree.
song from an English
but
singer where somebody is literally
but-
murdered in the background of
when
the
you're
album?
talking about
Wait, he's a
you're
traitor.
talking
He's
about
a traitor to the United
you are
States.
you are talking about a
went- I
subjective
think that's a little bit
value.
dramatic.
You're talking
No,
about a
he
subjective.
went out
Oh
there
my gosh!
deliberately attempting to fucking degrade the relationship
hurting
between the
fucking
United
cattle,
States and
you guys.
Japan.
He's not a political.
Oh, yeah, I'm
figure.
talking
You are
You're
talking
not
about-
allowing him to
you are
maintain
talking-
a
to
relationship with
Hammer.
another country.
You're not hurting cattle. I'm talking to Hammer because he got a word
that's
in
very
and he wants to
Never
fucking
mind.
say something.
You are talking about a subjective value of like cultural hurt held in the mind of other people. You're not describing a property crime. You're not describing any form
Find
of
me a
aggression
fucking
whatsoever.
person in America. But I think it is a form of aggression, but beyond that.
How is it a form of
like,
aggression?
Because you're deliberately setting out to cause fucking harm and hurt to people. That's a form of aggression, Jesus. But beyond that,
How is it? You're saying that the intent makes aggression. That's how is that right? Like how is that? Where do you square that? Like how is that aggression? That intent to upset people is an act of aggression, regardless of actus
well,
reus,
if you
right? Like
accident-
guilty
if
action.
you ac-
Like
if
you're describing mens
accidentally
rea.
fucking- I mean, it is actus reus as well because he actually did it. But beyond
What
that,
did he
right?
do? What is the guilty action? Is he filmed something in a forest and live streamed it? There's no property
just-
crime there. There's no
not
damage
just
to anyone
that.
other than them
It was
being upset.
distasteful, maybe, but like,
Yeah,
Not
it's
just
immoral.
that, but regardless, he went out there with the intent to cause hurt and harm and offense. Right? That's it. And if he's gonna, if he's
I
gonna
don't know.
fucking
I don't
do
know that he did or didn't. I don't know that he
This
did
is-
or didn't do that for that regard. Regardless, right? Like guilty. I'll give you.
see it through.
guilty
You can see
mind.
it through his numerous fucking actions, like
Right,
that
well,
he committed
I will
while
give
in Japan.
I will
right?
give you mens rea. What is the actus reus? What is the guilty act that is a damaging thing here?
I mean, we listed a bunch of them.
Well, no, I totally understand the Pokeballs, and I agreed with you, right? Assault is wrong. If someone is assaulted, right, and it feels offended or whatever, and the Japanese government demands some restitution for the victims of said assault, right? He is guilty of that, and he ought pay that. I'm specifically talking about the thing that seems.
I
to
wouldn't
be
care
of
if
the highest
none of
concern
the.
to
I
you.
wouldn't care if none of the Pokeballs hit people, or if they only hit cars, or whatever. Right? I wouldn't give a shit. Like the point was the point that I'm making. Okay, the distinction that I'm making is that if somebody goes to another country, right, and is breaks the law unknowingly, right, or through no fault of their own, or
Right, no
doesn't have
means-
any intent to cause harm or hurt, and I would provide clemency for somebody who goes over and wants to protest some terribly authoritarian action or something that we deeply, deeply disagree with, right? Then I would be fine with us extending their fucking protection to them, right? But I don't think that it's worth the damage to the diplomatic relations between the United States and Japan to protect a person who has deliberately gone over there with no fucking with no intent to protest some injustice or whatever, but merely just gone over there with the intent to
essentially do things that people are going to fucking hate them for in that country, right? I don't see the point in fucking protecting them. And I think I think that a good diplomatic move in this fucking situation is to hand that trade to America over to the Japanese authorities to do what they want.
Hold on. Let me ask this. Like, let me straight
Even
one
giving
question,
you
and then you can go.
go ahead.
I just
He has a fucking open warrant in that country. Why protect him?
Well, hold on. Here's my question. Right? Okay. You're really advocating for something that's not a crime to you. I know that we can argue about is not whatever if it should be a crime, but currently it's not a crime in the U.S. You're arguing that we should extradite a U.S. citizen to another country for something that's not even a crime in our country.
I think that any nation has the right to request extradition for something for a crime that's been committed in their country, and if we can show that there is no intent to do good, right, behind that action, or that they knowledgeably went over there and intended to do some kind of harm, right? Then I think that we should approve that extradition request.
What if the Japanese government was demanding his execution? Would you approve it?
No.
Okay, right. So
but the penalty is it would yeah, sure, if the punishment is at least relatively proportionate.
Okay, so where is your line? I'm just curious, really, more than anything. Where is your line? Where
it's nebulous, isn't it? It's a fucking where does the head end and where does the neck begin? But like, I pretty clearly stated the criteria already, right?
No, I disagree with that.
I have a means by which we can like objectively arrive at punishment, and that's restitution plus retribution. But this would require a property crime, and there isn't a property crime here. So again, right, like you're the one engaging in kind of like an arbitrary, subjective kind of like means by which we're doing it. So I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, because it's fucking diplomacy, right?
Okay, yeah, but the thing about diplomacy is that like, right, like if
diplomacy isn't hard
neocon hat,
rules.
Right, putting on my neocon hat, where like I actually like support the concept of like American imperialism, right, like. There's also a cost here.
I mean, even without the
cost,
fucking concept of American imperialism, good relations with other countries are good.
Yeah, like, what if they decide that like Winnie the Pooh is illegal, and I have a Winnie the Pooh shirt on, and I took a photo there, and now they're like, we're going to extradite you, and like that's ridiculous. Or like, should I pay restitution to Japan because I like wore a Winnie the Pooh T-shirt? Like, or like, what if I do this in Venezuela and I have like a what's his name T-shirt? And
why would you be done? Why would you be?
Okay.
Or like I'm in the UK. Say I'm in the UK and I break their new propaganda laws and type something, whatever. Do we think the US should like extradite?
What are you talking about?
Got propaganda laws left and right.
Why would you get arrested? Why would you get arrested for wearing a Winnie the Pooh shirt in Japan?
Listen, if I said anything
none
wild,
of these all these examples.
China, whatever. The point is, if I go over there and I say like something wild. Like say some crazy terrible shit in the UK, and then I come back home, nobody did anything, and the UK discovers.
You could just say something crazy like all these Palestinian flags are disgusting.
Yeah, sure, okay, whatever.
That's all you have to say in the UK.
Whatever we want.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? You will not go to jail for saying that.
The person did go to jail for saying that.
Yeah, there is.
No, they didn't.
Hold on. So, like, my point
nobody
is,
went to jail for saying.
If I break the law there,
wait,
freedom of speech, which is like any country, it could be any country, and I do the freedom of speech thing, and I break it. I don't think your country should be able to extradite me, or I should have to pay restitution.
I understand. I understand your opinion. I'm not gonna fucking skip over this slander of my nation. Okay, you love your nation. You understand love of nation. All right, to fucking show me this person who was sent to prison.
I'll pull it up for you.
For
I didn't say sent to prison.
These yes, you fucking did. Fine.
I said jail.
Well, there's also a question I believe. There's also a question I believe was asked of Scott or whoever wants to answer it. What the mens rea differentiation is of cultures, and when should one be given primacy?
American culture.
That question
first,
doesn't make sense. Mens rea means guilty mind, right? So under common law, under English common law, right? Obviously not. This wouldn't necessarily apply to like, Japan or like other places that are under like French common law or Napoleonic common law, but under English common law, such as our UK friend in America are based upon, right? Crime usually, there are exceptions, obviously, like manslaughter, but the mens rea comes into negligence, etc. Where in order to have been like provably committing some crime, certain crimes require actus reus, which is the guilty act, right? And then certain other crimes require mens rea, which is the guilty mind. So, for example, if you want to charge someone with first-degree murder, you have to prove that they intended to murder, that they wanted to murder the person, and that they planned to murder the person, right? But if you get into a bar fight, right, and you're like, and then like they trip and fall and hit their head, well, you didn't intend to murder them. You just intended to be in a bar fight. So that's third-degree murder. Or, for example, if you're in a shootout and you're driving the getaway car and like everyone said, oh, we're going to go rob this liquor store, and you agreed to rob the liquor store and drive the getaway, but they promised they weren't going to kill anybody, and then they killed somebody, like you would be charged with second-degree murder because you aided and abetted the action that caused the murder, but you didn't have the mens rea. That's
what he's saying. He said the problem is, can we apply our interpretation to Japan or Korea? And it was mens rea actus mens rea
mens rea actus reus.
Mens rea.
Yeah, mens rea actus rea. Yeah.
Mens rea actus rea. They're two different things. I'm not 100% sure what the question is asking, but at least my prescription is that like if a person is knowingly going over there to do harm, like fucking Fabian was like using these terms to describe that in a sort of legal sense, right? But like I was merely using it in a moral sense.
I guess my answer would be, so it seems like mens rea is like the standard for America, and obviously there's going to be a million different countries with a million different standards. And so someone might get arrested for something they didn't intend to do, obviously. So I guess the answer would be, even though that's not the law of the land, we should determine whether or not we, put forth efforts to get them back based on their intention, because that's our standard still.
Well, okay. Well, here's my argument, though. This is what I was arguing just now, though, right? Let's see if you agree with this. So in America, you're granted freedom of speech, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Right? Yeah. Okay. So say you're in, I don't know, Venezuela or China or something, and you say some stuff on X or whatever thing, you say something, and you come back to the United States, and whatever you said is against the law there, and the Chinese government or the Venezuela government says, I want you to be extradited back to here and face this crime, even though in America what you did would not be a crime and it would be a right guaranteed you by our Constitution and the Bill of Rights, et cetera, et cetera. Now, would you agree that is bullshit? We shouldn't extradite them to this country, or would you say, these people should pay a restitution to these countries for breaking their law?
I think
I would agree that that's bullshit.
Yeah,
I think it would depend on the particulars of the case. I think that there are things that you can get away with. I think there are things that you can get away with saying in the United States that you probably shouldn't be able to get away with saying.
Well, that's tough.
So here you go.
I don't care.
So Vivian, here's here's the video from like a UK Justice Forum, whatever. Shows the video. It's like 6 minutes. You can watch it, and then I sent the link to the Metropolitan Police confirming, and they say, quote, "This video shows the arrest of a man on suspicion of a racially aggravated Section 5 public order offense." Apparently it was because he said it while filming on the street, saying that this is disgusting, all these flags everywhere. So I was slightly incorrect in that it wasn't for a Twitter post. It was for saying in public that the Palestinian flags were disgusting. The arrested man was taken to East London police station, where he remains at this time. So that would be taken to jail. We take all allegations of hate crime incredibly seriously. Where offenses have taken, our officers are attending, supporting victims, and making arrests, and we will continue to do so. Yes, so they're bragging about arresting people for hate speech, right? So again, you'd be an idiot as an American that has strong political views about free speech and things like that to go to the UK.
I'm just
say
Wait,
that.
where are you posting this link?
It's in the there's no chat
I'll
here,
send it
so I put it in.
I'll send it directly to Hammer.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. I do want to read about this.
So, an aggravated Section 5 public order offence, right? If I remember correctly, is an offence for stirring up racial or religious hatred. Comes particularly under the. What are you doing, Gibbs? It comes particularly.
I'm having
under
a conversation with my friend over here off screen. I may giving her a hard time. Don't worry about me.
Yeah. It comes particularly under the creation of propaganda intended to incite hatred, right? So he was being arrested for like filming this entire fucking video that is meant to like direct hatred towards Palestinians, right? He wasn't arrested just for, and this is the only thing that I'm saying, right? Because I don't agree with the laws that we have, right? I don't like them.
The hate speech laws, right?
But when they, I mean, some of them I agree with, some of them I don't agree with. I think there's a level where America has way too much freedom in this regard and allows people to harass, intimidate, and harm other people.
The real anarchist. America has too much fucking freedom. We need to get rid of freedom. Right.
No, America allows people.
How dare
America
people have
allows
freedom?
people.
America
allows people to infringe upon the freedoms of others, right? And doesn't provide protection for people from having their freedoms infringed. Now,
Well, that,
hate
do you think
speech.
that applies to free speech?
She thinks it applies to hate speech?
But,
What do you mean?
But regardless, okay.
She's not going to answer that.
Well, I want to
'cause
finish.
it's yes.
I will answer it, you dumb fuck. But I'm gonna finish saying what I was initially fucking saying. All right, before you start trying to nip at
Getting
it, before you
interrupted
start
is
trying to nip
annoying,
at it.
isn't it? Like you've done the entire fucking panel. Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Well, this friendship could only last so long.
I know. Damn.
There
you
is,
hate to
there is
see
no
it.
friendship. This man's a fucking lunatic who called me a terrorist. Like, it's so deranged. Anyway, Joe called me a terrorist for laughing at root beer being thrown on someone's car. Anyway.
Yeah, that's the real story.
It is basically, it was
a rough
fucking
one, buddy.
deranged. But regardless of that, my gripe is with people misrepresenting the laws that we have around speech in our country and making them seem much worse than they fucking are, right? A lot of these laws were brought in by fucking conservatives, by the way. But yeah.
Yeah, so I fucking hate I hate them too. It's just a different brand of socialist.
Listen, well, I'm glad that we established. I'm glad we established that I'm the most freedom over here because if you're American, freedom is not get fucked.
Sorry, conservatism is another brand of socialism.
I said the conservatives, not
This guy, yeah.
conservatism.
Oh, you haven't had this fight with him yet, Vivian? Oh, yeah, this is a good one.
I'm not fucking going into this. That statement is so fucking inane on its face that it's not worth engaging with in a serious fucking conversation.
Oh, yeah.
That is the most deranged and stupid fucking thing you have said all panel.
Like you've done all night.
I wouldn't
you'd
lose.
Yes, you would.
Okay, I mean, if that's what you think's happening, that's great for you, buddy. I'm glad you can maintain your self-esteem and not cry yourself to sleep every night thinking what a fucking ridiculous, laughable lolcow you are. But I'm glad that you get through the day.
I know
right?
you're a pussy that can't engage with arguments.
Well, hold on.
I get it.
I'm not going to argue with you about whether or not the conservatives are. I'm not going to argue with you about whether or not the conservatives are socialist. That's stupid.
Hold on, can I ask
Not
a
going to
question?
do it.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to
That's
ask a question.
deranged.
And I feel like it's going to be a good, like, gasoline on the fire kind of thing. So, like, Fabian, you've talked a lot about, like, the morality and a lot in your belief system here. So, all right. I don't understand. How do you define anarchy? Because the way I define anarchy, right, it's pretty much anything goes. So whenever you say anarcho-capitalist, in my sense, I feel like I'm closer to almost an anarcho-capitalist because I'm like, safety regulations? Nah. Rules like stopping monopolies? Nah. I'm pretty big fan of corporations and people, like all these things. Like let's just things go and see what happens. Versus you'd argue that's not anarchy. That's bad. And you'd argue, I mean, because you want like a moralistic economy. So like, how do those square morality with anarchy?
Can I answer that question?
I don't care who answers it, really.
Wait.
let's
Well, I
just
mean, you
answer it
asked
for
me.
Somebody's
right?
got to
Can I-
answer
can
it.
I- You asked me.
Do you want me to
Can I
shot?
can I
Go
answer
ahead,
that
please.
question and then not get into a massive debate with Fabian about, because we've done the libertarian ANCAP versus anarchist. So I'll answer why I
got some
believe
food.
that,
I'm gonna go
and
dab.
we can just drop it after that, right?
Yeah, just
So
answer and then I'll answer. And
my
it'll be fine.
definition.
Yes.
Well, you asked what my definition of anarchy was, right? The
No,
definition.
I wanted to know how he's squaring the morality with it was really his definition of anarchy, because I don't
right.
the way I'm squaring anarchy, I'm saying anything goes, and like when you're squaring anarchy, you're putting it through like a lens. Like I don't know, so yeah, that's kind of what I was asking him here. I'm kind of just curious on that, Fabian, if you wanted to elaborate.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I can go first or Vivian. It doesn't matter.
I don't really care who goes first. Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, like, if you want the short answer. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
No, go. You took a second, so I almost jumped in.
Yeah, no. I mean, if you want the short answer, I'm perfectly fine with Noam Chomsky's definition utilized in On Anarchism in 2005, right? Which is basically like anarchism. Paraphrasing, obviously, I'm not like quoting him exactly, but that anarchism is, the philosophical movement. Whether or not you consider praxis and that, that's another thing. But the philosophy that you ought not have unjustified hierarchies, right? And the unjustified hierarchies is where, the kind of like the ANCOMs and the ANSOCs and where every branch of anarchists is going to disagree on that. In terms of you saying anarchy just means whatever, right? I mean, you could look at you could look at Belgaru's Anarchist Manifesto, which is like where the symbol comes from. Anarchy is order kind of situation there. He's more of like a small L libertarian than like a big L libertarian. So he's kind of more like a minarchist than that. You know what I mean? So you're going to get a lot of different things, but the warlordism, everything goes chaos thing is really just a pejorative that is utilized by people that aren't anarchists. Like it's not how anybody that is or claims anarchism would describe it.
Yeah, I thought that's about what I thought was what he said. Viv, did you want to?
I have so many questions, but I'm gonna let Vivian.
So the unjustified hierarchy thing, the unjustified, in my view, is just not fucking needed, because what Chomsky refers to as a justified hierarchy, in my view, is not hierarchical and shows like a fundamental misunderstanding of what hierarchies are. But Chomsky gets a lot of things wrong and is, he's fantastic as like baby's first introduction to like libertarian socialism or whatever. That's why there's so many fucking annoying campus kids like idolizing him. That's why Vosh idolizes him. But it's
as much as I hate you, you're not wrong.
So but I would say the foundational principle of anarchism, if I was talking to the layperson, I would say it's just simply maximizing freedom, right? I said it earlier, actually, in this conversation. We want people to have as much freedom as possible without infringing upon the freedom of others, right? If I was talking to somebody who is a little bit more politically engaged, I would say it's the destruction of hierarchies, i.e. we want to destroy those systems by which people can have the power to enforce their will on another person, right, against their consent. So it's freedom. We love freedom. Anarchists love freedom. That's it. You should be an anarchist.
I promised not to engage, so I won't.
No. Who doesn't want that?
I have so many questions. I have like a million questions.
Oh yeah.
Let's go, Hammer.
Okay, who should I start with? Okay.
I just don't want to get in a fucking ANCAP versus anarchist argument, because we've done it on almost every panel we've ever been on. So that's the only reason.
I'm the only true anarchist.
If you want to answer questions,
I do plenty of fucking panels where libertarianism barely comes up. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think it's a me problem. Bullshit! I've been on panels with you where we've done like full 2-hour discussions.
It's a you and me on the same panel problem. It's a you and me on the same panel problem. And let's be super, super fair here. You took the first fucking dig, man.
Go back and look at the tape.
What are you talking about?
Anyway.
When I came in, you immediately started talking shit the second I got there.
You literally came in and you were like, anarchist doxer lunatic Vivian Wolf. Like, that's what you fucking did, buddy.
Dude, you're so bad, Faith.
Okay, sure.
Lying so bad.
I love it. Bad faith is, by the way, in Twitch parlance, basically just a way of saying I disagree with you, but I can't prove it.
That's not what that means. I mean, it is to a lot of people.
It's not what it means, but it is exactly what it means in Twitch parlance.
You're lying. That's how's that better? You're lying. You started talking
fucking lying, dude. He's gaslighting.
Fabian, can I just ask you a question?
Listen, nobody knows more about gaslighting.
Fabian, do you reject Vivian Wolf's characterization that anarchism means you just need to remove people's ability to exert power on other people? Or do you accept that?
Can you repeat that?
So, Vivian, it sounded like you said that anarchism, what you want to do is you want to remove people's ability to exert power on other people, right?
Yes. No person should have power over another. Ideally.
Okay, Fabian,
it just depends on what you mean by power. Like it depends.
Sure, yeah.
Power is a very complicated word once you get into the weeds. Of all of the literature.
Is it a complicated?
Wait, no, dude,
I don't think. I think power is pretty simple.
It.
Why should I can't answer that question until you tell me what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's an example. Do you think that there can be any form of government imposing laws on a group of people, and not call that like power? You know.
Well,
is that the kind of power?
I promise I'm not trying to be difficult here. I will explain. It depends on what you mean by government, right? Because I would say that like a corporation is a form of government, right? Like I would say a corporation is a form of government, right? So because they impose rules on their employees, telling them what they can and can't do, right? What I would say is that
ANCAPism.
Well, it's like, if you have a job and you show up late to work, you might get fired. Or if you like whip your dick out at the office, like you're gonna face consequences, right? So those are reasonable rules. I think we all would agree to.
Well, not if you're a middle-aged white dude. But
okay. Well, it depends on how much power you have, right? Because I'm not whipping my dick out, and not getting in trouble. But if I'm Jeffrey Toobin, I'll be back, somewhere else making money. But again, right? So I would consider that a form of governance, right? But that is a voluntary form of governance, right? You have agreed to work for a company, and part of that agreement is that you have that they have rules that you must follow. Right. And if you don't agree with it, you can go work somewhere else. You can leave. You can go do whatever the hell you want. There's no element of coercion here. She would almost certainly disagree with that. And, I won't speak for her in terms of whether or not there's coercion.
For sure. So if there was a form of government that, like, just like our government does, impose laws or rules, what's what I'm looking for? Unconditionally. So to like everyone, regardless in an area, regardless of where you are, who you work for, whatever. It's just every single person in this area has to follow these laws. If that kind of government existing, do you think that is always going to be the kind of power that you're against, I guess?
Well, I would be against it because it's non-voluntary at that point, right? If theoretically a million people could all agree to this, then like it wouldn't be a problem, but that almost certainly wouldn't happen.
What's a
right?
co-op?
So like, I don't mind co-ops that much.
Well,
to be honest. I think ESOPs are better. You know what I mean? As long as they're done freely, I wouldn't force them like some of the oh God, now I can't think of the branch of anarchism that I'm thinking of. Regardless, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I would definitely disagree with him.
Yeah, that sounds to not be that sounds to be a different definition than the dissolution of unjust hierarchies, because you think that something being in hierarchy, or I guess your definition think some are justified. Of unjust is
he's fine with some hierarchies.
Yeah, I have no problem with some hierarchies. You go to a tennis instructor, right? You go to a tennis instructor who's way better at tennis than you, right? And say, "Can you teach me how to play tennis? And I'll give you money." And then they agree to it, right? Well, that's a hierarchy now, right? Like you've agreed to be the student to the master because he has greater,
not a
she
hierarchy.
has greater knowledge, and they have a position of
It's
authority.
not a hierarchy. This is why Chomsky is dumb and wrong. This is not a hierarchy. This is two people working cooperatively to improve the skills of one. That's
Same
it.
is true of
There's
fucking
no
capitalist
hierarchy.
enterprise. It's voluntary exchange. I give you labor, you give me
No,
some form
it's
of resource.
not voluntary.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? It's the voluntary one that I give
That's the
isn't a hierarchy,
problem.
But like the
That's
evil
the
of
problem in the
capitalism
end.
magically becomes non-voluntary because they say so. Like where's your
It doesn't magically become voluntary because I say so, right?
Well, then
it
explain it.
becomes non. Fuck me. No, I'm not getting drawn into this fucking debate, dude.
Wait, would you agree? Okay, would you agree
It's coercive.
that-
It's coercive. It's coercive because you need money to fucking. You need resources and things to live. If you don't have these resources and things, you
The default
die,
state of man is poverty.
right?
If a
And
man
so-
is all alone,
and so-
if a man is all alone, it's true.
So, if you cannot claim the resources to live, and somebody else has all the resources that you need to live, then they already hold a position of power over you. They already have a fucking a way of forcing you to do things that you would otherwise not want to do, right? So fucking.
No, I agree.
It's a
You're angry at God. I don't like who is the coercive person here.
Well, I'm
Like,
not
trying to
angry
figure
at
it out.
God. I'm against I'm against the ownership of private property and the centralized or individual ownership, private ownership of resources that should be common to all, like land.
Well, hold on.
or
Both of those
fucking
are.
oil,
No, it's very simple. It's very
fucking-
simple. You're
or
alone in the
fucking
woods.
Rocks you
If
use
you-
to grow
right,
your.
You're
Yeah,
alone,
you're
in, the
alone
woods
in the woods.
if you don't work and you don't gain.
If you're
things
alone in the
and
woods,
you don't
if you're
build,
alone in the woods,
right? Like nature
Cool,
can
yeah.
kill you still. So is nature
Very
coercive?
good. If you're alone in the woods, and there's nobody else around, you own the fucking trees, you own the fucking rocks, you own the fucking the fruit that sprouts from the trees, the berries that sprout from the bushes, the water that runs through the stream, the animals that run through the woods that you can hunt for food. Right?
Okay.
You own all that shit. If two of you live in those fucking woods, one person owning all of that is fucking immoral. You
Well,
should
you
both
didn't
have
answer the
that.
question.
You know what? Here's what's
You didn't
interesting
answer the
about this.
question. Right,
Hold
you
on.
didn't answer the question though. Like, who is nature coercive?
No, hold on. Here's what's really interesting about this is I actually don't think y'all are too far off of what y'all would do in that situation, right? So you've presented a situation where it's one person has all the resources, the other person doesn't, but like one person's not all. Fabian would, I think, might, and I could be wrong. You can tell me where I'm wrong. Would argue that as moral actors, there's a reason why this person should be given this for like basically his human life has a value, and this person should like
I
share
mean,
his
one
resources
person having
or
it,
whatever.
not having it.
Well, that's kind of what you would argue, right? Like you're talking about value.
Exact opposite.
Well, then in that case, you argue for like then we need to take. Wait, hold on. You can't argue the opposite.
I'm arguing the exact
well,
opposite.
then you don't believe it. Then you don't believe it.
He's gonna be against monopolies.
Well, no,
right?
yeah. So then why would you be against
They
monopolies? That's just
violate the
people
fucking
voluntarily
wouldn't
getting
do
together
it.
and pulling the resources.
Monopoly is can only be granted by the state. They can't happen in a free market.
They could absolutely happen in a free market. Say, for
Yeah,
example,
monopoly, this is.
Oh, you're
this
wrong.
Is
You're wrong.
This is just
400%. Hold on.
I'm right.
No, you're
you're
wrong.
wrong.
Like for example, let me give you an example right here. If I were to say I was over like the world of platinum mine, right? And there's only a certain amount of platinum in the world, which is I think there is. There's only a certain enough to fill like 10 certain like Olympic swimming pools, and I control all the platinum. I now would have a platinum monopoly, and I could sell, or y'all would have to determine some other use of some other item to use in place of platinum.
You have
He said just happy birthday, Viv.
Yeah, happy birthday again. You have all of the market share of platinum, right? But platinum is in competition with other resources, metals, services.
But I can make a monopoly.
So, for example, well, no, you couldn't, right? The only way that you can have a monopoly is if the state grants you a monopoly.
Or if I just put everybody else out of business
Or if you
and
just
I'm the
have
only
it,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm the only one that has this resource, and the
This
only
is
one
why,
that has
this
these
is why
products.
anarcho-capitalism inevitably ends up as feudalism and can't be viewed as
Well,
libertarian
hold on.
because it's
I get it. You're a pussy. You're a
Right.
pussy that just can't argue shit. So, but someone here that's smarter than you will. So pipe down for a second. I'm going to
There's
explain
nobody
some
here that's
economics.
smarter than me.
I know
What the
you
fuck
need.
are you
You need
talking
to
about?
Shush, 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 shush. Let the
I'm
smart-
literally the smartest person on the panel right now.
Shush, shush, shush,
By a
shush, shush,
I think
shush.
money is-
substantial margin.
So, well, you know what? You should show it by actually bringing arguments instead of being a pussy.
So I got an argument for that.
Anyways, I'll
That's the
explain
right
to you
point.
why you're wrong. So let's look at a historical example in America, right? Alcoa. So for decades, Alcoa controlled the sale and distribution of aluminum in the United States, and there were no other sellers of aluminum in the United States. Now, aluminum didn't have a ton of uses originally and was super expensive, but throughout the reign of this presumed monopoly of aluminum that Alcoa had, prices continuously fell. They fell over and over and over again. Aluminum became cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And it's like, well, why is the monopolistic, company of Alcoa that controls all of the aluminum, why are they not like just keeping the prices high? Why would they drop prices? Now, part of that is because you can get more profit by making things cheaper because you get a higher rate of profit, right? That's part of it.
That's a big part.
And the other part of it is that they were in competition with other things. They were in competition with steel. They were in competition with copper, because these things can be utilized for all of these other things. So the concept of a monopoly is that there is one seller, right? And it is a position in where you're
what's
not
the most famous
capable of
monopoly in
competing.
history? What's the most famous monopoly in history?
Standard Oil is probably the one that they.
It's
that they
Rockefeller.
use.
It's the Rockefeller Oil, like
Yeah,
Standard
which
Oil,
is
right?
also
Yeah, okay.
wasn't a monopoly.
Wait, what was the alternative to oil?
Wait. Hold on. Well, let's just rewind that. You're saying the most famous monopoly in history is not actually a monopoly.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a bullshit term that falls apart when you attempt to actually justify it. It has no practical.
All right. Well,
usage.
I don't have anything. I don't have any further line now. This debate, and we're not going to agree.
No,
that
it's
Rockefeller
very
Oil is
simple.
a monopoly.
No,
and
it's
I'm
like you can
about
look
as
at-
ultra capitalist as we can be. Yet, I don't. I would even argue monopolies are good, and I would define Rockefeller Oil as a monopoly, and that's why I have a problem with the idea that monopoly can only be granted by a state, because I don't only believe in like a fascist style monopoly. Like there's monopolies like Rockefeller Oil,
an actual monopoly, right? As in, like, you can just, you can read Adam Smith, right, where he was the first person that's using it in economic terms, right, in where he states that a monopoly is when the government gives or grants special privileges and utilizes the power of the state to stop other people from competing. So like the U.S. Postal Service is an actual monopoly, right? Because it is illegal for anyone to compete with the U.S. Postal Service, specifically in the domain of like distributing letters, bills, things that go in, the things you get in your mailbox as opposed to delivered. Yes, FedEx exists, UPS exists, and they compete with them, but they compete with them specifically in the domain of large carrier packages. So an actual monopoly is state granted to the United States Postal Service.
I'm not arguing that's not a monopoly. I'm saying they're both monopolies. You're just getting too lost in the weeds on this. I think going I only classify.
I'm telling you
this
what a
as
monopoly
specific
is.
type.
I
get that
you're describing
Rockefeller Oil Standard Oil is literally the epitome of a monopoly. Like it's the epitome of a
and it's a bullshit term. It's a bullshit term. That's why I'm saying is that it falls apart because owning a majority of the market share is incalculable. When you say that, so like we look at it and we go, Standard Oil, for example, had at the peak had roughly 90%.
Do you have a problem with like
I
don't have a problem with this. I know I don't have a problem. Do you have a problem with like Rockefeller style economics where you come in and you undercut people and then they go out of business and you buy them? Is that okay with you? Like Rockefeller style economics?
So, like, the only thing that I would say Rockefeller did wrong was bribing politicians in Pennsylvania to be able to purchase land to stop a competitor. There would be, he did some intimidation tactics and corporate espionage, and these things are all wrong. They're acts of aggression. But coming in and just buying out the competition is based. I don't, it's like, why wouldn't he? Like, it's silly to be against that.
I don't know where to go with this.
You broke him. You broke him, baby.
I just,
I'm excited, man. I'm explaining why, and you're just like, but no, because people say so. Like, you don't have,
I'm not saying but no, nothing. I'm just asking questions right now because all of this sounds very familiar to what is the word I'd like to put out. The might makes right. He had the market share. He was able to undercut him. He got benefit. Yeah. That's not inherently. That's the argument I've been making since day one.
There's no might. There's no might.
What do you mean?
Regard.
This is where your definition of power comes in. He controlled the market share. He has the economic might. Yeah. What do you mean? This is like,
he has.
Come on, bro.
He has. Right, he has money, so he buys out competition. That's not. There's no aggressive act there.
It's great. You know,
when everybody gets done, Hammer has a question.
It's great. I didn't even have to debate him. All I have to do is let him fucking talk, and he shows exactly why.
Superior economic knowledge.
He shows exactly why I would view anarcho-capitalism as being not fucking libertarian, right? As leading to feudalism.
Okay, so here's a question. So you say that you say that monopoly is a bullshit term. Okay, yeah. So you agree?
I'm starting to think I might be more anarcho-capitalist than anybody here. That's what I'm starting to think.
You're probably more anarcho-capitalist than me.
We knew that.
I mean,
we all could have guessed that.
Well, in fairness, Gibbs, like I've heard your opinions on the age of consent, and I don't think that you are an ANCAP.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Okay, Fabian, you would agree that sometimes a corporation can own all of a certain thing, that like a certain product, right? And if they did, it would have to have a significant effect on how they can chart their prices and stuff, how they can rise their prices, how much they can sell it for, right?
Well, they could just charge whatever the fuck they want for it if it's something that somebody needs to live.
By when people talk about monopoly. So why would you say it's a bullshit term?
Well, the Alcoa example is one that I gave you, right? So again, that's 100% market share. But let's go back to Standard Oil, right? At the peak of Standard Oil, they owned, they sold roughly 90% of the kerosene in America, right? And again, I have stated already that there are aggressive acts that I disagree with, that they engaged in that are, violations of property rights. But even still, so what was the kerosene oil boom built around? Well, see, the thing is that before Standard Oil, kerosene barrels were roughly $25, I believe, a barrel in late 1800s money. So expensive, but and so one of the things that people use to light their oil lamps because it was cheaper was whale oil, or whale blubber that had been processed into oil. And so kerosene and whale oil and kerosene were both too expensive for normal people to be able to light their home at night with a kerosene lamp, right? But when Standard Oil, when Rockefeller came in and started reducing the price by, utilizing accounting, that was super rigid. There was a lot of techniques that he did in terms of the manufacturing process, finding ways to do things with the byproducts. He was able to bring down eventually the price of kerosene to $4 a barrel, and that's in spite of inflation, right? And so one of the things that this did is this put the whaling industry out of business, right? So even if you say that he has 90% of the sale of kerosene, it's very clear, because of his ability to make kerosene cheaper, that he's also in competition with whale oil and the whaling industry, right? When people have a good or a service that they wish to purchase, there's going to be a multitude of different things that they can purchase to fill some role in their life. So if the price is too high, they simply may not buy it. Or if the price is too high compared to another thing that does a similar thing, they might buy the similar thing because the other one is too high in price, etc. Right? So it's bullshit when you talk about majority market share, because you can't actually calculate that.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna leave here real quick. Say, hey, all right, I'm about to leave. Y'all be good. You have inspired me though, guys, today. put something. So what I was reaching over there and destroying my background was to get my nice Black's Law dictionary out here. So from now on, I'm going to start doing like LD debate, and I'm going to make sure that I have the definitions defined that we're using, because holy fucking Christ, I'm sick of this happening every debate where we come in and we got to go the definition number 7. Oh my God, boys, it's getting to y'all are getting to me. But all right, I'm out. Y'all be good. Have fun.
I'm happy
you,
for you
Gibbs. Thanks for
to
coming
getting
through.
better at defining your terms.
Yeah. Well, listen,
It's a
I'm
win.
just it's the problem is defining the terms. It's that like we'll define them, and then someone will be like, "We're going to use definition this," and like it doesn't matter how you define them. If they're going to pull out their own version of only whatever they adhere to, then it's just like you're talking to a fucking, I don't know, a goat. Like you know, I can try to explain the definition of the goat, but if all they're going to do is like make a bah at me, you know, it doesn't really help anybody here. You know,
I just think it would ease your pain a lot more if certain people didn't take 5 paragraphs to say, I think sucking dick makes you more likely to lie. I think it would be so much easier for you if he could have made that argument.
It's not just him though.
You know?
It's like a lot of people in this Twitch sphere. They'll be arguing, but no, how many people you come on here and they'll be like, yes, well, my definition of this, and I'll be reading like Oxford's off the internet, and they're like, well, read the next sentence. I'm like, well, adjective. It says this. Like, why are we going down? I'm so
because
I'm
language is
so
imperfect,
now,
man. Like,
it's
about
to be getting perfect from now on. I'm literally going to start pulling this out on stream and be like, all right, which word are we debating? All right, this is the definition we're using. So you can have better authority. Like,
we're not arguing purely based on semantics here. We're arguing based on
semantics.
No, it's not. We're arguing based on what each of us believes constitutes liberty and freedom, right? And what affects it. We're arguing based on fucking countering ideologies in which I see capitalism and the centralization of resources under private entities and the private ownership of capital as things that inherently create conditions under which oppression and that violation of liberty that we're both supposed to be concerned about occur. And he believes, and he can stop me if I'm mischaracterizing him, but he believes that that you can voluntarily engage in a capitalist system without that threat of coercion somehow. He's yet to explain it, but yes, he's managed to. No,
you ran away because I asked you if nature is coercive.
No, I sat there and let you talk about it all the fucking time.
But is it?
Is nature coercive? It depends on what you mean by coercive. It doesn't have a will, so it's not attempting to do anything.
Okay. So if it requires will as part of the coercion, right?
Doesn't necessarily, but sure, whatever.
Right. So how is it that the capitalist is is engaged in coercion by having resources, but nature is not engaged in coercion by the fact that you will die
nature
if you
doesn't
do not
withhold
go and
resources
work and collect those.
I have an answer. I have an answer to this.
Nature doesn't withhold
Lions
resources.
exist.
What are you talking about?
Hurricanes happen. Like, what are you talking about?
Lions are food and hurricanes wind power, my man.
Until a lion fucking kills you, right? Like, what do you mean? Like, you have to battle nature.
I just think it's a ridiculous question. I don't know why. I don't know why we're talking about nature when we're talking about hierarchies or coercion.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that you don't get it. I think that you're just again sidestepping.
No, I genuinely don't. No, I genuinely don't.
I'm going to compliment and insult you here by saying I actually think you're smarter than that, and you're full of shit right now.
I mean, I can make some educated guesses as to where you're going to go, but it just makes no fucking sense. Like, nature exists. It is the world that we have to fucking contend with, right? And nature is not an agent within our social structure. We're not asking nature to change its behavior, right? In order for us to structure society better, Nature just is, and it is what we have. It is one of the things that we have to contend with when we're thinking about structuring our society.
Yes.
So nature is
you have to engage in labor, right, in order to gain resources so that you can eat, right? Or as Lenin, quoted the Bible, those who do not work shall not eat, right? You have to engage in some labor in order to gain those resources.
I mean, fuck Lenin, but sure, yeah.
Right. Okay, so if you have to engage in labor
I
gain resources,
I just need to make the fucking distinction, all right? Because the people in Fabian's position will attempt to equate the socialist with the authoritarian communist, and that is not a very cool thing to
you're
do.
working off of the same axioms.
I mean,
is that true?
No, I don't think I am, but.
You don't.
Well, Hammer's been trying to talk for a minute.
Yeah. So I have my own. I have a different answer to Fabian's question, which is, if nature is not coercive, which I don't think it is, because I think coercion requires intent. How is a business owner offering his goods, or a capital owner, whatever, offering goods for services, coercion? And my answer is that claiming ownership of anything is not a neutral act. I think that's where I mostly disagree with you. So saying, "Oh, this thing is mine. You have to work to get it," is not morally neutral. No,
you're right. It's morally good.
Well, okay. So say I say this entire forest, whatever, belongs to me. That would be morally good. Well, what if someone else says the same thing?
Oh, so what you're saying is that there might be a conflict for scarce resources and people want to use them towards opposing means. How do we resolve this conflict? Well, you do so with capitalism. You can't do so with socialism or communism or anarcho-capitalism, or anarcho-communism, etc. Right?
You have a contest, and whoever wins gets it all, and whoever doesn't win starves and dies.
So you have to homestead in some degree, right? So that'd be old theory, would be like Lockean kind of like position of homesteading, right? You go out into the woods, you change it with your labor. It's kind of an old way of looking at it. There's kind of an older argument for anarcho-capitalism, but I find that it tends to work better with the lefties. They're more willing to engage with that. But like the actual answer would be,
it's a terrible fucking argument because none of that shit exists in the world right now.
Let's just let him
can't fucking homestead.
Well, it's like so. Right, so to go with the old kind of argument, right? Let's set bordering aside, right? And let's in first user principle aside, right? So let's say I live out in the woods by myself, and then like a little town shows up nearby, right? But I've been living in the woods for a long time, and what I've done is I've gone out and I have chopped down a bunch of wood for my own personal use, to fill my to heat my home for the winter, right? But the town doesn't have enough wood to get through the winter, so then a representative from the town comes over and says, "Hey, give us your wood, because we're gonna freeze to death if you don't give us your wood," right? The answer is, well, if they take my wood away from me, they have stolen my labor from me. Like I went out, I changed these trees into wood, I chopped them into logs, and then I chopped them into firewood. And that took me, months of preparation, or maybe like weeks of preparation, to have enough wood for myself for the winter. But they're saying, no, you have plenty of wood, so you have to give us some of your wood. That is an act of coercion and violence and aggression against that person that steals their labor and turns them into a slave. That is his private property. He has a right to that. He went out, worked, changed it, and made it his own, and he has invariably mixed his own meaningful labor with that property. And so to claim that, he's wrong for withholding that from you is to say that he's wrong for not enslaving his labor towards your needs. And right?
Okay. So here's my problem with that. And I have an example, because I completely disagree that capitalism inherently solves all questions of ownership. So here's an example. Say there's a part of you. We all live in nature, so we live in the forest, and I found a ideal spot to say what you want me to do, homestead. So I'm gonna build my home. I'm gonna have these trees in this area, because I'll have access to them and I'll be able to get whatever I need to build my home and keep myself warm. So this like area is something that I rely on. My being able to use this area, I rely on it to keep me alive. And then someone else comes along and they're like, well, shit, I really like these fucking trees too. I want to take these trees, right? How do you claim that you own the area and the trees within them if you haven't put your labor into them?
Yeah, so again, that's why it's the old argument, right? But I would kind of like you to engage with the first one, but that's fine. I'll just go to the next one, right? Which is embordering, right? So in order for a system of ethics to be justifiable, it needs to be conflict reducing, right? The systems and rules that you put within yourself and in your society, in order for you to call it an ethical system, it has to be a system that is intended towards the the welfare and peace and, reduction of conflict. Well, now what you've described here is you've described a conflict over property of some nature, right? Which is, I say these woods are mine and you say they're yours. So we have scarce resources that we wish to use for opposing means. And we have to have some ethical system that resolves this conflict. The only way to resolve that conflict is to say that someone has a right to those trees, right? I'm not saying
this is just not true.
What is not true? How do we resolve the conflict otherwise?
Democratically, you both exist in the same space. You both have a claim to the trees because they're just a thing that fucking exists in the world, right?
That's conflict.
And so therefore, okay, but it's conflict not being solved by capitalism, but being solved by collective own. But no.
Wait.
But being solved by collective ownership over the woods and democratic decision making in regards to what to do with them.
No, that's conflict inducing. And the reason it's conflict inducing is that two people have a claim over these woods, and your system is to collectively get together and create winners and losers. And the losers must have force used upon them because they lost.
No, not necessarily.
I say,
no,
how do you
this is
enforce
a
your democratic decisions?
democracy.
How do you enforce your democratic decision? How do you enforce it?
How are you envisioning? You shouldn't need to enforce it. Why would you need to enforce it if everybody agrees?
Because everyone doesn't agree to it, right? Some people disagree. They say, "No, these are mine."
Why don't they agree? Wait, why don't they agree to it?
Because some people there are scarce resources. Different people have different claims to the resource. This is an invariable to the human condition. Would you agree to that at least? Right?
Sure.
So we have to come up with a way of distribution of scarce resources, right? That's what every economic model is essentially, is a distribution
a way
of
which
resources.
A way which everybody can agree to.
Right. Yeah. And so you're saying, well, the democratic process is how we agree to it. Okay? So what happens when people
not the democratic
disagree?
Process.
Democracy.
Process.
Whatever. Okay, sure. So what happens when some people still claim that these are theirs and that they have a right to them, and other people, maybe the majority, maybe the vast majority, claim that these need to be used in some other capacity?
Then you come together and you decide through some form of democracy, right, what is to be done with them in a way that everybody can fucking agree to. Yes, I am restating.
So what happens when people disagree?
Okay, let's talk.
We're talking about argumentation.
Let's talk for a second. Let's talk for a second about fucking democracy, okay? Because democracy. I'm trying to answer the fucking question, okay? But I think that your objections come with a fundamental misunderstanding of democracy. Democracy is not merely 51 people say it should be done this way, 49 people say it should be done the other way, the 51% of 51 people get their way, right? Democracy is not merely that. The fundamental principle of democracy is that everybody should have a right to a say in how they are governed, right? And governance is merely the decision making that takes place with regards to resources and how people should act in society and so on, right? We can do democracy in ways that are not merely 51-49 and the 49 get fucked and the 51 win, right? We can do democracy
right,
democracy by
right?
what?
Like
How is it a fucking straw man? I haven't even accused you of having a position.
You
can't straw man you.
Democracy is 51 to 49, and that is the only concept of democracy. I mean, that's an absolute democracy.
I didn't say that was the only fucking. I didn't say it was the only concept of democracy.
As if that's my misunderstanding of democracy. That's not my position at all.
I'm saying that this is one of the most commonly understood. I'm saying that this is one of the most commonly understood definitions of democracy, right? And sure, you have federalization in the United States where a certain amount of votes count as fucking one vote and a huge amount of votes count as one other vote, right? There are different ways of doing it, okay? But you can have democracy by consensus, for example, right? Which allows you to create a solution that you can all work by. This is something that is done in a couple of different provinces in Canada, certain places in Africa, blah 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 blah. So you all come to the fucking table. I mean, I'm just explaining it for the other people listening, right? I understand your big brain. You don't need it explained. I'm not trying to talk down to you, all right? Maybe I am a little, but not in this instance. I'm just explaining for the people that. So democracy by consensus, you can have people come to the table with a proposition. Everybody votes on the proposition. If there are any votes against the proposition, you can then retable it and adjust it to such a degree as you get everybody fucking agreeing on it. And if you can manage to do that, then you've created a decision. Democracy by plurality, democracy by consensus, and everybody agrees on the outcome. This is a voluntary.
That would be voluntary, right? I absolutely agree with that.
And you've solved the conflict without capitalism.
Yeah, argumentation is a form of conflict resolution. Absolutely agree. It's part of argumentation ethics,
okay,
right?
So you don't need capitalism to solve the conflict.
So what happens when you can't agree? What happens when there are some people who disagree, no matter what?
When there are some people who disagree, no matter what?
Yeah, what happens when you can't reach a consensus? Human beings don't always just, if we vote and talk long enough, we'll all agree, right? Human beings have disagreements, especially about scarce resources. So what do we do when people disagree? It's the original question. You went on a long spiel that just said, we'll figure it out.
When you finally get to the point that like differences are so fucking irreconcilable that like neither side could compromise on their stance, you do exactly what we've always fucking done, and you end up warring in some fashion, right? That's exactly how it works under capitalism right now, and it's exactly how it would work in any other way.
Your solution is we will magically solve it and we'll all come together, and if we don't, we'll just start wars. Well, capitalism actually says, hey, someone is a private property owner. There you go. Conflict resolved. One person has the right because they were the first person to utilize it.
And then the other people starve and die, and you basically got the same fucking result as a war anyway.
No, they don't. I mean, obviously, starvation is not something that occurs predominantly under capitalism, because every single fucking time a country gets more and more capitalistic, you see fucking starvation and sickness and education rates and literally everything improve. But setting the consequentialism aside, right? There's still another conflict.
That was such a fucking wild statement that requires many fucking rebuttals.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it fucking does.
Capitalism hasn't been a force for good in the world in terms of all of the known metrics of human.
Let's ignore all the famines. Let's ignore all the famines that capitalism caused.
Capitalism causes famines. But again, you still haven't resolved the conflict. And the reason if everyone agrees in the community, you still haven't resolved the conflict. And the reason you haven't resolved the conflict is that you've not, because there are people that will come in the future that will exist. People that are not yet born.
Cool.
What if they
then they can fucking re-vote, man. They can fucking try and work out another compromise.
Right. So
you can try and work out another compromise and another compromise and another compromise.
It would literally be impossible. So we have these trees. We all voted on what to do with these trees, right? The problem is that the people that that don't exist yet, that are yet to be born, or the babies that don't have a voice, that are here, right? They don't get a vote,
stakeholders, if you like,
because sure, the stakeholders, right? They have no capacity to vote. But they become
able to vote.
Right,
and when they become able to vote, they can take part in the. They can take part in the democratic process. We've already cut down the trees. But we've already cut down the trees. Then you have to decide what's to be done with the wood, or whatever the fucking current situation is with the fucking trees. Obviously, if the trees are all gone, then the babies aren't going to be making any fucking decisions about what happens with the wood. But the wood's fucking gone now, so they can make decisions with whatever's left.
But
I'm sorry. Are you arguing that they're violating? Are you arguing that you're violating the bodily autonomy of people who haven't even existed yet by burning wood that was grown before they were born and cut down before they were born? Is that some kind of terrible conflict that we should actually try and overcome?
That's your position, not mine. It's an
It's
internal
not.
critique.
How the fuck is it my position? If the wood gets cut down before the babies are fucking born,
your claim is that no one has a right to individually own private property. Your claim is that we will democratically come together to decide what to do with it. Well, that
you have to work it out democratically, or you're going to have to work it out through some form of conflict, right?
Right, which is why it's a conflict-inducing system. You have no answer to conflict. Your system is conflict-inducing.
It's not a conflict-inducing system. Capitalism is a conflict-inducing system.
How? Where is the conflict that it's inducing?
Because it continues to siphon and centralize goods and resources up to the fucking up to a tiny minority of people until such a point as people get so fucking pissed off that there's revolution.
So your answer is just like the bad history fantasy of like the inevitable fall of capitalism. I'm sure we're going to talk about the falling rate of profit next too, right? Like that's not an answer. That's just
hey. Okay, here's a question. Okay, here's a question. All right, all of us are gonna die if we don't eat a jelly bean in the next 5 minutes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have in my hand 4 jelly beans. Okay, got them all here. All right, you're all gonna fucking die if you don't get hold of these jelly beans.
Yep.
I'm sitting here. Let's work out a good way of making sure that we don't all die. What do you think's the best way is, Fabian?
What do I think the best way to? What do you mean by that? Like, do you think we should democratically vote to give?
No.
What do you mean?
No, I don't care about democratic voting or anything. Right? I've got 4 jelly beans. What do you think I should do with them? We're all gonna die.
Give them to other people.
I should give them. I should give them to you 4, right? Okay, Kai. What do you think I should do? What do you think should be done with the jelly beans that I have in my hand right now? Do you think we should each have one of them?
I'm on demon time, so I say you should eat all 4.
Okay, but you're trolling. So if your life was actually at stake, right, you say you should have a jelly bean, right? You should have a jelly bean. Fabian should have a jelly bean. Hammer should have a jelly bean. And if I ask Hammer, I've got 4 jelly beans here. We're all going to die in the next 5 minutes if we don't eat one. What should we do with the jelly beans?
They should be distributed, of course.
Right. Okay. And you know what? I think the same thing. I think you're all relatively decent people. Fabian's incredibly irritating and stupid, but he should get a jelly bean because I don't think he deserves to die for the crime of being incredibly irritating and stupid. Right? So you all get jelly beans. All right. Now in the world today, okay, we have enough fucking doses of malaria medicine to make sure that absolutely nobody ever fucking dies of malaria ever again, right? We have the ability to produce it. It doesn't cost much at all, and right now we have enough doses existent in the world to make sure nobody dies of it at all, right? However, I forget what the fucking figure is. It's a ridiculous figure. It's tens of thousands or possibly a couple of 100,000 of people fucking dying from malaria like every year.
Thank
right?
you, Parallax.
It's an insane amount of people dying every year from malaria. Okay? They still do it. The reason that this fucking exists is because in the world right now, we don't do what we just did with the fucking jelly beans. Okay? We can't do that. Because there is no fucking democratic vote on what is to be done with the malaria. Capitalism has decided that a few private interests have control of all the fucking jelly beans, and they're not willing to give them out because actually, if I keep hold of them and let 2 of you die, I can charge a shitload to Kai for those jelly beans. Okay, so that he can survive. And that's what capitalism fucking does.
So there's
no difference between that and your fucking war, really, is there? Your capitalism is just murdering a shitload of people to inflate the price of your goods.
So there's a huge leap of there's a giant logical jump that you made there, that is just almost absurdly false. And the jump is that the reason malaria.
I was trying to create a simple exercise, okay, on the fly. Give me a.
No, I'm talking about
a little
malaria.
leeway.
Not well,
Okay,
yeah. I'll give you. I'm explaining. Right? So you made a logical jump here, which was the reason that malaria exists in his uncured state is because capitalism allows the companies that like hoard, like the malaria vaccines, and the treatments for malaria. But the problem is
the reason
that
it kills so many people.
Right. The problem is that capitalism, or at least some form of mixed market economies that are capitalistic, is also the reason that companies had the capacity to be able to make that in the first place. It is the profit motive that has allowed individuals to put forward so much labor because of this desire for profit.
Not the not dying motive. The not dying motive wouldn't have been able to replace the profit motive.
No, I'm just saying that the profit motive is superior.
If we had equal control over all the fucking resources, you don't think that the millions of people who have died of fucking malaria every year and the people who loved them knew them wouldn't go, hey, let's table this thing about malaria, right? Malaria kind of fucking sucks. Can we use some of the resources to try and stop some people dying of malaria?
No,
you
look,
don't think that there would have been some not dying motive?
No, I don't doubt any capacity that like anarchists of your variety, right, might go off somewhere in a commune, and be able to come to decisions democratically, given enough time, over to a certain degree. The problem is scalability, and is this something that will be able to achieve at a large scale? Now, if that's
not
what you
something
choose to
that we've
do,
achieved now. There's still so many people fucking dying of malaria. That's the point.
and there are less people dying of malaria because of capitalism. Right? Capitalism has saved the lives of so many people because the profit motive is the very fucking reason
This is like the
pharmaceutical industry
argument.
was able to create so much of these things to begin with.
This is like the argument for fucking religion.
Rights.
This is like the argument for religion, right? Like, I'm not against the idea that the profit motive can motivate some people to do things, right? It definitely can. People want money. Of course they want money. They want money because they live in a capitalist system and money is how they fucking get shit.
That plus property rights, right? I mean, like, property rights are a big part of it.
Sure, right? And if we got rid of those two things and allowed people to have property and got them the shit they needed through democratic means, right? Maybe they would engage with the world in a different way. But all of that aside, okay, clearly the profit motive has encouraged some people to do some things, right? A lot of people to do a lot of things, all right?
Yeah.
However, the reason it's like the fucking religion argument is you will go to a fucking religious person as an atheist during my little edgy atheist days, right? And you'll say to them, man, fucking religion's evil. It's like made a whole bunch of people do a whole bunch of nasty fucking shit. Fucking put gay kids through conversion therapy, start holy wars, fucking whatever, right? It's done some horrible shit. And they'll come back to you and they'll go, well, religion is the whole reason why so many people do charity, for example. Look at all the people who do charity in the world, right? The vast majority of it seems to come from religious organizations. The people who go to foreign countries and help the starving kids in Africa, right? They do it because of their religion. They want to preach their religion, and like so they go and help the people in fucking Africa. Religion gives me community, right? They'll say religion gives people community. The church is the focal center of the village or the town. Everybody comes together and they help each other and shit, right? And I will just sit there and I'll just go, well, yeah, and all those things are like good things that people should probably be doing, but they come with a whole bunch of really fucking horrible, nasty fucking baggage. And we could do those good things even if we weren't fucking religious, right? We could have a fucking community center, set up bake sales, sell fucking shit so that we can get the community center fucking re-roofed, right? We could go to Africa and help out some of the fucking starving kids or whatever on the basis of just fucking human empathy, right? Like, we don't need religion. Absolutely. And we don't need the religion of capitalism to encourage us to do this
too, of course.
To encourage us, right? But capitalism comes with all the horrible fucking baggage, right? It comes with the baggage of when we make the malaria medicine, well, instead of distributing it to all the people who need it, a few people fucking hoard it. Just like with the religion, when you go to the fucking country full of the starving fucking kids, you're going there to spread your religion, and you end up with a Uganda type situation where they're fucking throwing acid over witch children, right?
Why would they hoard it? That doesn't make any sense. How can you make money if you're hoarding it?
To inflate the fucking prices, man. You create artificial scarcity in order to inflate prices.
Well, how would you do that?
Under
capitalism.
By hoarding. By hoarding it.
Okay. So you make it, and then you
by hoarding the resources,
and then you inflate the price.
I mean, that does happen.
That's. I mean, it absolutely does.
It's like there's warehouses full of
because it's
not a bad business
decision.
Motive. It's an excellent
motive.
It's not against the profit motive. If you make something for fucking $1 and originally you can sell it for $10, but actually you have the reason, you're the only person who can fucking make that thing, and you hoard a shitload of it, right? And you only sell a few, and you create artificial scarcity, you can inflate the price to like $100 per piece instead of 10, and then you're making far more profit. Right. This is a very basic principle of capitalism. What are you talking about?
Less profit. Well, no, so you're making less profit.
If that was the case, people wouldn't do it, and they do it, and it does work.
Well, no,
it depends, right?
Well, it depends on whether or not you're engaged in anti-capitalism by having intellectual property.
It's very simple. Right? It's very simple math. You're not making less fucking profit, right?
If you let me explain,
if you make 10 things
let the
$10,
capitalists educate you on basic economics. Okay?
No, I'm fine. So, if you make 10 things,
I know
and you
you
sell them
don't
for
want someone to be able
$10,
to argue against you because you can't fucking compete. But if you just let me explain,
if you say, no. I mean, I'll explain the math, and then you can explain the fucking other thing. Okay?
All right, you're not making. That, I'm gonna write out. So
that sounds based. You're not making a loss necessarily, depending on how you fucking calculate it. If you make 10 things for $1 and you could have sold them for $10, but you only sell 3 of the things and they're for $3, they're for $100 each, right? You've now made $300 instead of the original $100 you were going to make, right? And this and this is a tactic used by multiple businesses all around the fucking world, and they do turn a profit. It's not bad business practice, as you said. Artificial scarcity is fine, but they make more profit doing it.
You don't, and I'll explain as I try to. So first of all, right, intellectual property in drug manufacturing is anti-capitalist, right? So the moment that someone is able to reverse engineer a drug, someone else is immediately your competitor. It's the violence of the state that enforces corporations that make deals with politicians so that they can maintain these things in an anti-capitalist way, right? That is the state getting involved in using violence to stop capitalism. So that's one aspect of what we're talking about when we're talking about drugs specifically, right? And we saw this tons of times with like COVID, where there was like America was making deals on behalf of large corporations, so that they could have these horrible deals, but wouldn't just simply give them the formula to make it. So that's part of it, right? So the other part is there's a difference between total profit and rate of profit. What you're describing is high time preference thinking, right? You want to make the quick buck now. So what you do is you hoard you hoard what it is that you have in the hopes that you'll create artificial scarcity. But as the price inflates, you also price people out of the capacity to purchase it, right? So the best way that you can make profit is to
innovate. And that doesn't matter. You don't have to sell as many.
Right, the best
That's
way.
why there's warehouses full of fucking unused and unsold goods.
I let you go through a whole spiel. Let me finish the explanation so you can understand the economic theories here at play. So, like, we can look at a real world example, right? Walmart makes pennies on the dollar in profit on items sold. Every item that they sell, they make like a penny or two in profit. And people are like, oh, they're going to, like, they if they lower their prices just kind of artificially just cause by even a small fraction, they would go out of business very quickly.
Sure.
But the reason that they are able to be, the largest employer in America and a giant corporation, some of it is through, abuse.
I mean, they're a distributor, not a producer. So the analogy doesn't work as well, but sure.
It fine. I mean, part of it is that they work with other things and to negotiate lower prices, etc. But regardless, when they're distributing the product, what they want to do is they want to sell as many items as possible. If you raise prices, you make things more expensive. If things are more expensive, people have less money to buy the product. If people have less money to buy the product, right, then what ends up happening is Walmart loses money. If they raise prices too much, they will lose money because people will buy less things. And yes,
there's a fucking sweet spot.
Yes,
there's a fucking
absolutely.
sweet spot where you can make more profit, or you can make more profit through artificial scarcity. Right, it's not a bad business practice. It just has to be. It just has to be used sparingly, so you hit the.
You don't make more money through artificial. The artificial scarcity is high time preference thinking. It hurts your business.
But when it comes to things that are not luxuries, right? When it comes to things that are required for people to fucking live, like malaria shots, okay, the demand for these fucking things is not going down. There's not going to be a whole bunch of people who are suddenly going, well, I've got malaria, but we don't need the malaria shots, right? Everybody needs the fucking malaria shot.
There are multiple treatments for malaria, right? And if you don't have the money for one, you end up buying the other. So even in this situation where intellectual property, which is anti-capitalist, is enforced by the state,
you don't have the money for any
that
of them.
situation. There's still competition.
Everybody, there are enough people priced out of the fucking market, right, to say that, like, the malaria shots or the malaria pills or the malaria fucking Reiki healing, the malaria head massage, the malaria tarot card reading, right? Like, people are priced out of all of the fucking things because somehow people have managed to make tarot readings scarce, okay? Like, people are still I hate all these stupid fucking analogies. But, like, the point is, there are still people dying of fucking malaria, right? Because they can't get the stuff that they need to not die from malaria. Because
malaria
that
shots
stuff
are
is
an
being
elastic good, yeah.
That stuff that's being hoarded. And they need it, so the demand's never going to go fucking down, right? If anything, it will just keep going up as malaria continues to fucking spread, unless you can somehow curb it, right? So there's this isn't going to happen, right?
Right, but the problem is your solution is to steal from companies and then spread them out to other people.
My solution is not to
to where
steal
they-
from companies.
they
My
lose-
solution is
they-
that the company should never have had the right to own the resources to make that. That the private ownership shouldn't have fucking existed in the first place. And if it
Right,
didn't
then you wouldn't
exist in
fucking
future,
have malaria medication.
if it didn't exist in future, then when we develop something like that, then it could just be fucking distributed. It shouldn't have. They shouldn't have had the fucking patents, right? There should
we
be
agree
no
on that.
thing.
We're both against IP.
There should be no thing which is required for life that should be fucking patented, right? There should be no thing which is like required for life that should be under the private ownership of a company.
We both agree that IP is bad and anti-capitalist. Well, maybe you don't agree that it's anti-capitalist, but it is, at least as far as capitalism is concerned with the voluntary exchange of goods and services, right? Because they're saying that they own, if I can't print your book, then you're saying that I own your printing press by the nature of inventing or writing a book, right? So it infringes upon the property rights of the individual that would make would use their printing press to print your book.
Anyway, we're both operating, frankly, as a final fucking statement, because I'm tired and Lethe wants to fucking raid out. We're both operating on a degree of fucking on a degree of like speculation here, right? Essentially, you're saying that without the profit motive, more people would die of malaria, and I'm saying that there's no way to fucking prove that, and that in my view, capitalism comes with so many fucking downsides that I think it might be a good idea to try some other shit. And that capitalism does seem to actually require some people to fucking die of malaria in order to function.
It wasn't until concepts of property rights arose that like we actually achieved anything as a society. You know, the humans that were around 150,000 years ago are the exact same humans that exist now. It was the concept of being able to own property and obviously it was, you know, feudalism, and before that it was chiefdoms, and before that it was you know, kings, etc.
Mate, they created fire without a fucking profit motive. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
they created fire. They found out that the fucking the bark of a willow tree is a good analgesic and a fucking painkiller, right? Like
doesn't cure fucking malaria though, does it? Right? You need fucking property rights. They
made the fucking wheel, right? Well, I mean, obviously these things take time, and people are building invention upon invention upon invention.
Weirdly enough, South America never.
I'm really sorry they didn't reach the moon as soon as they fucking started walking upright. But like, it did take a while for us to get to this stage, and I don't know that like you can credit property rights as being the sole
you need conflict. You need systems of ethics that reduce conflict. The more you reduce conflict, your system maximizes conflict. And the reason your system maximizes conflict is because you're crippled by indecision unless literally everyone agrees. If one person vehemently disagrees, then the conflict remains.
Look, I didn't say that democracy by consensus is the only good way to do democracy. There are ways to do democracy where some people disagree. Okay.
Yeah, and that is conflict in and of itself. It doesn't get rid of conflict if you enforce your will on those that don't wish to agree to the decision.
Like the capitalist enforces his fucking will on the poor person dying of fucking malaria who wants the shot, but he won't give it to him because he's like, these are my malaria shots and they cost $20,000 a piece.
Well, they don't.
Okay, but the conflict still fucking exists. You're not reducing the conflict.
The conflict with nature that you already stated isn't coercive. Nature made malaria. It was man and his will and property rights and his desire to shape nature towards his own individual will and purpose that created the malaria shots, that created almost everything that we can credit as a major innovation is done because man goes out and shapes nature according to his will, and your system is to cripple him with indecision until literally everyone within his community agrees with him.
Decision. Provide him another fucking motive. The not dying motive is a good fucking motive. You seem to think it isn't. You seem to think people would rather die if they can't make any fucking money. It's fucking insane.
No, it's I appreciate the conversation, but it's run its course. I would hope one day you would actually engage with the arguments that are presented, but it seems like it still won't happen.
Bro, I can't engage. I'm engaging with the arguments that are made, Fabian. The arguments are not very
expect you
good.
to, right? I like these little tops.
I've engaged with them. The chat has watched me engage with them and has been commenting all along on how well I've engaged with them. They're just not good arguments, and I'm sorry that that's the case. Hey,
Well,
maybe next time we can talk about the age of consent. I know that's what you were getting to immediately.
It's y'all are so fucking weird about that. Like, handicaps don't have any issues with that. I think the age of consent should be roughly 25 for full age of majority. That's when your prefrontal
Good
cortex is fully
lord!
developed.
All the way to 25? Crazy.
I think you can have a gradation of parental rights as people gain more abilities, but I think if you're going to have an objective metric, it shouldn't be when your body looks fully developed. It should be when you actually have mental capacity to make decisions to your fullest, and that would be roughly 25.
That is very cool. I'm glad you're not one of the libertarians that wants to remove it.
Yeah, like there's like 3 of them.
Wow.
None of them are ANCAPs.
Well, I thank you for the conversation, Scott. I think it's been more. It's definitely not something we usually get up to. So, I really appreciate being able to see something go out like that.
I'm capable of arguing and debating whatever you want, but if people keep asking and challenging, libertarian ethics and things, and then ask questions,
You're not capable of arguing. Every time I see you, you just make everything has to be tied into your libertarianism. Everything.
You know what? I didn't know that you were such an avid viewer. I appreciate that you watch most of my content, and so should the rest of the chat. You can find me Fabian Liberty on Twitter or X's retarded name, or you can find me on YouTube currently. I'm on other platforms, but not very often.
I've literally never watched one of your shows. Actually, I think I tuned in once when somebody fucking messaged me to tell me that you were accusing me of being a terrorist and doxing somebody. Yeah.
That's how we got there.
Fair enough. Well, I don't know if that was on your show or somebody else's, but
I do appreciate right at the very end you decided to be honest for once and let everybody know that you lied. I appreciate
it. When did I lie? What the fuck are you talking about right now? Sorry?
Every time I see you, you're only talking about libertarianism. I've never watched you.
Yes, because we're on fucking panels together, you dumb fuck. That's when I see you. Not because I'm tuning into your channel.
Yes.
Have a great
have a happy birthday.
Hammer, give yourself a shout out.
I'm not one of the 10 people in your chat. You can probably look at all the names next time you're streaming. Okay?
Yeah, got
it. We'll let Hammer get a shout out real quick.
Just pull up the list, see if I'm ever in there. Good lord.
Yeah, I know. You're not watching. It's cool.
It's been a very cool conversation, I guess. And I have a podcast. I have a channel that I stream on, mostly video games, and I have a Thursday podcast. It's been moved to Thursday recently, so it's happening tomorrow night. And tomorrow, with my guest star Tina, and we'll be talking about interracial relationships. So that's going to be quite a hoot. Thank you for
bring a fire extinguisher. Hey, thanks for coming through, my dude. Yep. And happy birthday to Viv, even though it's technically not. But
it's sort of my birthday. I'll go to sleep and then I'll wake up in the morning and then I'll have my actual birthday. It just happens to be after midnight tonight.
Thank you for coming through. Always a blast seeing you.
Wait, do I get an outro?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I plug some shit?
Yeah, plug everything.
I don't have anything to plug, but I am the smartest bitch on Twitch. So wait. Hey, maybe follow my Twitter. Too many people are fucking leaving Twitter for Blue Sky. I lost like 500 followers in the last month. It's crazy. It's fucking wild. I mean, I picked them up again on my Blue Sky account, but Blue Sky's I don't think it's going to take off to the degree that some people think it's going to take. Follow my Twitter, MX Vivian Wolf. Yeah, do that. That'd be great.
Yeah, let's do that. All right, so we're gonna raid out the Pisco. It's been a blast, y'all. Thank you for hanging out with us. Catch you guys next Wednesday or whenever I happen to get back on again.
Yeah, I'll see you. Bye.
Peace.
All right, give me just 1 second. Get some music going. That's not what I meant to click and drag. Oh my God, what is happening? Just click the... What is... It won't let me drag fucking... What is happening? Oh my God, I can't click and drag the screen. It's like stuck. Oh my God. That's so weird. Yeah. Vivian Wolf is insane. I have a video from like 2 years ago, if you search for it, on what I'm talking about, that like has her extra mad. She's one of the few people I've ever reported on Twitter. They have reported like that aren't just like a bot or a spammer or like somebody trying to sell me Bitcoin or something. I think I've reported like maybe like 2 people the entire time I've been on Twitter. But like, yeah, basically she was sharing a video of Brant for Liberty's car with his license plate that was being spread around by Antifa because they had damaged his car. And then she spread around a couple other tweets where they were, tracking his location and trying to figure out how to get to him so they could attack him. And she was trying to have more people aware of like where he was so that Antifa could find him. That's what she's saying, like, oh, because I, shared a picture of a soda on his car, a root beer on his car. It's like, no. She was trying to make sure that people were aware of where he was whilst they were giving him threats. And I don't know if it was them, but like a week later, he got his car shot up at a stoplight. And the only thing that saved him from like taking a bullet is one of the bullets that probably would have hit him. Hit like the door handle, like mechanism, like the motor. Sorry, the motor for the window and the door, and like the bullet stopped there instead of like just tearing through the car. But like the trajectory and everything like would have hit him directly in his side. I mean, that could have just been a random act of violence, not associated, but it happened like right after Antifa was trying to find him and shit. So yeah, that's when I was like, nah, fuck this. Like, we got to talk about this. You got like, this person needs to be punished on Twitter. Like, you need to get rid of this. This is insane. And like me and a whole bunch of other people reported it, and they just like, Twitter never took it down because this is when Twitter was still owned by, Jack Dorsey, and, they made sure that death threats and doxing stayed up so long as it was, against a right winger. Dude, why is this? It's so crazy that I can't fucking... Oh, I guess I could maximize it this way. And then maybe I could... There we go. I figured out a workaround. I got like stuck off the screen. I mean, dude, it's like 3 years old now. So it's like not relevant at all. And also like she's got me blocked. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like the situation is clearly past. The threat and danger is like just not there anymore. What, does she fulfill the role of a woman? I don't fucking know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know they're trans. I don't know to what degree they pass or what they engage in out of there. I don't really have a, like, I don't know. Like, I don't get a lot. I mean, like, I understand why people fight with language against queer theory and stuff. But like, in my personal preference, I just never given a fuck about like utilizing, she instead of he or he instead of she. Like, it's just never really been a thing for me. It just seemed natural. It honestly just like feels weird for me to like force he, him pronouns on trans people. It's like it doesn't come naturally to me. I totally understand the argument that you're like trying to be like, no, this is what you are. I have a different concept of gender than most people do, right? Which is like, if someone's playing the role of woman, you know what I mean? I don't care. I'll call you she. Like, I don't think you are a woman, because definitionally that wouldn't make any sense, because woman is a gender, you know, the concept of gender, it is a social construction. And people get all mad about that. And they're like, no, woman just means biological adult human female. And it's like, no, it's not. It's very clearly like a role that people fill. And that role, you know, and that role changes over time, right? Like what society expects of them, you know, it's culturally dependent. So it is a culturally constructed thing. The problem is when they try and say, so therefore trans women are women. It's like, well, what is that role describing? That role is describing an adult human female. It's a role for the adult human female in society. So you can't be the thing if you're not the thing that it describes. You can play it. You can play female. You can play woman. And if you play it convincingly enough, I don't give a fuck. I'll call you she. You're not one, but like, you're also not like a man's man walking around, you know, with a bunch of HRT and, you know, surgeries and female clothing, trying to engage in female behavior, right? Like, it's like, it'd be weird for me to call you a dude, for me to be like, that's a man right there. Right? Like obviously they're not fulfilling or playing that role. That role is used to describe them and what society expects of them, but they eschew the role. If you want to give them like a third category, like, I guess you could, but there isn't really a societal expectation of a gender role for trans women. I mean, I guess there kind of is, but we don't have one. Hey, thanks for the $5, brother. It's the best kind of money where they're just like, here's $5. No words, no, like, it's fine. I call him dude all the time. It's yeah. I mean, sure, fair. I might call him dude colloquially that way, but I just mean like that's a man right there. Like, it's not a man. Like, it's a biological male, but they're doing a really shitty job of being a man. I'm going off of your framing. Viv has no voice modulation and doesn't present any feminine traits. It just seems far more unnatural to address that in corporal voice as she. You know, like, I'm not going to argue with you on that. I mean, like, it doesn't come off that way to me, right? It sounds like a trans woman. It doesn't, like, Viv doesn't sound like a dude on the other microphone. It doesn't sound like a feminine woman either, right? It just sounds like a trans woman. That's an opinion. What a man is varies even amongst those with similar values. Yeah, agreed. But what you can't disagree with is that a man describes a biological adult human male, right? Like, that is what it is. The role of man is going to be different depending on cultural context, individual preferences, etc., right? Like, some people think a good man is like, you know, strives to be an intellectual, and some people think a good man is in the garage working on their car, right? Like, these are both concepts that they hold about what a man ought be and what a real man is and what masculinity is, right? And like 100 years ago, you know, a masculine man would have been wearing high heels, and a woman would never be caught doing that. That's a masculine thing for, you know, putting your feet into the stirrups and for cavalry, you know, and for being taller. Why would you wear high heels, right? But no matter what your concept of a woman is or what your concept of a man is, they're describing, you know, a male and or a female. But there is a certain, I ascribe to a certain level of gender theory in that regard. But if you want me to go into, like, you know, into trans conversations and stuff because you think I'm like too lefty or too liberal with it. Promise you, just go look up my playlist. You know, they make their own science, I think is what it's called. You'll see a picture of a brain in one of my playlists. Trust me, I go fucking harder on the trans than anybody with the fucking details. I also did a whole conversation with oh God, what is his name? Why can I not think of his fucking name? About narcissistic personality disorder and like the issues of medication and a bunch of other stuff. It's like Benjamin, but I can't think of his Benjamin Boyce. I did a Benjamin Boyce interview talking about it. So you can look up Benjamin Boyce, Fabian Liberty, and you'll find that discussion as well. Don't know the medicine. Oh God. Well, it's just so funny that they assume that like the capitalist hoards all of this wealth so that they can make a greater profit. And it's like, that's literally just not how that works. And the only times it does kind of work that way is when it's anti-capitalist because of IP protections. But they also assume that like human beings that democratize literally everything, where everyone must agree on how to use resources within a community, are somehow going to build a fucking factory and produce medicine and produce the scientists to make the medicine, and they're going to figure out what to do with the stones that were needed to, and they're going to figure out who's going to work the stone mines, the quarry, right? And they're going to figure out, you know, they're all 100% going to agree on who mines the quarry and who gets the lumber and who, you know, who's working at the processing plant to make the fucking you know, the wires that are needed to run electricity. Like the insane amounts of things that are like, they think that like central planning by a nation state under socialism wasn't enough, that we need millions of times more consensus, centrally planned consensus of people. And they're like, well, I'm just guessing that that'll work, just like you're guessing that capitalism provides us things, even though it's worked every fucking time, and that property rights reduces conflict. But my system reduces conflict because I just prove that I'll always win by argumentation, and therefore we'll always peacefully do conflict. But if we don't, we'll just start a war, and that's fine. And that's ethical. It's ethical that if we can't agree, we'll just start a war. And that's not conflict inducing at all, because in my world, we'll just always agree. I mean, like, it technically gets around the problem, but it's a fucking anti-reality fantasy to think that literally everyone is going to always agree on what needs to be done with every single resource, and we're going to outcompete capitalism in bringing people like you're all going to fucking starve and die like you always do, because human beings engage in conflict because they have ordered values, and people value things differently. You're like so long as humans value things differently, and value is subjective, then you're not going to get consensus. Yeah. I mean, of course, roll the D. I mean, I was just kind of explaining some of it. You know, there's a playlist where I go through the similar things, and I think like most of those videos are like 20 or 30 minutes, and there's like 4 of them. So that might be more bite sized because it's in sections. The machine race of Geth and Mass Effect did things through consensus and still had conflict. You're not wrong. To be fair, they would have resolved conflict by just wiping out all sentient life. That is a way to resolve conflict, to be fair. Right? You can just kill everyone, and then you no longer have conflict because you no longer have moral actors. But if you attempt to justify it, you know, again, you're in logical contradiction. If the state were responsible for solving polio, we would have the most sophisticated iron lung in the world and no polio vaccine. Facts. I mean, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like look at like Elon Musk with Starlink, right? Like, you know, that infrastructure bill. I think we spent something like, it was like something absurd, like $45 million to bring high-speed internet, and like they have still yet to give anybody high-speed internet. We've spent $45 million on a project where most of the resources have been eaten up by like government bureaucracy and planning and red tape to put high-speed internet into like remote areas for like a small group of people. And that's American infrastructure at work, and we need taxes to do that. Meanwhile, like Elon Musk is just like, oh, you had a hurricane? You had everything wiped out? That's cool. I'm going to fly a drone over and drop a device, and now everybody has internet via the satellites. It's like, dude, just let the fucking market do it. You stole $45 million out of the market to do nothing. Like we would all be a little bit richer, a little bit less inflation, a little bit more opportunity that grows exponentially if they had just simply not stolen $45 million. But don't worry, that won't happen under Vivian's system because all 350 million Americans will just agree. We'll all come to a consensus. There has to be a Thanos thesis of governance if we have a thesis of olfactory critical race theory. Yeah, dude, that lady becoming like the most cited like English dissertation ever because of how viral she went for her absurdity is pretty fucking hilarious. But it's almost 1 o'clock. I got to wind down, relax, and get ready to do a stream tomorrow, and I got to pick up my son. We're probably just going to have a fun stream. We'll do some reaction content probably. We might react to like the Lex Friedman Malay interview, or maybe we'll look at the people were telling me to look at the Destiny debate. And Connor on like Wick about like I might do that. I'll see how long it is. We'll figure it out. We'll hang out. We'll have a good time. Yeah, and then I'll probably be back either Sunday. It depends on whether or not I'll do Sunday Fun Day. But then I'll be back Monday. Depending on it just depends on how much sleep my kids let me get. Depends on whether or not I'll stream Sunday night. And if I do, we'll stream early access Path of Exile 2. Appreciate it, guys. I love you guys so much. Join the Discord. Follow me on X. Like, share, subscribe. Consider a membership. You don't get anything out of it other than just supporting me. I don't like locking content behind money and like trying to like get you guys to buy something. Mostly because I don't make enough fucking content because what I do is long ass streams. And I don't have an editor or anything. But if you want the go lives, you got to be in the Discord because YouTube's go lives don't go out like they should. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow if you're here, or potentially Sunday or Monday night.